In a future perfect world where hunger and disease have been completely eliminated, two rebel supervillains embark on a mission to return new evil.
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another supervillain super scheme. Here with everyone's favorite artist. I mean, killer robot totally created for evil and nothing else. Adam Skullcrusher!
Sitch! We gotta fight someone crazy for this comic.
Someone instantly recognizable as evil, but also won't get us canceled.
I got it. Robot Hitler.
I said not get us canceled!
No, we're beating up Hitler. We're on the right side of history, think about it. Who was the most evil villain of all time?
Satan?
Non-fictional character, please.
Genghis Khan?
In the last 100 years.
Hitler.
Exactly.
Stop right there, Robot Hitler! Your reign of terror is over!
We're gonna kick your ass! That's right. PSA Sitch and Adam are working on a totally original 48-page graphic novel. You can buy a copy of this unique work of art right now on Indiegogo. The link is in the description. Holy cow! That was amazing!
Wasn't that a good video? Who made that video? What a good video that was.
That Sitch, I gotta pat you on the back. That was your script, your idea.
I like that you're...
My performance is slightly better than yours, but that's okay.
After I uploaded that video, Adam's like, Sitch, I can't believe, because when we recorded this, we recorded the audio together.
Yes.
And then after I made the video, Adam's like, oh, my audio is terrible. I need to re-record it, Sitch. And I was like, it's fine. It's fine. He's like, no, I got to do it. And then afterwards, he's like, you did the same thing too, Sitch. You secretly re-record your audio. I was like, no, Adam. No, I'm just so naturally charismatic and such a good actor that was just the performance I gave when you were there. Okay.
Amazing. I don't know how he did it. It was incredible. The
Wonderful.
sound effects add so much to it. So
that's true.
Our Indiegogo.
Oh, it's your boy PSA Sitch here on the Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite musician. He puts the harm in harmonica. Adam Skullcrusher.
Give you some harm there.
There you go. What's going on today, Adam? What are we watching today?
We are watching a video on cancel culture that really triggered the shit out of me, like so much. I only got halfway through the video and got I like quit the video in disgust. And then later today, I had to watch the rest of it. So yeah, I was very triggered by this video. Just to give a quick shout out to our Indiegogo campaign and a big thank you to everyone. We're pushing up on 20K right now, which is amazing. Amazing. We were worried we were going to sit at like $500. So I'm going to do a quick refresh here. So we're at 324 backers, which is awesome. Thank you guys so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
We will definitely do more talking about the comic and our process and all of that later in the second half of the video when we look at fan art and read super chats. Also, we want to give a shout out to Nathan Margolis, who is running our Clips channel, doing an excellent job. A lot of people don't necessarily know. They come to the stream and it's like 8 hours long and they don't want to listen, which I fully understand. But we do have a Clips channel so they can get the highlights there. And Nathan is very good about clipping out every time Adam gets triggered, which I don't know how I feel about. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Perfect. So, wonderful.
Yeah. For some reason, all of Sitch's triggering is not on the Clips channel. What exactly is happening here?
I don't know.
I think
maybe
he might
a little
be
bit
playing
of S-class favoritism.
I was thinking maybe so. Maybe so. What's going on there? So we also
the Butter Anvil for $5 says, have you guys seen the fact check about AOC going around? Literally confirms she's lying, then says mostly false. Also, go on EFAP, please. Well,
yes. Well, you wanna tell them?
Next week, next Saturday, you get your wish, Butter Anvil. We're gonna be on EFAP.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Mahler, so generous. He's always looking out for us. He's like, you're launching your Indiegogo campaign. You should come on EFAP. And I was like, what a nice gentleman.
Yeah, that's awesome. Totally awesome. Yeah. We may even have a special guest a little bit later today. It's not for certain, but be prepared. It could be cool.
Well, we shall see. But yeah, I did see the fact check about AOC. It was really obnoxious. I think even my dad sent me it because he was like trying to defend her a little bit. And I was like, no, stop. Because what they did that thing, there needs to be a name for this. They did the thing where they take one claim that no one's making or only like a very few people are making, and then they debunk that claim and say, see, we debunked the actual claim when it's all a lie. Because what they were doing, or at least the Washington Post article I saw, they said, we're debunking the claim. AOC never actually said she's in the Capitol. So all the people insulting her are actually lying. AOC's been entirely truthful. And everyone's like, wait a minute. No one was saying that AOC said she was in the Capitol.
Yeah.
They're saying that she acted like in all of her videos that she had this close encounter, this harrowing experience where she was on the precipice, the edge of death. And yet there was no one even fucking remotely near her. No one breached the building, and it was all in her fucking head.
Yeah. I had a conversation with Isaac, the guy that I'm doing the woke SJW interviews with on my Adam Friended channel. And oh man, we talked briefly about the AOC thing, and it wasn't looking good. It was not looking good.
Oh no!
A vast right-wing conspiracy lying about AOC is what he told me.
No.
I know.
Well, and
you're having better luck with your
AOC
dad than I'm having with my longtime friend.
AOC keeps changing her story because in the first video before she explained her experience, okay, all she said was, "I had a very, very close call on the day of the Capitol riot." Yeah, I was like, "Whoa, she had a close call. What is that?" When she says that, in your mind you think like, "Oh my God, was she like in the Capitol where like the mob was coming and she's on the other side of the door from the security guard right there?" Like that's what you think when someone says they had a close call, right? And then no, she's not even fucking in the same building. She's across the street. No one fucking even went in her building. And then on top of that, she's actually lying or just or in her panic, because I think her panic is real. This should really be an example of why we need anti-fragile culture. Because it's funny, if you listen to Katie Porter, who is the rep that AOC hid in her office, if you listen to her interview, she kind of, without saying it, says that AOC was basically in a full-blown panic, acting crazy, while she herself wasn't. She's like, so AOC's normally so courteous and kind, but then she just barges into my office and she starts looking through all the closets, and I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm looking for a place to hide.
Yeah.
But what I was gonna say is AOC's actually lying or misremembering or something, because in one of her original statements, she says that she intentionally did not go to the extraction point with the other House representatives that security was telling her to go to, because she was so afraid that the police or the other politicians would somehow rat her out to the QAnon crowd and get her killed. That's what she says.
They want to sacrifice AOC. Right. Grab her.
That's right. The mob
put
is
her
outside.
Out the door.
We need a sacrifice to placate the mob. Just throw AOC out there, right?
Get away from us. Take her.
That's right. She's wearing heels. She can't outrun them, okay? You don't have to outrun the mob, Adam. You just have to outrun the next slowest person.
You know the story about the aide that gave AOC her tennis shoes?
One of Katie Porter's aides gave AOC her tennis shoes so she could run away. Yeah. But
oh my God.
No, so AOC in her early interview.
How embarrassing. I think so much of this AOC stuff is just embarrassment. It's total embarrassment.
You would expect that an elected official would be the one who's like, I'm going to be the one to dial on the bullet. You know, I'm the leader here. I'm going to take responsibility. But no, she's like, give me your shoes. I have to run.
I know. Let me in the lifeboat, you pleb.
I'm in Congress. You're just a worker bee. Get the fuck out of this lifeboat.
You didn't bring extra shoes? You didn't bring your own fucking lifeboat? Sorry.
But anyway, where AOC lied is that, so she originally says that she intentionally didn't go to the extraction point, but then in her long, detailed explanation of events, that part is mysteriously left absent from the conversation. And she says that the security guard intentionally told her to go to the wrong fucking extraction point. So,
What? So there's an extraction point difference here? They gave her one extraction point that she didn't go to, but it was the wrong extraction point? What's going on here?
So in her original story, she says she intentionally didn't go to the extraction point or the safe room, whatever you want to call it, the safe room for the politicians. But in her second or third interview, actually, she changes the story and instead says the security guard didn't tell her where to go or possibly told her the wrong place to go.
Right.
So there's a huge contradiction in her story about whether she intentionally didn't go where she was supposed to or was tricked or just there was some mistake going along. And that's I've never seen any journalists ever address this with her.
Now she's making up a story like she was wandering around in the halls looking for the extraction point and she got
That's what she said, yeah.
Really?
She's like,
oh my God.
She's like, I had to go underground the tunnel to this other building and I didn't know where to go. And that's why I ended up in Katie Porter's room. And it's so funny because Katie Porter's just like drinking her coffee, like she doesn't give a fuck about what's going on. She's like, I don't know.
Like, what the fuck?
Happening. But, and there's also that video of all the journalists who were in the same building as AOC, and they were being quote unquote evacuated, and they're all just kind of like milling around slowly and calmly, like no one gives a fuck. Like what's going on? So,
yeah, what's happening here?
I know it's ridiculous.
Funny stuff.
CT for 2 Canadian says, let's try to hit 20K by the end of the stream. Yes.
That would be awesome. That would be totally awesome.
Yes. Anyways.
Shall we get into this video? Shall we?
We should get into the video.
I feel there might be a trigger. I feel like I should give out a trigger warning. Not that you shouldn't watch the video because you might get triggered, but you might see Adam get triggered during this video.
You don't have to give a warning for that. Everyone wants to see that.
Okay. What do you call it if it's not a warning? If it's a tease, a trigger tease. I'm gonna give you guys a trigger tease here. There is a non-zero chance that I will get fucking triggered off of this video, especially since he mentions one of my favorite books. So you've been publicly shamed and completely mischaracterizes it. Yep. Oh my God. Yep. John Ronson is a comedian. Yeah. John Ronson famously, wrote a movie. Oh man. Now I can't think of the movie.
Men Who Stare at Goats.
He did write Men Who Stare at Goats, but he also wrote the movie about the guy who wears the big paper mache head, the rock star.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I haven't seen it, but I know I've seen like the posters on Netflix.
Let us know in the chat what that movie's called, because that movie is amazing, and John Ronson is the protagonist in that movie. He was actually with the band, so. It's it's pretty cool. John Ronson is one of my favorite writers. Frank, that's the movie. Yeah, he's hilarious. He's totally hilarious. And then this guy completely mischaracterizes John Ronson's humor by saying John Ronson is contradicting himself. Yes, John Ronson is contradicting himself.
He's doing it as a joke.
He's doing it as a joke. Yeah, it's funny. It's like comedy, guy. Anyway, shall we move on?
For the video, it's interspliced with Tom Nichols doing a very Nicholas doing a very stupid comedy section. Do you want to skip that, or are we going to just watch it all? Let the cringe soak in.
We might have to fast forward through the comedy sections. I'm not certain. I didn't find them incredibly funny, and I don't think they add a lot to. They don't add anything to his argument. So
no,
I mean they do. It's part of the propaganda. It is like,
yes.
Oh, look at this guy. How cool this guy is.
Well, no, it's him straw manning the idea of being canceled. So I don't know. Maybe we'll play. We won't comment on them, but we'll play for your enjoyment.
I believe I have the displeasure of speaking with le Marquis et la Marquise de Pamplemousse. It is my solemn duty to inform you that the Committee de Public Safety has pronounced you cancelled. Et moi, et le grande mob, which is waiting just around the corner, have come to transport you to Paris, where you will be making...
Yo, what is...
You know what's kind of funny too, which I didn't realize, was that the hat he's wearing, and he's pretending right now that he's part of the French Revolution and that the French Revolution is canceling someone. Except, of course, when the French Revolution canceled someone, they fucking cut your head off. So I don't know, like, it seems like a kind of contradictory point that he makes for the rest of the video.
That the mob is not dangerous?
Yes.
Well, it depends upon if the mob is after you. Like if
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
a French aristocrat during the French Revolution, the mob looks pretty dangerous from that perspective.
Right, but not even just aristocrats. It was a lot of clergy people were killed. Anyone who spoke ill of the new leftist government, radical leftist government, was basically executed.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that meant to be a French accent?
Well, this is the most cringe thing I've watched all day.
Is this like a Borat kind of thing? Is this supposed to be ironic?
First! My great-great-great-grandma actually died in the French Revolution, so sorry if I'm failing to see the humour here.
Does anyone know what yikes is in French?
Long-time subscriber here, and yeah, I'm really not sure about this.
Yeah, sorry Tom, but I think maybe you should rethink this one.
Oh,
Few ideas have captured the collective imagination of the internet in the past year or so, more than that of cancel culture. For the uninitiated, the broad idea is that the and open debate.
Whoa,
Fuck.
whoa, 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 whoa!
What? I didn't do anything. I feel like we should define cancel culture because I'm defining it in a way that makes it obviously terrible. And I just want to get that out there because I'm curious your perspective on this, and we haven't really talked about it. But
Okay.
I always define cancel culture as deplatforming somebody based on fake news, because it seems like most of the cases of cancel culture that people are really up in arms about, there's some interaction that takes place that can be viewed in two different ways. You can view it charitably or uncharitably. The cancel culture mob chooses to view it uncharitably and then cancels the person based on that uncharitable interpretation, when it would be just as easy to go down the charitable route and not cancel the person. So I'm making that distinction too because a lot of the cancel culture advocate people like Nichols here will say, you know, if somebody does something illegal, you should cancel them, which I'm saying, yes, that's not cancel culture. Cancel culture is different than somebody turning out to be a serial killer and you realizing this and arresting them and throwing them in jail, or someone famously getting paid to do a job and then doing a terrible job and then getting fired because they're not doing their job. That's completely different than firing somebody or canceling somebody under false pretenses.
I think using the term fake news is too limiting. Well, because generally say fake news, that makes
I thought
you
you were
think
going to
of
say something different. I thought you were going to say too incendiary, too
No.
triggering.
Like, because when you say fake news, that generally means, at least to me, it means someone's being lied about in some capacity. Where a lot of times when people are canceled, like, it's not necessarily that, like, they said whatever they said, but then it's being, as you said, interpreted in the least charitable way possible. Or sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes it's just someone has a difference of ideological opinion, and that's enough for that person to be canceled. So
famously, J.K. Rowling is in that situation. James Damore, I would argue, it was.
Well, J.K. Rowling was she ever really canceled? I don't know if she ever suffered any sort of financial harm.
Well, we can make that distinction as well, because obviously they want to point to everyone that they're attempting to cancel, and I have no doubt in my mind that if this guy making the video had the opportunity to cancel J.K. Rowling, he would do it.
Right.
Like,
Well, that's
when they say, "Oh, they're not being canceled because we're not powerful enough." Wham! It's like I don't necessarily know that argument holds water, right? It's kind of like we wanted to kill the person, but they got away.
Exactly.
So what the fuck?
It's only attempted murder. It's not murder, Adam.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
that's exactly the argument they're making. They say because people that get quote unquote canceled, sometimes, depending on how popular they are,
get away,
or how smart they are afterwards, are able to leverage themselves being canceled to become popular on some other end of the internet. They point to that as an example or proof that cancel culture doesn't exist, which is insane. It's
totally insane.
Yeah. It's saying, I tried to murder you, but someone defended you, therefore I didn't try to murder you. It's like, no, you fucking didn't. You just attempted to murder them, and then other people defended them.
Yes.
It's basically saying, Well, we tried to cancel you, but people didn't let us cancel you entirely. Therefore,
Yeah.
cancel culture doesn't exist, which is fucking bonkers. It's a bullshit, insane argument.
Shouldn't we take attempted robbery off the? I mean, it's only attempted robbery.
Right, exactly. But the thing I'd add to your definition of cancel culture is it's not just being deplatformed, also, being fired from a job.
Well, that's a kind of deplatforming.
I wouldn't really, I don't know. I wouldn't really when I think of deplatform, I think
It's your financial platform.
I guess. But, or, somehow there's some sort of financial harm or depersoning of you because you made some joke or opinion that certain people think is outside or should be outside the norm.
Right. Yes. That interpretation, I think, is very, very important. Yeah. But the people who are engaging in this cancel culture stuff, we have an uphill battle because they are not even able to see both interpretations of the event. So they go into these events and they say, what do you mean? It's crystal clear. James Damore was a Google bro. He was a frat boy. He was doing this stuff on purpose. I literally have had Isaac say this to me on our live streams.
Well, yeah, that's what's so crazy. Isaac keeps maintaining this position that James Damore was intentionally trying to piss people off.
Yes.
With his memo. And it's like, what?
Yes.
Like, why are we judging this on your ability to supposedly mind read people? Just read what it fucking says.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
But that's why I make the distinction. That's why I make the distinction that it's a fake narrative. It's a false narrative. Right. I mean, so do you accept my definition?
Well, I think there's all sorts of addendums that need to be.
You and your addendums.
I know.
I keep it simple. I keep it straightforward. It's like canceled for fake news. So when people come at me, because people come at me all the time on Twitter about this, and they say, how come this isn't cancel culture? And I say, well, is it based on fake news? And then all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, I hadn't really considered that.
Well, but the issue is that people often won't consider an uncharitable interpretation of someone as fake news.
As fake news. I totally agree. Yeah.
But to your credit, what you did in the beginning of this is something that I don't think Tom does throughout the whole entire video. He never defines cancel culture clearly, if I remember.
Yeah.
And he never defines a mob, which is the main focus of the video. He never defines what a mob is. So
that's the slippery part about this stuff, is because I think if you asked him outright, he would say, well, it depends upon the situation, because he does say that, each of these individual situations is unique, and that we have to look at the situations, well, while at the same time accusing us, the other side of the debate, of keeping things obscure. It's crazy. Like, he's saying they don't want to talk about the details of any of these cancel culture situations. That's one of the lines that triggered the fuck out of me, because I'm like, what the fuck? Well, you want to talk details? Who do you want to talk about? Justine Sacco? Who do you want to talk about? You want to talk about Sargon of Akkad? You want to talk about James Damore? Who do you want to talk about?
Right.
Let's talk fucking specifics. You want to talk about Nichols Christakis, the guy who wrote the book Blueprint, The Evolutionary Origins of a Good Society, who talks about mob psychology? He's the professor that got astounded in the quad for the Halloween costume letter. You want to talk about him? Let's talk specifics.
No, this video is all just Tom doing very disingenuous cherry picking the entire video. And then a lot of straw manning, a lot of denying information that would go counter his argument, a lot of being intentionally vague so you don't know exactly what he's talking about. And what's really gross is that he spends, I don't know, like 90% of this video trying to promote a narrative that mobs are actually good. Mob violence is actually good. But then he spends like 10 seconds saying, oh, of course, there's like some handful of examples where that's not true.
Yeah.
See, I'm nuanced, guys. It's like,
how about the Holocaust?
Yeah.
Mob psychology can get very, very out of hand. That's another thing that bugs the shit out of me. So Nichols Christakis, one guy who was involved in a hugely famous cancel culture situation, wrote this book called Blueprint about and covers in the book, in the very beginning of the book, mob psychology. The book came out, I believe, in 2020. It's a brand new take on social psychology and mob psychology. Yet he's going to this researcher that wrote something, 50 years ago, like 100 years ago. How old is the guy that he pulls out to make his point? He's saying this guy got it wrong 1,000 years ago. and we've, hold on.
A guy who lived through a traumatic experience involving mob violence maybe over-exaggerated all mobs as being evil.
Yeah, right. But there's all these new books. There's The Human Swarm, How Our Society Arises, Thrives, and Falls by Mark Moffat. I mean, I'm just going back through my Audible account, and I've read half a dozen of these books on mob psychology. I've read both of the books that he references, The Madness of Crowds and John Ronson's So You've Been Publicly Shamed. I don't understand why these people can't read some fucking current stuff. Like, they didn't have computers when this guy wrote his theory about the mob. Like, he's saying this theory from 100 years ago is wrong. Yeah, guess what?
Like 200 years ago.
We've up. Oh my God, it's even worse.
With the 1800s.
Guess what? We updated the theory. Why don't you use the updated theory in your brand new 2021
fit the narrative? Okay.
In your brand new 2021 video about mob culture, we've learned a lot about psychology since then. It's so infuriating. I'm triggered already, guys.
He's already triggered. The video hasn't even started, and Adam's already triggered.
Oh, it's so bad. This thing just, oh man, this whole video is fake news.
Break here for $5 says, I can't stand this weird Irish guy. He looks like a Harry Potter background character reject.
They have, it's funny, the serfs is in this video too, which I know people hate the serfs, but I have a tough time hating the serfs because I feel like we kind of called out the serfs and he was nice to us after the fact. Like he didn't go after us or anything. So I feel like I'm on good terms with the serfs, and we want to have the ability to reach out and talk to people who are on the other side of the political spectrum. But
Christopher Keating for €10 says, during the worst part of the revolution, La Terreur, anyone, not just nobility, clergy or rich, who was denounced as traitorous was executed. The whole point was to terrify everyone into submission. Yeah, we'll talk about that later because he brings up the French Revolution, and it's kind of hilarious because if you know any history about the French Revolution, the time period when the revolutionaries took over directly afterward is literally called the Terror and the Great Terror. So it's like, for him to use that as a positive example of mob action is really fucking strange.
Totally nuts. Totally nuts.
Few ideas have captured the collective imagination of the internet in the past year or so, more than that of cancel culture. For the uninitiated, the broad idea is that the contemporary internet, and in some formulations society more broadly, has become an increasingly hostile, uncompromising and censorious place. Say the wrong thing, or even the right thing but in the wrong way or at the wrong time, and one runs the risk of being cancelled. Set upon by an outraged online mob who won't stop until you've lost your job, your friends, your family, and been fully exiled from public life. Debate over this supposed phenomenon reached boiling point in July of 2020, when an open letter titled A Letter on Justice and Open Debate, written by the New York Times Magazine journalist Thomas Chatterton Williams and signed by 152 journalists, writers and academics, appeared in the American publication Harper's Magazine. Although not using the phrase cancel culture...
He doesn't give any of the background either.
No.
J.K. Rowling signed that letter. I think Barry Weiss signed that letter and ended up leaving the New York Times because it got so difficult for her there after she ended up signing the letter. I think who else famously signed
Noam
the letter?
Chomsky. Did he sign it or he just
Chomsky.
Steven Pinker did it.
Steven Pinker.
David
That's
Brooks.
what I'm trying to
There was a
think
bunch
of.
of people that were like all over the place that signed that. Sure.
So the letter was basically saying that cancel culture is getting out of hand. We need to maintain an ethic of free speech. If we don't hang on to this, we're going to lose it. That kind of thing.
Terrible.
Oh my God, I did it again.
Thing, or even the right thing but in the wrong way or at the wrong time, and one runs the risk of being cancelled.
Look at you, Adam.
Set upon by an outraged online mob.
Cancel me
who won't
already.
Stop until you've lost your job, your friends, your family, and been fully exiled from public life. Debate over this supposed phenomenon reached boiling point in July of 2020, when an open letter titled A Letter on Justice and Open Debate, written by the New York Times Magazine journalist Thomas Chatterton Williams and signed by 152 journalists, writers, and academics.
You know they had a black guy write that letter for a reason. They were like, oh, this will save us. We need some shielding here.
It's true. It's true. Isn't that
You
sad?
know they thought about it. Come on,
They're like,
we're keeping it real here.
They're like, we can't have a white male write this letter.
Can you imagine? Steven Pinker, will you write the letter for us? They've already tried to cancel Steven Pinker like half a dozen times. For daring to point out that there's biological differences between men and women.
Mm-hmm.
The American publication Harper's Magazine. Although not using the phrase cancel culture itself, the letter hit all the main beats of the same argument, warning that the free exchange of information and ideas, the lifeblood of liberal society, is daily becoming more constricted.
True.
Continuing that,
100%
while we have
true.
come to expect this on the radical right, censoriousness is also spreading more widely in our culture. In fact, at a time when America, the country in which the vast majority of the signatories are based,
That seems like they threw a bone. Because they knew who was going to come after them. They knew who's wielding the power of the mob right now. They were like, you know, this is real on the radical right.
Well, okay, because the whole point, and some people were criticizing the letter for doing this, but they missed the point. The point of the letter was people on the left primarily trying to say, look, crazy people on the left, stop being crazy. So yeah, they
Yes.
frame it in this way of like, you're becoming just like the conservatives.
Right.
Which in American history is true because they were the ones wielding the cancel culture for many years in America.
They were. The evangelicals wielded it. Yeah.
Yeah, the religious right.
with a brutal crackdown on freedom of expression through popular protest by right-wing politicians.
Why are you laughing? I hear you laughing over there.
He says, this guy's crazy. He says, they wrote this letter during an unprecedented, brutal crackdown on protests by right-wing politicians. So the only thing he's could possibly being referring to, which is what he shows, is the one fucking incident that we argued about with Donald Trump tear gassing the protesters so he could walk over
In the
church.
park, yes.
Yes, that's the brutal crackdown on free speech that he's referring to.
Yes.
Where all across the country at that time period were just unchecked protests and riots destroying
Totally.
cities like nationwide.
Talk to me about Seattle where the right-wing politicians cracked. No, they formed the
Right.
top.
Or DC or New York or any of this nonsense.
Yeah. Yes. Completely
and
framed.
police
Cherry
chiefs.
picking.
It was mostly online social justice advocates, which the letter implied represented an existential threat to the body politic. One
You know, that doesn't sound like an American accent to me. This sounds like a foreigner talking about our country, Sitch.
How come all
Our
these
country. America.
We got Philosophy Tube. We got this guy. Why are all these like
Is it Philosophy
communists
Tube's
being
not
imported
American?
from the UK? Like, what's happening?
I didn't know Philosophy Tube's not American. I didn't know that. Interesting.
He's not. No, wait. He's.
Oh, she's not. Wait, you fucked
Oh,
up
so-
already.
I'm so sorry. You're right. I forgot. She's not. Yes.
Got to remember.
She's transitioning. Right.
We want to be respectful.
That's right. But this argument's always so stupid because after the thing happened with the guard clearing out the protesters at the church, basically Trump got attacked by everyone for doing this. Everyone said this was the worst thing ever, including the military people in charge of doing it. Were like, I wouldn't do that again. That was a really big mistake. I feel like I was a pawn in a political ad, blah, 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 blah. And then this is also what led to the slow response during the Capitol riot was they were so timid because of this incident. So this is what's so disgusting to me. And people on the left always bring this shit up. They're like, yeah, but Trump did X. Like, yeah, when he did that, everyone said, what the fuck are you doing? And it had like consequences. The problem with the cancel culture is that when all the leftist mobs do this shit on Twitter and get someone fired or deplatformed or whatever, they don't suffer any consequences. It just happens again and again and again and again and again. That's what the issue is.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's funny that this video just came out yesterday because we just had an incident where a veteran reporter of the New York Times who'd been working for the New York Times since like the 70s. Okay.
Wow.
So super veteran of the New York
Ancient
Times.
history.
Yes. Been working with the New York Times since the 70s, was apparently covering coronavirus stuff primarily and medical stuff primarily. Someone's like, in 2019.
Oh my God.
Get this, guys. In 2019, this journalist had the audacity to go with a bunch of students on a workshop to help them learn about journalism in the world in Brazil, right? So this guy is dedicating his time basically to help like children and young students. So he's in Brazil with this workshop of kids, and one of the kids asks him, they say, hey, a friend of mine, when they were 12, they said the N-word in a video. Should they be held responsible, this many years later? And the journalist said, well, what context did they use the N-word?
Oh my God.
Only he didn't say the N-word. He said the word.
No, oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Was recording going on when he said this?
No. Recording wasn't going on. But
okay.
So
Hearsay.
simply him asking someone what the context of the usage of the word was so he could further give this person who's asking him a question a proper answer. That made some of the students who heard the word, they just felt so uncomfortable. He said the no word. It doesn't matter what the context is. He said it. And so they contacted the New York Times and they said, your journalist made us feel uncomfortable. And the New York Times originally said,
God.
They said, how dare an employee of ours use the N-word? But then they found out the context and they said,
you tricked him into saying the N-word.
Yeah, they said, oh, well, we don't really care. The context is confined, it's fine. But then his pieces of utter dog shit, awful coworkers, a bunch of like 150 of his shit coworkers, including Nicole Hannah Jones, apparently, wrote a letter, or they signed a petition to their bosses saying, you need to do something about this journalist. How dare you write off and excuse him for saying the N-word? How dare you do this? You're making us feel unsafe. You're making us feel like we're working in a hostile, racist environment. Blah, 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 blah. And then so they capitulate and the guy is fired / resigns after working the New York Times for so many years.
Nobody's safe.
And this just happened, and then this asshole comes out with his video saying, cancel culture isn't real. The mob is good. Oh.
Does the punishment fit the crime?
No.
Do you think, it's crazy.
That's part of this mission of cancel culture is it's always an over-exaggerated response to someone's behavior.
Yeah.
I mean, remember the same thing with Al Franken. He was like one of the first victims of this. They're like, 20 years ago, there's a picture of him when he was a comedian, and he's like pretending to grope a woman who's a friend of his, an other female comedian, while she's asleep in a flak jacket. He should lose his job in government because this happened, 10, 20 years ago. And he fucking did.
Yeah.
He fucking resigned for that. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is totally crazy.
And what's even worse is that the New York Times guy that got fired or resigned, he fucking apologized for it. He didn't even stand up for himself. He pussied out. He bent over and said, hit me harder.
This is the thing that the John
Reach
Ronson...
deep into my prostate and slam it in there.
Oh my God.
That's
he had
what he
to go
said.
there. He had to go
He
there.
apologized. What I would be like, I would name every single person in the letter and be like, fuck you. You're all scum. You're all slime. You're literally destroying our country. You're all insane psychopaths.
You know,
he gave up.
The takeaway from the John Ronson book, So You've Been Publicly Shamed, he goes through a bunch of people who've been canceled by the mob. The people that survive are the people that fight back and never apologize every single time. The people who their careers never recover are the people who kowtow to the mob and apologize. Because
there's nowhere for the people who give up to go.
No, yeah, totally. And there's no forgiveness. Don't think this ideology has any way back from your canceling. They're beheading you. They're beheading you on stage. They don't want you back. There's no route back. You're a head in a bucket.
One aspect of the letter which stood out, given the urgency
You
of its
did it.
language, was its lack of reference to specific incidents.
Huh? I didn't do anything.
It contained
okay.
several vague allusions to books being withdrawn for alleged inauthenticity, and journalists being barred from writing on certain topics, and readers with a bit of time on their hands.
So even though we were earlier criticizing Tom for doing the same thing that he's criticizing the Harper's letter for doing, it's funny that he's doing because he's intentionally vague, but there's a specific reason the Harper's letter was sort of vague. And it's
Yeah, it
because
had to be.
They had like over 100 people sign it who all have very different opinions about all different things.
Right.
And so they can't necessarily focus on specific incidences that people will be like, well, I don't want to sign off on this. I don't want to sign off on this specific one. They're just talking about a general theme of canceling that's happening across the country.
Yes. Yeah. If you want to get 100 people to sign some important letter, you can't go into specifics because they all have relationships with various people
Right.
on the thing.
Well,
they can be accused of like
100
bias.
people that are not all on the same team. 100 people that are from all over the place in terms of the political spectrum.
Yep. But wait a second.
Could like
Does Nichols making the video, that doesn't apply to him, right? He's just one guy. He could give us his opinion pretty easily, right?
Exactly.
I
He
came
could,
out and
he
gave
could.
you my opinion on cancel culture. I
That's
wasn't
right.
I wasn't hiding the ball here. I told you exactly how I'm defining it. Isn't that helpful in this conversation? Because then when I say things, you know, oh, that's the way Adam thinks. That's his perspective on it.
Right.
We never get that from this guy.
Well, we do implicitly. But you're right. It's never explicit because he knows it's the ContraPoint's defense or strategy. It's if I don't put myself out on a strong position, you can't really attack me because my position is too weak. It's like paper. It just bends when you try to press against it. He says, oh, that's not what I meant.
My position is
You're
the
strong.
water. My position is the water flowing around. What? Cancel culture? What? What?
Position is a leaf flowing down a river. It just goes wherever the water takes it.
Yeah. Flip-flopper is what we call that, where I come from.
codes to which these allusions referred by looking over the list of those who had signed. Nevertheless, it is remarkable that a letter which stated that it is now all too common to hear calls for swift and severe retribution in response to perceived transgressions of speech and thought, refused to outright name any of these apparently oh-so-common events. The vagueness of what has since become known in some quarters simply as the Harper's letter is fairly representative of discussions surrounding
Support my channel.
cancel culture.
Yeah, I
making
think I'm a little triggered by the word refuse too, because it was a choice. It wasn't, no one was like, it wasn't a refusal. Like somebody didn't come out and say, listen, you have to write this letter and we want you to name names. Oh, no, we refuse to name names.
Well, it's like with the Constitution, with a lot of the laws being sort of vague. It's like, well, they had to make them kind of vague because that's the only way people would agree to sign it.
Yes. Is Tom here I guess Tom here is refusing to give his position on cancel culture. Why are you refusing, Tom?
We'll see. We'll see.
Why are you refusing? Stop refusing. Stop refusing.
Worried about this supposed phenomenon, are quick to diagnose what Jürgen Habermas calls the public sphere with a malignant disease, but much slower to point to any specific symptoms of that.
Oh, I know something in this video that you'll notice too.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time he brings up an academic who's supporting his argument, they're like literally a socialist.
Oh, really?
Knows what Jürgen Habermas calls the public sphere.
Because it's so funny, it's like-
Habermas?
well, look at the title: "The Structural Transformation of the Public Sphere: An Inquiry in a Category of Bourgeoisie Society."
Oh my God.
With a malignant
1989.
disease, but much slower to point to any specific symptoms of that ailment. In fact, as appeared to be the case with the Harper's letter, when the phrase cancel culture is invoked, there is often the sense that the person raising it does so precisely so that they don't have to engage with the specificities of a particular incident.
Bullshit!
There are several reasons why
Yes. So that's such a
bullshit.
Well, there are definitely instances where people can use that term cancel culture, I would argue incorrectly, because they did something illegal or it's just so, reprehensible that they should, lose their job or be kicked off.
Right. They're saying this is cancel culture. They're like, I did nothing wrong. But I would
Right.
argue that they're using that term because they unconsciously believe in my definition of cancel culture, which has this component that it's unjust cancellation.
Right. But almost every time I've seen this, that's a total bullshit argument that he just made. Because not only do people say, oh, this is cancel culture, whenever you look in the comments, it's all just people fucking arguing about the specifics of the case.
Yes. We're bringing
So
up
this-
specifics. We're not using the term cancel culture to
Right.
keep it vague.
Right. Or when you look at any of the articles written about someone being canceled, they always go into, a lot of times they lie or they mislead depending on which side the article wants to be on, but they always give you some background information, some story. They never just say, cancel culture is wrong. We're not going to explain what happened, but cancel culture, this is a total fake straw man, doesn't exist in the real world whatsoever. It's not happening.
Yes. Total phony.
That's why
baloney.
proponents of the idea that cancelling is a widespread phenomenon that we should be deeply worried about might prefer to talk about a broad, supposedly cultural issue.
And it's funny because he goes into criticizing the So You've Been Publicly Shamed book. And that book is just a collection of specific examples of
Yes.
people who have been canceled.
Yes. Dozens of specifics. Yes. Yeah, that's what was
funny.
so triggering for me too. And he doesn't even, the big takeaway from the book was like, fight back. The message of that book is like, fight back. Don't give in to the mob. Fucking grow a spine and give him the finger. Don't give him an apology. Give him the fucking finger. Go, listen,
Right.
you're taking me out of context. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not going to apologize because then I am buying into your narrative. And there was no hostile intent in anything that I said or did.
Well, and even in the example he gives that they're being vague, he shows an example of someone not being vague and talking about some specific incident that happened with James Charles.
Yeah, that's not vague. I know all about that
The
one.
direct expense of focusing on any specific so-called cancellings themselves. We'll touch upon some of
I
these.
almost wish I didn't think to do this one. I'd be very curious to look up each one of these articles, and I bet you that they're almost always have some specific thing they're talking about.
Reasons in the course of this video. There's a specific thread which I want to pull upon as a means to unraveling this recent anxiety about cancel culture, however, and that is its frequent engagement of the figure of the mob. The phrases mob rule and mob mentality crop up frequently in opinion pieces and articles discussing cancel culture. In fact, as I was writing this video, Rowan Atkinson, the actor who plays Mr. Bean, Blackadder and Johnny English, told the UK magazine The Radio Times that what we have now is the digital equivalent of the medieval mob roaming the streets looking for someone to burn.
When you lose Mr. Bean.
I know. What the fuck?
When you've lost Mr. fucking Bean, it's over.
It is
You're
totally
on the wrong
over.
side of history. You're on the wrong side of history if you've lost the national treasure, the global treasure that is Mr. Bean.
Yeah. There's another thing that triggers me about this is he completely mischaracterizes mob psychology. It's so awful.
Yes. Stephen Rockwood for 2 Canadians says, this guy's over-enunciation is triggering me.
It's everything. It's the whole package.
Mob itself doesn't appear, the broader idea is surely there. At the heart of what we might call the cancel culture hypothesis is the idea that all of us are at constant risk of unwittingly angering a merciless online mass which is untamable and unrelenting. A faceless digital crowd which is prone to whipping itself up into a frenzy and which knows no limits in the destruction it can cause.
It's so funny because he's using this like it's all bullshit. Whenever someone who used to be super woke SJW breaks out of it and becomes normal again, even I forget that guy's name who was on Joe Rogan, who was in that situation. They all describe how, oh, I felt like I was walking on eggshells. It's like, I never knew what I could say that would be considered problematic or triggering to someone.
Yeah, because they got hit by saying something innocuous, something they didn't even know was like offensive.
In doing so, proponents of the cancel culture hypothesis tap into a powerful and...
Now he's calling it the cancel culture hypothesis. Boy, these little digs here and there, right? Like, oh, it's just your hypothesis. Like, is it real? Who knows? I mean, you guys have a hypothesis going here.
Look, it's just a theory, Adam.
I know.
Okay. It's just a theory. Evolution is just a theory, Adam.
I'm waiting for it. Yeah. Mobs, that's just a theory. It's just a bunch of people having, it's a barbecue. What?
Idea. The mob, and the notion that individuals who find themselves within a crowd have a tendency to lose all sense of reason and become prone to engaging in extreme, violent acts, is a long-standing trope.
It's just a trope. Well, first of all, he mischaracterizes mob psychology. I'm under the impression that mob psychology works because there's a level of anonymity in a mob.
Right. Of course.
And online culture takes that to its like far extreme because online culture has an element of anonymity already there. I would argue also that our primitive psychology understands this anonymity thing, and even in like the Capitol situation that happened, like you had people where primitive psychology met modern technology in a way that these people were not expecting. Like you had people doing things thinking that they had some anonymity in the mob when people are literally taking pictures of them and not realizing, hey, they're going to track me down for this shit later.
Yeah, it's just such a known idea. That's what so many of these people who have been advocating for censorship on the internet are saying. You need to remove, anonymous accounts from the internet. You have to be, put your real name to be on Twitter and all this stuff. This isn't just the hypothesis. Okay, everyone knows how this process works.
Yes, he completely leaves out the anonymity component to his analysis, which is giant. It's completely giant. Giant omission.
And it's also just been frequently invoked in the past year or so in relation to physical groups.
Why does the Black Bloc wear masks? I would like, Tom, please respond. Why does the Black Bloc wear masks?
Why do they all dress in similar garb to
Yes.
appear as a large amorphous blob and they all cover their identity?
Explain this to me. Explain this to me in your hypothesis about mob psychology.
Peace. Otherwise, as crowds have once again become a central force in our politics. In fact, the cultural trope of the frenzied mob is central to anxieties over...
The cultural trope. The cultural trope. What the fuck? This is so anti-science. Like, he wrapped this in a science bow. A science bow. How does this not trigger you, Sitch?
It does trigger me.
Oh,
man. But when I find that if someone else gets triggered, it's like I can just let them express the animus I have inside.
I'm so angry. This video is so anti-science. Like my entire YouTube career is talking about moral psychology, how people come together in groups.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy just wipes his feet with it. It's so bad. It's so bad. And to make just the most petty of points. To make the most petty of arguments. Oh, God. It's awful.
Should cancel.
I sent you a Twitter DM.
Culture. It is in many ways our learned fear of the uncontrollable mob which gives the cancel culture hypothesis its power. In order to unpack this proposed contemporary phenomenon, I therefore want to begin by exploring the origins of the idea of the mob itself. We'll come back to call-outs and cancellations shortly, but first, let me transport you back to the 19th century and to the birth of the mob.
Hello. It's my 17th attempt to...
There were no mobs before the 19th century.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say the
Didn't
birth
exist.
of the mob. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Mobs before the 19th century, mobs of people didn't, run around burning witches and killing people.
I mean, this is the problem that he never defines his terms, because
Yes.
what the fuck are you talking about, dude? All of human psychology revolves around taking individuals and forming cohesive groups. So the larger the group, the better the survival advantage, the better you're
Right.
going to have competing against other tribes. So what the fuck are you talking about? I wish he would define his terms. I totally wish he
Right.
would define his
Well,
terms.
it's on purpose.
I mean,
don't have
is
to define what a
an
mob
army a
is.
mob? Is an army a mob? Or are we just talking about
Right.
amorphous of, not a hierarchically ordered mob, not an organized mob, a disorganized mass of people. But sooner or later, they understand, hey, we're working together to break into the Capitol.
Right. Well, later in the video, he starts conflating mobs with protest, as if they're
Yes.
the same thing. And it's so funny because if you just look up the standard definition of mob, it's always has a negative connotation to it already. It's a large crowd of people, especially one that is disorderly and intent on causing trouble or violence. But no, he just conflates them with whatever he wants.
to
Hey,
record this.
hey, Aiden, we're
Should
dropping you a link in the DMs if you want to jump in here.
Yeah.
No pressure.
I can feel her being triggered by the lack of science in this video.
I need yeah, exactly. I'm not good with this. Aiden,
Lack
she
of
has like
actual psychology.
I know, she has like Marcus and Horaley 1984. It's like, what the fuck? Yes, she'll throw out.
Used to
She probably
from the heart
knows
without
Christakis's. She's probably like Christakis 2021.
Correct. So by now, most of you will have seen my most recent video. And if you haven't, you've probably seen some of the controversy that it's provoked. Oh God, it's raining. Of course it's raining. So I just wanted to make a quick video to address the situation because
This is kind of like mocking cancel culture survivors. I wonder if he would do some mocking video like this if it was a rape survivor or something like that.
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, speaking of that, Keith Rhymes for $1 says, "Do you think Laura Logan shares right-wingers' irrational fear of the mob?" So if you remember, Laura Logan was a TV.
Oh my
journalist who was
God! Oh my
gang raped.
God! No
Yes.
doubt.
Well, and also, I mean,
She
the same
she
thing with-
was digitally penetrated. They stuck their fingers up her dress. Just to be clear here.
right, and it's the same thing with AOC, where she was like, "Oh, I was sexually assaulted, and thus it I have all this trauma that goes in afterwards." Right.
Yeah.
But I guess he would say, well, no, because I'm not saying anyone that was actually assaulted. I'm just saying people who complain that they were canceled, that a mob of people turned on them. Which is like, if you don't understand
This
what
is
it's like to
victim
have,
blaming, like off the charts.
well, it's really privileged, I guess, to not understand what it's like to have thousands of people, call for your head.
Yeah.
It's a very harrowing experience for many people.
Yeah. James Damore, Justine Sacco.
Right. But no, the mob is always good.
Sargon of
Submit to
Akkad
the
gets this
mob.
shit every day. I don't know how he
Good.
deals with it.
Give in to the mob, Adam. The mob is good. Okay. This is like the Vosh.
Yeah, Kyle
defense.
Rittenhouse.
Yeah. Just put the gun down and put your arms up and let the mob swarm over you. Okay.
Do you know the latest on Kyle Rittenhouse? The drama about Kyle Rittenhouse?
I know a good thing about Kyle Rittenhouse.
What's that?
Isn't Barnes representing him now?
Yes, Barnes is representing him. That is a good thing. But the people who are prosecuting him are trying to get him back in jail because Kyle Rittenhouse can't. Well, they're doing a complete trick. Basically, they want to publish his address because it's in court documents. They're literally people trying to kill him, so he has to be in a safe location. He can't have his address publicly known. And since his address is not publicly known, the prosecution wants to reincarcerate him.
Nice.
I know. Fuck. Oh my God.
Terrible.
Cancel culture isn't real, Sitch. Cancel culture's not real at all.
Sargon in the chat says he's pro mob. There you go. That's how he deals with it. Sargon, your country needs to stop exporting these crazy socialists to our American internet. Okay, you need to do something about this.
I think might have got the wrong end of the baguette. Can't say that. Can't say that. Many of you will know that I've been trying to take more creative risks with my videos lately, and that's really difficult for me because I just have all these amazing creative ideas coming at me all the time. I just have to bat them away, like, get away from me, amazing idea, get away, I can't use you all. Sometimes this is going to mean that ideas which are less good or maybe too powerful that you can't appreciate them are going to slip through. And so I want to apologize, okay? If the particular creative direction that my last video went in was too much for you. You know, I deeply, deeply regret putting something out there into the world which some of you clearly weren't ready for. You know, that's my fault. That is my fault. That is on me.
Apology video. How you want to rate it? I mean, it is a horrible apology video.
Right, but that's supposed to be the joke.
He is blaming all of them. Okay,
Yes.
wait.
But that's
I
supposed to be his
fast
point. He's
forward
like,
past this in the original video.
He makes
so.
this bullshit point later in the video that, oh, all these people that get canceled, they never actually really apologize. If they just apologized, then they would be forgiven. They always fight back. Which is the literal exact opposite of what happens. Usually these people fucking capitulate and they give in and then they get destroyed.
So did he actually read the John Ronson book or what?
He skimmed it, Adam.
I guess.
You know, I love all of you.
Are you blowing? What is that sound?
That's his video. He uses all these crazy sound effects.
I love all of you. Every single one. I love my subscribers. I love those of you who have yet to make the life-changing and mind-expanding decision to click subscribe and ring that bell. You know, I love you whether you smash like or whether you haven't worked out how to do that yet. Hell, I love you whether or whether not you've been to patreon.com/Tom Nichols to sign up to support the channel whilst getting early access to my videos and more, or whether Patreon's not available.
All right, what are we on? Show 122? I don't think we've ever asked anyone to subscribe. I don't think we've asked once.
Subscribe to the channel, hit the bell, smack that like button. You motherfuckers better subscribe right this second.
We never.
There we go.
First time here.
Well, we
2
tell
years
people to
in.
subscribe to the clip channel, which isn't our channel.
Which isn't even our channel.
I'm sure at some point we
I guess.
Maybe Aydin came in. Maybe that's what that sound effect is.
Yeah,
Aydin.
sorry. Hi.
Oh my god.
I didn't mean to fuck shit up. My
No,
bad.
that's okay. What's up? How you doing?
I'm good. It took me a minute. I had to turn on my computer downstairs. I'm just astonished by this.
How triggered are you? I hope you're half as triggered as me, at least.
I'm fascinated because I would at least think, like, if you're going to dismiss all research on mob mentality, there is such an easy straw man just sitting for you, and that's Zimbardo 1971 or 73.
I knew it. I told you.
Knock it over. Knock it the fuck over.
Zimbardo.
Where it turned out he faked it, the prison experiment?
He didn't. It is the Stanford prison experiment. But the thing is that he didn't fake.
Well, he told them to act the way that they were acting, right?
Yeah. Interestingly, that study, which is something people don't know, went through the ethics review board of the university, and they said it was a-okay. He told them exactly what he was going to do, and they were just like, "Yep, sounds good. Check."
Look,
back when you
everyone was high. Okay.
Back when you could do cool shit.
Yes.
One of my goals in life is to get like an original copy of the IRB certificate from that study and frame it. Because
you nerd.
Things are a little bit different, but it totally ignores things that were previous, like the Ash experiment, the Ash conformity experiment. Everyone talks about like the determining whether or not the lines are the same thing. And stuff like social identity theory from Tajfel and Turner and the social identity model of de-individuation effects, and pretty much every other piece of research into de-individuation and anonymity that has been conducted over the last 50, 70 years now. So you're not doing a good job. At least knock over the Zimbardo study, though, because it's easy to knock over, but I guess not.
Well, he does bring up an unscientific guy from like the 1800s who was French, and he had an idea about mob psychology.
Yeah, navel
cool.
gazer.
Yeah.
He probably did no experimentation. Hey, am I on the right track with the mobs form because they can get away with it? The anonymity factor?
Yep.
That's huge, right? That's like 90% of the game.
Yeah, it's called de-individuation is the fancier word we used for it. It means to de-individualize the self. When you don't feel like a person, or as like specifically as an individual, you act as a part or a arm of the group. And part of that is anonymity, thinking that you can't be identified. It's particularly the case when you wear all black and wear face masks. and part of that is something called toxic disinhibition. What toxic disinhibition is because you are anonymous and you think you can't get caught, you're more likely to act in antisocial ways.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what would cause someone to like wave at someone taking a picture of them as they're walking away with Nancy Pelosi's speaker's lectern?
Probably not anonymity. That's hubris, maybe hubris, maybe I don't know, joy.
I feel like that's like primitive psychology hitting modern technology. Just you thinking I'm in a mob, I'm totally anonymous. Hey, look, I have something here.
Yeah, it might be part of it to a degree because it does elicit that behavior. It emboldens people to do things they wouldn't otherwise do.
Totally.
But if you're posing for a picture with your face fully exposed, that's a little bit different.
Oh my God.
I would say it's up in the air.
They're probably viewing it like this was like a fantasy. They're like, I'm in Disney World. Like nothing wrong can happen here. Take my picture.
That's a good point, though. That's very possibly what happened is that it felt unreal.
Yes.
They also got invited in, so they might have not been.
Yeah, some of them. Some of them
got...
they were invited in, and then like they were trying to lead them back out again. Like they're trying to do some shenanigans. Like come in, look, there's the exit. Bye.
They cycled them through. Shall we continue? Do you have the watch together room up?
Yeah, let me pull it up right now. Got it.
Put the link in the chat.
I got it.
Thanks for jumping in.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I keep bothering you guys.
No, you're not bugging us.
Well, we'd love to have you.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. I saw it, and I was like, as soon as I saw you in chat, I'm like, of course, Aydin would be very interested in this video.
Yeah, I wanted to invite you in immediately, but Sitch was like, I don't know, should we?
Look at that. I'm like, Adam, we should invite Aydin in. And then he's like, oh, Sitch.
No,
well, it's intergroup dynamics is actually my main area of study. We both studying de-individuation and anonymity and group mobs in particular was what.
There you go.
So
yeah, we know we
do your own video on this. I bet.
And we're just joking around too. We both had the same exact thought at the same time. Like Aydin, yes, invite her in.
The main point is that I'm sorry, and in the future, I'll try not to put out videos which are just so ahead of the curve.
Hey, Aydin, you are getting a little background noise, so if you could just mute while you're not talking,
sorry.
that'd be great.
It's
cool.
My fan. It's cold in here. It's just my heater. Yeah.
I'm in Southern California where it's a beautiful spring day. It's like 75 degrees.
Snowing everywhere else in the country.
I'm in England, so guess what?
Oh my God.
It's cold and rainy.
You get days like today, I think midsummer, like 3 or 4 of them. We get them all the time. Sorry. The birth of the
It's
mob.
important to begin by acknowledging that, at least in periods where there has existed some density of living, there have always been mobs of one form or another. In their beautifully composed video essay, Crowds, Masses, Riots, the Lit Crit Guy and Labour Kyle highlight that the mob, or crowd, was an important force in the politics of the Roman Republic. Senators proposing new policies would often find themselves supported or contested by throngs of plebs and peasants. These crowds would regularly turn violent, and even when they didn't, it was always the implicit threat of violence which gave them their power. Yet, while they were certainly viewed as an inconvenience to those they opposed, the Roman mob was not viewed as irrational or exceptional, but was in many regards an accepted part of the Republic's political process.
This is this is so weird because look, I'm not a big knowledgeable guy about Roman history, but I watch YouTube videos about Roman history, and whenever they talk about the mob coming in, it's always like negative. It's like the mob came in and burned down a bunch of buildings. The mob came in and killed a politician on the street while he was walking home. You know, so it's always like the mob is doing something fucking crazy. It's never posed in this like, oh yeah. And then when the mob rioted, all the politicians were just like, well, that's Rome.
Yeah, totally. He's definitely underselling the mob, isn't he?
I mean, there's even, I know this was before the time period's time up, but there's, I found it yesterday. There's a whole thing Plato went on about how dangerous the mobs are and how it's too easy for politicians just to give into populism in order to stir an angry crowd up and tell them how amazing the crowd is, to get the mob of people on your back, to do your bidding through violence. So him categorizing like Roman mob violence as if it was perceived as a good thing is very not true.
Yeah. Fake news. Remember what I talked about my definition of cancel culture? Fake news.
What modern eyes may interpret as an unruly mob was, to the Romans, something that was regulated by civil society. The crowd had a role to play in politics. In a society in which few of those assembled in these crowds had any real voice within the formal political system.
So is it a good idea?
Yeah, they're downtrodden. It's the downtrodden mob.
Yeah, is it a good idea to bring up a system that led to a military dictatorship taking over as like a positive example of mob force? I don't know.
I mean, that didn't happen in Russia or anything as well. Now did it?
No, never.
It was taken as a given that it was through physically gathering to show their collective power that they would express themselves. The specific idea of the mob, as it has passed down to us today as irrational, uncontrollable, and as an intrinsic threat to public order, is a product of
the mob. Rational, controllable. Like, he's completely making the argument for the opposite, right? He's saying, your theory that the mob is just irrational. No, the mob is totally rational. I don't understand. This is so crazy. How can he make this argument?
Of what Eric Hobsbawm refers to as the dual revolution of the late 18th and early to mid 19th centuries. The first of these revolutions was the Industrial Revolution, in which first Britain and subsequently other countries leapt from being largely agrarian and artisanal societies to ones which revolved around mechanised production. One impact upon many of the Industrial Revolution was an unprecedented change in the size and geography of the population. Census data shows that between 1801 and 1851, the population of England more than doubled. Moreover, people began to be more and more concentrated in cities. As Clifford Stott and John Jury write, industrialisation created an explosion in the scale of urban society. For the first time in history, large urban populations emerged. Over time, this increasing concentration of working class people in cities gave them the ability to organise with a view to bettering their lot in life. The second revolution to which Hobsbawm refers, and which gave birth to the idea of the mob, was the French Revolution. The period of the French...
So he's already framing this idea that... But he's already framed this idea that like, oh, mobs only existed when the Industrial Revolution happened and you had this underclass of workers. So he's already framing this as like this leftist thing.
Yeah, all mobs are underclasses of workers.
Right, when it's like, wait, before the Industrial Revolution, we had medieval mobs with pitchforks and torches coming to like kill people, and like this is like
witch. Wait, what is witch burning then? It's almost like this is a fundamental aspect of human psychology. And not something that just popped up out of nowhere.
It's just crazy.
Look at what he's covered up there.
The heads on pikes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, but see, it's like, and also here's another good thing about the mob. They're murdering people.
Yeah, they're murdering people en masse.
Revolution from the abolishment of absolute monarchy in 1789 to the installation of Napoleon as first consul in 1799 was one of radical and fast-moving change. Whilst much of this was the result of politicking among royals, nobles and clergymen, throughout, Crowds, in particular the people of Paris, were a decisive force. There were several moments in which the revolution would likely have been defeated were it not for crowds of Parisians marching on the Palace of Versailles to make their voices heard. And the most enduring image of the revolution likely remains that of the storming of the Bastille. If the Industrial Revolution gives a new European
no, I'm going to pause it. You
One
go
day
ahead.
we'll pause it.
You go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's very telling when all these leftists and socialists they hype up the French Revolution and they idealize it, and it's like, sure, overthrowing a literal monarchy is good, but the problem isn't that. The problem is what follows, and the fact that you create this massive power vacuum that gets taken over by a crazy leftist radicalists who just start like they killed 40,000 people. They executed 40,000 people for quote unquote treason against the country during the Great Terror in the following years after they overthrew the monarchy. And that's the thing that these socialist types never seem to count on. They all believe that there's like a magical just king, that like there's a magical just mob, and once they just get rid of the king, then magically order and will be restored, and freedom and equality will all just magically fall into place, even though every single time this happens, shit just gets fucked. And as he even said, fucking Napoleon comes in, a military dictatorship ends up getting installed.
Yeah.
I think they always think that they're going to be the party members, right?
Yes.
They don't think about the ones that the fact that they, as the useful idiots who pushed for the revolution, are the first against the wall. They always expect to be party members, which is a grievous mistake historically.
Exactly. It's always, once the revolution occurs, all the people pushing for it, they're like, oh, we're going to be the party of equality and fairness, and all the ideologues, they're the ones that get pushed out or murdered. And the charismatic person who's able to seize power becomes the new dictator.
Yeah.
Plus, the ability to organize. The French Revolution thus...
Oh, this is very, very important super chat. Brian Bishop for $10 says, my wife insists I watch some sporting event. Ew. So I can't stay. Adam, consider yourself sexually harassed. And check out A Framework for Understanding Poverty by Ruby Payne Isaac. You will love it.
All right, cool.
Served oration, and as a testament to what could be achieved when people physically gathered together to make their voices heard. The following decades only saw...
Yeah, he's defining mob as basically like collective action in a kind of union setting. Which is
rational
not,
collective action too.
Yeah, which is not normally how I conceptualize a fucking mob.
Gaius Danimal Maximus for $1 says he's making Roman mobs sound like, oh, that's natural and good. The mob is basically what killed Tiberius Gracchus and helped plunge the Republic into the cyclical hell of political violence and bad governance until a dictator took over. So, yay, mobs? Question mark.
Yeah. Yes.
Instances of action by usually urban crowds. Sometimes this action was violent.
Yeah, I also said in a previous video how usually the military steps off in situations where these coups happen and dictatorships are installed. The military doesn't do the dirty work. They let the mob do the dirty work. But they're waiting in the wings because they're the ones that quell the mob like as soon as it's over.
Yeah. They restore order.
They restore order. Exactly. So this guy's characterization of what's going on is just completely like Pollyanna. It's
like a
ridiculous.
child. This is a child's view of history. Okay.
What's a child view of human psychology as well?
Yes.
I don't understand how, like if you're in a mob situation and you're taking this kind of understanding of psychology into that mob situation, you're going to get killed pretty quick. I wouldn't trust this.
I wouldn't even call it childish. I would call it, and I mean this in the least offensive way, ignorant as in being uneducated. Because it would take you 10 minutes to, I mean, how in this day and age do you not know about Zimbardo? Do you not know about the Ash experiments? those are pop psychology at this point. So I don't understand how that escapes you, that this isn't, this is a well-studied phenomenon.
The bubble walls have to be thick. They have to be very, very thick. Yeah, this stuff comes in so much stuff that I'm reading. That's why this video completely triggered me. I don't know if you were listening when Sitch pointed out that a lot of his resources are from a communist-leaning reading list. So
yeah,
I'm
I noticed
wondering.
that. And Sitch pointed out. I also went back and looked at it, and it's like, why are you not citing any social psychology? If you're saying mob psychology is BS, then why are you not looking at the research that's been done over the last 100 years on this?
Yeah, and at the same time accusing us of being vague and unspecific. Bitch, I'll fucking be specific. Aydin's pulling out dates of research and shit. What are you talking about?
Because the Ash experiment, the Zimbardo experiments, 69 is actually a pretty solid experiment. That's the face mask bag experiment, the true anonymity experiment.
Wait, which one?
So Zimbardo 1969 is not one of his experiments that was thrown out. What he did is he had people put masks over the faces of, there were a bunch of participants that were sitting in a room. They had a mask, a bag over their face. And the other participant was told to give them a degree of electric shock. And when they had the participants had the bag over their face, they were more willing to get an electric shock because of the effects of anonymity. It dehumanizes the person and depersonalizes them. When someone's depersonalized or de-individuated, we do not see them as a human in the same way, and therefore we're more willing to hurt them.
Right. This is literally the argument that feminists have been making for years. They're like, oh, you're by making me a sex object, you're dehumanizing me. And yet this all gets thrown out the window when it comes, to mobs, violence.
When it's useful, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
This is why they put a bag over the hanging guy's head and a bag over the hangman's head, man.
Exactly.
all of this is cataloged in art, in writing, in culture for like thousands of years. I just escaped this guy's video. I don't know how. He actually had to put the YouTube symbol over the guy's, like over this face.
Very funny. The picture of the French Revolution that he used earlier and had to put the YouTube symbols over, I just put that in my very last video, and it's perfectly monetized, so whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't need to do that.
The boobies in the art.
Titties aren't that offensive, apparently, in art.
I'm trying to look up John Ronson has another book where they did, it's a psychopath test, where some guy got to go into a mental institution and give all the prisoners LSD. Do you remember this experiment?
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking, how the hell did that get approved? Oh my God.
The IRB at one point was a suggestion more than a hardcore rule. Now you have to go through multiple levels of confirmation before you can do anything with human subjects. But in the 70s and 60s, obviously that wasn't the case to the same degree.
Some guy go back. That's how real science.
I know.
Is done, okay?
I agree. That is how real science is done.
Yeah,
some guy told,
just give people LSD, see what happens. I love it.
Oh my God, you should read the book. Some guy was talking about how some mass murder on LSD like spooned him for 6 hours. I was like, what the fuck?
See, look, it works.
Works at what? I'm not.
The guy is still having.
It gave the murderer humanity. Okay.
The guy is still having nightmares. The spoonie is still having nightmares about it to this day.
He just needs more LSD, Adam. Okay.
No, you do not want to be spooned by a mass murderer when you're on LSD. Okay, I disavow Sitch.
Violent. Revolutionary wave of 1848, often referred to as the springtime of the peoples, for example, saw barricades erected.
Springtime of the peoples! So good. So good. The birth of a nation.
Well, look, we all know the Arab Spring ended perfectly awesome and nothing bad ever came of it.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's another one, isn't it? The Arab Spring. I think Christakis talks about the Arab Spring in that book, because when he talks about the de-individuation stuff that Aydin's talking about. Have you read Christakis's book?
Yes, Christakis and Fowler is actually a important seminal research. What's the year on Christakis and Fowler?
See, we need to know the year. Take that, Tom. We know the year.
2009. I'm gonna say 2009, 7, 8, somewhere in that vicinity.
Christakis is the perfect example too, because he's been through cancel culture and he's like a social psychologist.
And it's funny, yet he gets canceled, and yet he was one of the formative scholars of studying social contagion.
Yes.
Which is
yeah.
exactly what we're talking about here, is social contagion.
Yes.
Cities across Europe. Elsewhere, it was entirely peaceful.
Wait a second. Maybe I missed. So social contagion overlaps with mob psychology?
Oh, sure, it can. It's so, for example, in the social identity model of de-individuation effects, or side theory, is that when anonymous groups form, particularly in online environments, but they can be in real life environments, they collectively create norms pretty much automatically.
Wow.
And that is a form of social contagion. So, for example, if one person shows up to a protest wearing a black mask, then the next week, 10 of them will be wearing a black mask, and then 15 and 20 and so on and so on. And it spreads socially like that because it becomes an unspoken part of the group norm, particularly in anonymous environments, which is what side theory refers to.
That's awesome.
Of the crowds themselves. The Chartist movement in Britain, for instance, campaigned to secure the vote for all men over the age of 21 and employed as one of their primary methods of campaigning the mass meeting, in which thousands would gather to listen to speeches and show their support. To a world which, for centuries, had been accustomed to the direct rule of kings, such modes of political action and agitation seemed strange and new. To the wealthy and powerful, they were downright terrifying. Several journalists and scholars therefore...
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Only the elites, the kings and queens ruling over the subjects, only they were really worried about violent mobs, not the average person. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Set out to try and understand what it was that made...
How do you feel, Sitch, when a violent mob is right outside your home with all your goodies in it?
It reminds me of that video that was very popular where there's like a BLM protest walking by and they're like two guys in a house and they're like, yeah,
oh yeah,
Black Lives
totally.
Matter. And then like immediately throws like a brick or a rock through the window.
He's like, what? We're on your side.
What are you doing? We're on your side. And then they throw another fucking rock through another window.
That's actually a perfect exemplar of how mob mentality and toxic disinhibition works.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter whose side you're on. At some point, it becomes so toxic. It becomes so, I am so de-individuated and anonymous. I can do whatever the hell I want, knowing I won't get in trouble for it.
Yeah.
Or there's even, I don't know if she died or just seriously injured. I think she might have died. There's like a person at the Capitol Hill riot that got trampled.
Yeah.
And she was pro the protester side, and she got trampled by other protesters because like people are just so riled up, they're not paying attention to what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh, I only heard that was the woman with the Gadsden flag, which everyone thought was ironic.
Oh, maybe it was. I don't know.
Because she had a "Don't Tread on Me" flag, and she got trampled to death.
Oh my god! I didn't even know that part.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I heard that story. The stuff's been changing. But
simulation people fucking with us, just fucking with us.
Well, come on.
Crowds tick. In doing so, they founded a field of research known as crowd psychology.
Oh my god, we've discovered crowd psychology! What are we going to do?
Not in 2017, you didn't, by the way. Just looking at that citation there. Not in 2017. Try like 1917.
Wait, what is this?
Oh,
what
really?
His citation is just the term crowd psych. Like, what is he citing?
Public understanding of from my this looks like it's a. I haven't read this article obviously, but if I was to guess what it is based on the journal it was published in, this is like a academic primer. It's a primer. It probably has a bunch of short descriptions of different psychological terms.
Ooh, sneaky.
Stott and Jory aren't bad scholars, but it's probably just an overview.
Right.
So so just to lay it out for everyone, they take some study that was done 100 years ago, and they lie out a primer of it in some newer study, and he's citing the newer study where they basically summarize the old research. Well, so it makes it seem like it's 2017.
Like an explanation of
some definition
concept. Yeah.
Okay. Surprisingly, the revolts and revolutions the country underwent during the 18th and 19th centuries, the most influential proponents of this new crowd psychology were French. Chief among them was the writer and polymath.
I mean, I wouldn't trust anyone with a beard like that. So
Oh,
maybe he's on to something.
It's
Yo.
not just a review. It is a heavily Marxist-leaning review.
My God, we got him, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
I found references to Marx within. It's on like from page 1.
I knew it. I told you, it's this guy's sources. They're all fucking Marxist.
Look at this ancient
Wowee.
picture too. Like, look at Christakis's research. He's got a
Look at
picture
that guy's beard.
actually in color.
You know, that guy's just. Of course, this is the guy that came up with crowd psychology. He walked out in the public with his beard like that, and people just mocked him relentlessly.
They did. He's like, God damn, these crowds. Fuck
These
you.
crowds are so evil.
He was the first victim of cancel culture. I want to also point out that none of this is relevant to cancel culture. None of this is remotely relevant to cancel culture.
Le Bon had been living in Paris during the pronouncements and later violent suppression of the Paris Commune, the world's first socialist republic. A committed conservative, he very much viewed
The world's first socialist republic? Yeah. I missed that in the first viewing.
The way he frames this, he's like, he lived during a period, this Paris Commune, that was violently suppressed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he himself, and then he says, this guy's conservative. So this is the framing. He doesn't talk about the violence the Paris Commune was, perpetrating against anyone else. He doesn't talk about the fact that this is right after Napoleon was, deposed from power. So everyone's struggling for power. Everything's breaking down. The city of Paris is like under constant siege, I think, from Germany or someone else. And the army's like trying everything they can to lift the siege. And then this fucking commune's trying to spawn, like you have like the Chaz trying to spawn in the middle of the war. It's like a total fucking shit show is going on.
Wow.
This is basically what this is. This is Paris forms a Chaz.
Mm-hmm.
mass action by crowds through the eyes of the anxious elite. In his 1895...
Do you know why he's making this argument, Sitch?
Yeah,
why
he's making
what
this
this has to
argument.
do?
Look, exactly. Because listen, look, we'll go back 1 second. And you can see how blatant this is.
A committed conservative, Paris during the pronouncements and later violent suppression of the Paris Commune, the world's first socialist republic.
So he's saying basically the police marched in and put down the first socialist commune. It was almost there. It was almost successful.
Right.
This is like a defund the police
They'll get plenty
message.
more chances to fail, don't worry.
Yeah, they fail like regularly. This summer's coming. You guys got failure on the horizon.
A committed conservative, he very much viewed such mass action by crowds through the eyes of the anxious elite.
Okay, so this is he has, look guys, the person that came up with the theory, the original theory of crowd psychology, was a committed conservative looking at things through the eyes of the anxious elite. And he came to this conclusion because he was happy that the first ever leftist commune got stamped down by the army.
In the 1800s,
framing.
before
1800s.
quantitative psychology existed in any way we would recognize.
Exactly.
Okay.
And he also, he leaves out, because when I was listening to this video yesterday, this guy, first of all, this guy worked as a doctor in the army before this. And he observed how soldiers and leaderships acted under continual defeat and the effects of stress and suffering had on the fact that the French army just kept losing and losing and losing. And then after that, he's living in Paris when this Paris Commune takes over, and he watches that the leftist crowds, this is before Marx or socialism, the leftist crowds burn down the Library of the Louvre and like all these famous, there's like 4 or 5 of them, like these very famous historical, works of art and architecture and pieces of French culture that they destroyed only because they were losing the battle against the French army. They basically did it as like revenge against like the concept of French society. And he sees all this, and that's why he has all these very negative notions about the mob. But no, Tom just like totally glossed over. He's like, no, he's just a conservative. And he just, for some reason, wants to lick the boots of the elite, even though he was literally a doctor serving in the military.
Wow. Yeah, he's pumping that conservative bad, mob good narrative pretty hard here.
Which, and I think that's so interesting to me, and I guess because he's, from the UK, is that in America, growing up, in school, we get drilled into our head the idea that mobs and mob mentality is bad, not because we had, socialist freedom fighters running around in our country. It's because the mob in American history was generally a fucking, like, the KKK. It was a lynch mob coming to kill someone. Or it was in all the Western movies. It's always like the mob of the town wants to come and like kill an innocent man. And then the hero sheriff comes in and says, no, we have to abide by the law.
Yeah, law and order.
Yeah. Or the very modern witch trials. I forget what they were. The elementary school that was accused of witchcraft and Satan worship and all that stuff.
Oh, yes. All those kids are like, in the basement.
That's social contagion. They convinced themselves that was happening to them. I mean, like, you do want to listen if children are saying horrifying things like that to you, but children are also prone to confabulation, and particularly when they all get together and talk amongst each other and can actually make themselves believe that stuff happened. But I think that's a very salient sort of thing in the minds of a lot of Americans fairly recently, is that mobs of people can get together and will lie and do terrible things for seemingly no reason.
Yeah, I mean, we've had all last summer fucking people burning down their own fucking neighborhood.
We've seen it all too recently.
Yes. That's why this video came out, I'm like, wow, like the timing on this video. And then this is like right after the Capitol riot. Like, what is happening? The timing of this video is crazy.
Sitch and I were on a live stream when one of the first Black Lives Matter demonstrations broke out in Los Angeles. And I was like,
and turned into a riot.
Yeah, it turned into a riot. We're watching it as we're live streaming. I'm going, hey, this is getting close. What the fuck? Stay away from me. Stay away.
In his 1895 book, The Crowd, A Study of the Popular Mind, Le Bon argued that crowds were intrinsically dangerous, and that the simple act of being in a crowd changed people. By the mere fact that he forms part of an organised crowd, Le Bon wrote, a man descends several rungs in the ladder of civilization. Isolated, he may be a cultivated individual.
This is another thing that's totally infuriating to me. So he takes this guy from 1,000 years ago and puts his quotes out as if there's not other people making different declarations more recently with actually backed up research.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to go back to 1896. You can go back to last year and find some social identity research.
But he doesn't
find
want
the same stuff.
But they actually have evidence and studies on their side, and that's not what he wants. He wants to say that
stuff with numbers.
Well, hard for me, but he's putting this guy forward to say that this guy had it incorrect. So if you bring out the newer stuff where they actually have evidence backing them up, then he can't make that assertion that the mob psychology guy got it wrong, that mobs are great. They're just, organized peaceful protests. They're mostly peaceful protests.
Yeah, but this is like the perfect cherry pick for him. He can say, look, one of the fathers of the concept of crowd psychology was anti-leftist. Obviously, I'm going to fixate on
and
this.
yet
Obviously,
said
this is
something that
like
was
this.
right. He said something that was a simplification, but ultimately
Oh my
correct.
God, yes,
Right,
true.
true.
Without the research. Isn't Freud the father of psychology? God, that guy got so much shit wrong.
He got a couple things right, which
He
I mean,
did.
like, if you're throwing stuff at a dartboard, eventually you're gonna hit
Sure.
the center. But
you do enough cocaine and theorize, of course you're going to
You'll
come up with
eventually
something
hit
good.
on something. That's right. That's a good point.
I think Freud was famously addicted to cocaine. That's why he threw the cocaine.
Yes.
Just for
and he
those of
wanted
you
to
who don't
use it
know.
as treatment for a lot of his patients.
Once you find out that Freud was famously addicted to cocaine and prescribed it rigorously to
things
his
start to make
patients.
sense.
Yeah, exactly. Life makes sense. Go ahead with your super chat.
Baron of Bellingen for $5 says, he sure seems to support mobs. I wonder what he thinks of anti-Jewish pogroms and southern lynch mobs. P.S. If you want to vomit, Google the Bucharest pogrom. Yeah, like it's so funny.
Yeah, lynch mob. What does he think?
My great-grandparents walked from Eastern Europe to Spain, take a boat to come to America because they are running away from anti-Jewish pogroms. That was like attacking them.
Wow.
So this fanciful notion of all the mobs, it's only the elites that don't like the mobs.
Yeah, I think the lynch mobs is something you really would need to bring up to him. Because
Yeah,
I would very much like to see his explanation as to is a lynch mob really fighting for the rights of the people, or are they acting emotionally based on anonymity?
Well,
He
all
would say,
those
no, no, no,
Southern
those
black
are the bad
folks,
mobs, okay?
all
Right.
those Southern black
Mm.
folks were just elitists. They were in charge. You've got the whole Southern Jim Crow thing wrong. Those were the people running the ship.
So from 1882 to 1951, there was about 78 lynchings a year.
Wow, that's
in total.
awful.
In total, 3,437 black people and 1,293 white people were lynched in just 10 southern states.
Yeah.
And again, why did that happen? It was mob psychology, mob mentality, getting people riled up against this is our in group and we're anonymous. This is why anonymity is not just something that happens in isolate. It can, but when it forms into the group, again, that's side theory, which is Postmessley and Spears. Those are the researchers behind that. At least that's the internet version. I don't know though. I think Spears might be the original citation, but I don't remember the year. Emergent social order.
I'm back.
There you go.
I think we're.
Read about Marx.
I just hit. I just hit start streaming again, so we should be back. Hey, sorry guys, I forgot to warn you that I'm having internet trouble. Cable Guy's supposed to come out on Wednesday, so it shouldn't be a problem next show. Anyway,
where did you get cut? Because we were gabbing, or I was gabbing.
You guys just continued gabbing without me.
Yeah.
Only in that I read through that study he brought up earlier, just to mention that the scholars, Stott and Drury, are legitimate scholars, but the particular study he chose, because I've read and cited their research before, but this particular thing he chose to cite after me reading through it a little bit in your absence, it seems to me, and this is a guess, that he found this by going to like Google Scholar or Google or whatever and typing in social contagion or crowd psychology Marx, because they mention Marx a whole bunch in this, but they're not being necessarily supportive of it. They're just mentioning it. So that would be a guess. I obviously don't know if that's the case, but
So he's got to make sure that Marx is involved somehow, or Marx, the god of psychology.
I mean, you could have also looked at Napoleon. Sorry.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Charles Carlson for $9.99 says, I'm about 20 minutes behind on the video, but I have a degree in classics, and I just have to say that he is totally wrong on how the mob was typically viewed in Rome and antiquity. Also, S-Class. Thank you, Charles.
I did see that super chat go by as the stream dropped, and I thought that guy is not even going to know the stream dropped. So good for you. Anyway, hopefully it doesn't drop again.
Stephen Rockwood for $2 Canadian says, I was A-team, but S-Class Internet wins it. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Wait till Wednesday when my internet guy comes. It's going to be screaming fast. A-team is coming back strong.
Uh-huh.
So what else did I miss? What else were you guys gabbing about in my absence?
Where did you get cut off? That's what I asked, and you never answered.
I tried to type F into the chat because I figured I was the first one to know, and it didn't. The F didn't even go through.
Press F for the Fs.
I'm not sure.
For the F.
Aydin was making a brilliant point, as always.
As always.
And it completely got cut off. I feel so bad.
I don't know what it was. Only about how, last thing I remember talking about the video itself was the little adapted to reasoning crowds, or on the contrary, quick to act, is exactly what the 100 years of research conducted after, where apparently his cutoff point for data collection has illustrated with scientific examples.
Yeah.
The whole Zimbardo thing in and of itself was a massive social phenomenon that everyone realized that people were so easily influenced by stuff. I mean, there was this whole idea that that's how the Nazis were created, was via social contagion, was via social pressure.
Right.
Quick to act.
Well, and it's so obnoxious because this is always the left-wing narrative. They're like, oh, you have to be careful of the right-wing rabbit hole sucking down these poor innocent people on YouTube. They just have these ideas and they just, like sheep, they just follow them down the hole. And I bet this guy would agree with all that shit. But then suddenly when it comes to the mob of people rioting in the streets, like, oh, well, they're all completely rational. Unlike those irrational people sitting at home watching fucking YouTube videos.
I mean, that was the Milgram experiments. It was, you can beat people into believing whatever you want, and when they're anonymous, you don't even have to do that. If they just think it's what the group is doing, along with whatever they think the group wants to do. It is a social contagion, an instantaneous social contagion, because you don't want to be left out of the group. I mean, there's evolutionary reasons for that. If the group is going after a bison or whatever, and you're not keeping up, then you might starve. So that's it's very basic human psychology of why we behave that way.
It's primal. I love it.
Well, according to Contra last week, social contagion doesn't exist.
I saw that too. But okay.
Yeah.
My feed, my homepage is filled with videos about that book being transphobic nonsense now. Like there's a bunch of videos about that. Oh. Social contagion is real, guys. Watch out for it.
Yeah, it's odd to me though why we seem to believe that social contagion, as you said, Sitch, is that social contagion absolutely happens in the right-wing echo chamber, but nowhere else for some reason.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's what bothers me so much about these ideologues is that they're all hypocrites because they're so quick to point out all these arguments to attack their opponents, their ideological opponents, and then when they're totally existing in the same space or doing the exact same thing, it's like, oh, it doesn't exist anymore. This is all fake news.
Well, the way that they conceptualize it though is convenient for that because they conceptualize the right-wing ideology as something that you're tricked into, a cult, something that's not true or related to reality. But their ideology is completely true, and you know, the left wing ideology, reality has a left wing bias, as they constantly say. So, their ideology is not something. Their ideology is. It's the truth. It's the facts.
Yeah, until you start bringing up things like whether or not nuclear energy is cleaner and more efficient than wind and solar, or whether or not sex is real, and then
I'm just saying.
Then
I'm just saying.
Isn't convenient anymore.
We all know that sex is on a spectrum. That's just reality, Aydin. What do you?
I know. I have to catch up with the times.
People when it comes to sexual orientation and being gay and having gender dysphoria, you're obviously born that way. But then also somehow when it comes to gender and all gendered behaviors and preferences, none of those are actually biological. That's all just evil patriarchal society, toxically infecting your mind.
All I'm saying is one position is reality and one position is totally delusional. That's all I'm saying. So you understand why they would have this perspective.
It very much reminds me of the Bill Nye stuff.
Oh my God,
you know what I mean?
that was so bad.
with fucking Veritasium, as his little henchman there pushing the little balls around on stage. It's terrible.
It's science-ism is what that is. It's science-ism. It's being obsessed with the idea of science, but not all of the hard work and veracity and double checking and blind peer review that goes into it. Just, the instantaneous sort of dopamine hit of feeling like you learned something.
Well, I mean, ideologues, they don't care about science. They only care about the science that supports their ideology. And then everything else is just ignored.
But
it's very...
People do want to believe that their ideology is true, though. That's important to them. Yes.
Well, all this feminist theory, it came about in the 70s when they were very heavily focused on everything being behavioral, and yet they're just stuck. And since those ideas conform with all the feminist theories about the patriarchy and gender preferences and all this nonsense, they're just stuck in that way forever. Even though all research afterwards is like, no, actually, there's really strong indicators for a lot of biological and genetic factors for how people act.
And I think for people who are scientists who actually work in academia, and I can only speak for myself, but I can also speak to a degree for people I've worked with, is that the stuff that people who actually work in science find the most fascinating is being enabled to disprove the null, for example, is not being able to find the connections that you hypothesized because you had every valid reason to hypothesize it. So if you can't disprove the null, and if you don't find the connection you're anticipating, in other words, things that go against conventional science, those tend to be the most interesting. So it's not so much that scientists themselves are actually seeking confirmation, except for bad scientists.
Right.
But it's so cool when you can't find what you looked for. I mean, it's kind of not cool because then you probably can't publish it. But it gives you a good idea of what to do next.
You can make a YouTube video and convince everyone you're right, even though you're completely wrong.
There you go.
I mean, that's basically what YouTube is, right?
You're right, even though you're completely wrong.
Christoph
that
Keating...
applies to this one. Sorry.
No, definitely. Or the inverse of that. Christoph Keating for €5 says, Gustave Le Bon is well known, at least here in France. Whenever crowd psychology comes up, it's a bit like citing Adam Smith for economic theory.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Well, look, capitalism is wrong because Adam Smith had some idea of economics a few hundred years ago that turned out to not be exactly right. So,
adding later that crowds are only powerful for destruction. In short, crowds could not be reasoned with, and by extension, their grievances were never legitimate. While there have perhaps always been mobs of one form or another, then it was as recently as the 19th century that the idea of the mob, as irrational and inherently destructive, was born. Le Bon's work has been immensely influential. It continues to be cited in academic studies.
So previously, before this... Oh, is that wrong? He's making the argument, though, that previously, before this... mobs were conceptualized as good, and this is the first time that mobs were conceptualized as bad. Is that the argument that he's making? It kind of seems like it.
I mean, I would press X that on that too, but for the most part, when you read modern science, we don't cite anything that's older than... when you might start it out by citing, like, if I was going to do a study on group psychology, I might cite Ash, a study from the 1950s. But I wouldn't cite something from before quantitative methodology was codified in any way. I might as like an example, but not in a serious way. It's more like framing in the introduction to the article.
Right. Well, I think the point he's trying to really hammer in for his audience is that, before this time period, before the Industrial Revolution, when the workers started to rise up, mobs were not conceptualized as this inherently violent, evil thing. It's only now with the workers and the labor movement that the elites are trying to conceptualize the mob as being evil. That seems to be the framing he's trying to put over this whole thing. And that's why he's making this argument.
He's saying that the mob stuff came out of the right-wing think tank, and they're just, the
1800th right-wing think tank.
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to bring down the people.
Looking at this real quickly, I went and looked up the book, the study of popular mind, and pretty much the only people who cite it are other books that are doing massive reviews of crowd psychology, not experimental work.
Right.
Not really happening.
So they're citing it in a historical context. They're saying this was our first stab at this. We were completely wrong. Well, actually, you're saying that they were kind of right.
Yeah, he is correct. Ultimately, he was correct, but still, we don't... Actually, Postmistress Leon Spears cited him in a study I've read. Yeah, a study I've read a whole bunch of times. So they cited him in a CMC study on side, but I didn't know that. Interesting.
It seems like, well, the way he's characterizing it from his out-of-context quotes is that the quotes are right, but that it's overblown or hyperbolic to label all crowds of people as being like inherently evil, because obviously that's not true.
Yeah, peaceful protests.
I don't think that he said they were evil, though. I think he said they're prone to be irrational, and that can lead to vile behavior.
Right, but the way that Tom is focusing it is as if he did say that. And that's why I'd be curious to actually skim through Gustav's things to see, because I wouldn't be surprised if this is totally out of context, totally not an accurate depiction of this guy's own words.
What would make you think that?
I don't know.
Including, interestingly, for our discussion here, in relation to so-called digital crowds. Moreover, it is the very foundation of contemporary popular perceptions of mobs.
He's not mentioned anything about the anonymity factor at all up until now.
Right.
I don't think he ever mentions it in the video, which is just a glaring omission.
Ideas about individuals being intoxicated by the crowd and becoming prone to performing unthinkable acts when part of a mob, first expressed by Le Bon, continue to have considerable currency. And it's an alluring thesis. The only problem is that as soon as we try and apply it to any actual examples of what might be described as mobs, physical or digital, Le Bon's thesis simply doesn't hold water.
Listen to that. Doesn't hold water. Aydin.
I'm sure he has a plethora of studies he's about to throw at us to show us this, to back up this.
It doesn't hold water. It doesn't hold water.
And I am going to
This
use
is
the word
some
ignorance, meaning
bullshit.
a lack of knowledge, that you have dismissed entire fields of research by saying there's no evidence for this. Entire fields. Communication, psychology, social psychology, sociology. You've just said nope.
This is the moment in the video where I broke my phone. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, Jesus. But let's listen to what is, I guess.
It just doesn't hold water. Sorry.
It's different. He's asking to prove a negative, right? Like he's saying it doesn't exist, so he's not going to provide evidence that it doesn't exist.
Right. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. But see, the thing is, I don't know if I would classify this as ignorance, because if you intentionally scour research data to cherry pick examples that solidify your point, that's not really ignorance. That's like,
well, it can be easy. Again, like if he typed in the word Marx into Google Scholar to look up all this stuff, then he would have found a very specific group of research. And you know, when I do it with some studies or with some areas of research, I know what I'm looking for. I know the exact code words because I've studied it. I spent a lot of my life studying this stuff. But if you don't know, you might not know what to type in. And that's going to mean a lot more work, I think. So maybe he didn't really know what to type in. He just typed in like crowd psychology, communism or something. And
oh, that's crazy.
I don't even mean that. I don't even mean to be disparaging.
That's the definition of cherry picking.
Crowd psychology.
Fucking cherries. Picking.
Go to Google Scholar and see what you find, because it's probably going to be a lot of the stuff he found.
I research nothing. I read everything. I just read everything. Like research, like you're heading down a silo when you're Googling like this. When you're Googling Marx and crowd psychology, guess what you're gonna get?
Yeah, just Google emotional contagion, social contagion, crowd psychology.
Totally.
Don't ignore every other kind of buzzword and just see what pops up. I'm finishing this last video on Schadenfreude and envy, and even though I've made 3 videos on it, in my last round of doing research, I found all this neuropsych stuff that I had never come across.
Really?
By just going down a different rabbit hole. Yeah, and it was like, oh, all this neuropsych stuff is really fascinating, but you just have to keep looking. And even if you've been looking at something for weeks and weeks and weeks or months, research is always evolving, and it's particularly telling. Like I get criticized when I cite stuff as seminal research that's from the 70s, and it's like I'm just saying this is like the first time they studied it. This is where we're putting it out, and people are like, "Why are you citing stuff from 50 years ago?" It's like, well, here we go. This guy's citing stuff from a lot longer. So, and it doesn't mean it doesn't have value to reference that kind of stuff. But
this stuff doesn't hold water though.
Under current scientific scrutiny, no, it does not, and it's also not really relevant when you have these huge fields that have studied this extensively. I don't know why you would go back to the pre-quantitative, even qualitative sort of methodologies to find evidence, because he's clearly researched this, right?
No, he hasn't clearly researched anything.
He's researched
define research.
Yeah.
Cherry picked.
But he has done something to look up these sources.
He has looked up sources to back up his preconceived notion that he wanted to back up. Yes.
Yeah. Listen, mobs. I want to prove mobs are rational and always doing non-violent things. Let me see. How do I do that? Let me get on Google here. Oh, Marx. He was non-violent. Marx. He was a pacifist. I'm sorry, Aydin, you were saying?
No, I just so the jury study the Stoughton jury study that he mentioned, it is one study. I was just reading the abstract because I think this is what happened. This is another thing I realized when I went into reading it. I just realized this a minute or two ago, is that most people don't actually read studies, and by most people, I mean particularly people who do YouTube video essays.
You mean me?
Okay. They read the abstract.
Yes. Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, it's not really okay, but I understand why people do it. And unfortunately, abstracts are very weak. And in fact, see what an abstract is it's the, what would you call it? Like the sampler plate. No,
the
not
synthesis
necessarily.
of the research.
It's
really?
not even.
It's the
no.
tease. It's worse. It's the headline.
Tease. Oh, it's the tease usually. Sometimes the
Oh,
most
my
interesting,
goodness.
because that's what abstracts are. They want, like, you have to understand what the purpose
Buy
of an
this
abstract
paper.
is.
Spend the $25.
Yep.
More like spend the $500 to buy this
Yeah.
journal, and
Right.
and then you can. Doesn't this sound interesting? I get taken in by abstracts all the time and go like, ooh, that sounds interesting.
Wow.
and then you go in
then
and
you
it's like,
find out
whatever.
like the interesting part of the abstract was some like very small side thing that they were looking at
Yeah.
and had nothing to do with the actual like study, and you're like, oh, fuck.
You guys read studies. I'm so impressed. Like, I don't think
It's
I've
not
read.
impressive. It's boring, Adam.
I find it very exciting, but it might be a matter of taste.
It's
I've
only
read,
exciting
like,
when I'm like, I
3
can pwn
papers.
someone on the internet with this information. Yes.
No, I
Shot
find
and
it
fraud.
interesting.
That I could feel it coursing through my veins.
I find it interesting for its own sake, but I am a big turbo nerd for research.
You're
It's just
a
my
true
personal.
enlightened individual.
I'm true enlightened, not centrist.
Are we gonna fact check Tom's list of research here? Should we let him list off his list of
Yes.
his
that's
lengthy?
Okay.
Oh no, it's
Oh,
another
no.
comedy.
It's
show.
Next up, we have a
Serves.
guest on the stream, and
Hey, it's Lance. Lance was on our show. What's up, Lance? Someone in the
Since
chat
Lance-
reminded me that Lance canceled us. Here I am forgiving him in the beginning of the show. Lance canceled our video with a Sargon of Akkad, remember?
What do you mean? How do you mean you cancel those?
Lance got us canceled. Remember he tweeted at
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
We
were on
always
Sargon's
forget.
stream, and he got the stream taken down.
What?
What Sargon
Yeah.
said? He said
The
like
F word.
retard or something. I
No,
don't know.
he said the
No.
he said the F word, which
Oh, that's
he
right, he said
shouldn't
the F word.
he shouldn't have said. He was
I mean, at least you didn't say you were acting like a bunch of words mate.
Oh, I know. It could have been worse. It could have been worse.
Yes.
But Lance tweeted that at who's the communist guy that got fired?
Carlos
from
Maza.
Carlos Maza, yeah. And Carlos Maza
Sargon
made a
said
big
an F slur.
yeah. Lance clipped it out, tweeted it at Carlos Maza. Carlos Maza had a tizzy fit, and the video got struck. And
Oh, and mob mentality
Yeah.
doesn't exist.
yeah, we got we can't really call it a cancellation. Our video got taken down. Sargon's channel didn't get taken down or anything, but still, cancel culture.
So, since Lance appears in this video, does that mean that he also supports the idea that mobs are all good and wonderful?
Well, that was what he talked about on our show. Don't you remember?
That's right.
Submit to the mob.
Mobs chase. Was it a hint? No, it was
Kyle
Ross that said
Rittenhouse,
mobs
yeah.
chase people with guns.
Yeah, submit if the coin flips, you must submit.
Oh, I remember that actually. That was awful.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah.
That was a very I guess unique take, but okay.
And it's my pleasure to introduce Tom Nichols, a YouTube creator who some of you might be familiar with following a recent bit of a dispute, shall we say, surrounding a video about the French Revolution and perhaps a slightly misjudged choice of accent.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Tom.
So does the Surfs not give a fuck that he's helping a friend out in his video and his audio quality's fucked up and he didn't fix it?
Maybe. I don't
It's a
know.
little weird.
Yes. It's a pleasure to grace your stream with my presence.
Tom could have fixed the audio quality though, because he had the video last.
No, his if you listen to
you're
his video,
welcome.
his audio keeps like dipping for like a
it
half
does.
second. Yeah.
So I know we don't know each other overly well, but you've always seemed like a decent enough guy. So I wanted to bring you on and give you the opportunity to
Oh yeah,
perhaps...
it's
Oh yeah, you can't fix
It's all
that.
staticky, yeah.
That's fucking
Staticky.
nonsense.
Come on, Slance.
Terrible.
This guy's like someone asked you for help in a video and you're like, there's my
Why,
shitty
that-
audio quality.
This guy's
Come on.
videos are high production value. That's what's
That's
so.
right.
This is grade A propaganda here. That's what's so infuriating about it.
That's true.
Like misinformation in a video that looks like Christopher Nolan directed it. Come on, people are gonna fall for that shit.
Clear assumptions around...
Nobody believes us. I'm here in my bedroom. I'm doing graphic design during the show, literally dragging an
That's not true, Adam.
avatar.
you have a an army of men who would follow you to the ends of the earth.
In your latest video.
Thank you.
Notice how I cut that off, Aydin? Notice how I know when you...
The only thing I would say is that, I don't know if people know this, but I've noticed this in a bunch of people you've reviewed and a bunch of leftists that I've watched make videos as well that seem really high production quality. Do you guys know where they get all their stock footage from? Because I can tell you.
Where?
I use it. It's Storyblocks, storyblocks.com. And it costs something like $30 a month for unlimited access to, so it's not expensive, but it's a really easy way to make it look. Now I pay more than that because I buy the audio licensing too. But by the way, the second you stop paying for that license, they can take down your videos. Just
really?
saying.
Holy shit! That's the biggest scam on the internet. That's
only
crazy.
Well, to be fair, like $30 a month or whatever, comparatively to buying stuff from
they're not going to take down your
footage
videos,
website.
The
No.
individual stock stuff is super expensive. Yeah.
They're going to monetize
it can be $500. And it can be like $500 for a 30-second clip on any other site. So if you want to use stock footage, Storyblocks is the best. But it is funny that we all use the exact same website, and I can tell because I know all the footage very well because I use it all the time.
I like that when I click on Storyblocks, the first thing that comes up is like an attractive woman in a yoga outfit, like bending over with her tits kind of
Really quickly, my favorite thing, this is a total aside, but my favorite thing is that there's all this weird, I don't know if I would call it necessarily cuckoldry stuff of people in it's guys in ski masks.
Yes. Oh my god.
In women's houses. And they're like washing the dishes and like doing the laundry, but they're always wearing like a ski mask and they've got gloves on and they're like holding a baby.
What is that? I don't even know what that would be. That's so weird.
What it is. It's such a weird subsection that I found myself going down a rabbit hole and by typing in like criminal, and I find all these very strange ones. Sorry, but it is interesting when I see other people use the same website.
There's a video of like a guy in a ski mask and there's like a woman and they're both in front of the house and she's like posing with him like as if like they're married. It's very bizarre.
I know,
and he's in a ski mask, huh?
Yeah, like what is this? It like what's that? It's like that there's that funny show on Adult Swim about the guy in witness protection program.
Oh, I love that show.
Yeah. Gabbles for 20 knock knock says, when is the 5-part series on Riker being the best in the next Star Trek Next Generation waifu, Aydin?
On Riker being the best waifu?
Yes.
Oh, you like
TNG
Riker?
Waifu.
Me
Jonathan
personally,
Frakes?
I'm not the biggest Jonathan Frakes.
Well, there you go.
I don't know if he's not my personal waifu. I mean, my personal Star Trek waifu has always been Spock, and then I guess Tuvok. I don't know.
Spock, the original Spock or the new Spock?
Jeez, the two emotionless Vulcans to be your waifus.
It's not like I speak Vulcan or anything.
There you go.
I can't tell if you're being serious or not.
Yes, Kim Scharing Knamtor för till
Oh my god, super geek. Super geek.
No. Oh my god, it all makes sense. Tuvok was lame. Come on.
I like Tuvok.
I didn't like Tuvok.
So I guess we know you're a Star Trek over
awesome.
Star Wars.
Yeah. Star Wars, I like to a degree, but I'm a way bigger Trekkie.
Yeah. Obviously. You're not speaking Wookiee here.
I mean, obviously, I thought that the complete and unreserved apology, which I uploaded to my third channel, would have been more than enough. But,
well, yeah, about that. I guess some people felt that it didn't come across as entirely sincere.
Well, I think you'll find that I said that it was, and I'm quoting myself here, my fault, twice, in quick succession for emphasis.
Yes, but you did also imply that the blame for this scenario was really more on the viewers of the video rather than yourself.
Yes, I did.
I'm sure that's not what you meant, though. I'm sure you realize that perhaps there's a tiny...
I think the height of
we're live, so just so you know.
That's fine. I really like Deep Space Nine, but then I got really annoyed when they had... It's like literally, it was either in my first or second ever YouTube video there's like this ridiculous part in Deep Space Nine where two characters are engaged in a Dragon Ball Z Kai laser blast battle in the middle of the space station. And I'm just what is happening in Star Trek?
That's a particularly bad scene in DS. I'm currently rewatching DS9, and I know I rewatch it maybe once a year. I almost rewatch all of them once a year.
Oh, it was
Actually,
Jake and Kira, right?
Yes,
They're like shooting. It's like Vegeta and Goku shooting blasts.
They both
at each
get
other.
possessed. They both get possessed, yeah, by the Paw Wraiths or whatever, and so they shoot Dragon Ball Z blast at each other. But I was watching Stargate SG-1. My boyfriend was like, he got tired of hearing the gate noises. He said it woke him up at night. So I was like, okay, I'll put on Star Trek instead.
That's so funny. That's like
the blaring like noises that it makes before the Stargate turns on.
Oh, Adam's trying to hint at us.
No. I'm just reloading it up. Keep going. I want to hear.
That's like.
I want to hear about the fight over Star Trek with your boyfriend. Come on. We're making news here. This is internet
Stargate,
news.
Okay.
That's like
it's super. It's not a
Stargate, Star Trek. It's all.
No,
the same.
it was just don't put Stargate on in the middle of the night because it makes the loud warning noise and it wakes him up because it's very shrill.
I'm sure lots of people have had this. A friend of mine's girlfriend was complaining because he's playing an RTS and you hear like the little unit affirmation every time you click to go, and like when you're playing the game you kind of tune it out like okay, okie dokie, but then
it becomes second nature.
Yeah, but then the girlfriend's like, oh my god, like I'm so tired of hearing the fucking affirmation every 10 seconds. Like,
I guess to me the Stargate turning on and off warning noises, because I've been watching Stargate since I was, I don't know, 5. It's very soothing to me. But as someone who's never really seen the show before, I mean, I don't know, maybe loud warning sounds aren't exactly soothing while you're trying to go to sleep. I get it.
That's when Aydin knew that she was actually autistic.
Oh no, I knew long before.
Performance.
Yeah, well, maybe that's a good thing.
I don't follow.
Well, these French people, if I'm even allowed to say that anymore, maybe they need taking down a peg or two.
No, the French aren't people.
Not sure which.
He's doing the conservative perspective, and you chime in, Aydin, and totally validate it. You totally dive into his narrative.
Oh, not with a joke or
French people
anything.
aren't people. He's joking, and Aydin's serious.
Yes, exactly.
French people. French. I don't know. French people, from what I hear, are some of the most racist people in the world. So maybe the social
Well,
justice.
it's very funny though. On that note, real quickly, is that Americans are so concerned with race, but have no understanding of how racist the rest of the world is.
No doubt. I know. I'm not. I'm wise to this. I'm wise to the fact.
You know who I mean. People like, I'm sorry, this guy probably doesn't realize how racist the rest of the world is compared to America.
Ridiculous.
What you're trying
Well,
to say.
why should they get this special treatment? Yeah? Le traitement spécial. If you ask me, we've been bending over backwards for these people for far too long. And
I rescind my criticism of the Surfs or the Smurfs audio because Tom Nichols apparently couldn't have his own audio being correct in his own videos. You know,
not be silenced by them. Oh,
I get it.
Comedy.
The crowd psychology of Gustav.
Number 3, the madness of crowds. All right, you're supposed to say it when it's on the screen. Come on.
Question mark?
You have your listens. Oh, yeah. The madness of crowds? They do it right? Crowds?
You did it right. Thank you.
LeBron and his peers has been hugely influential, including on debates surrounding cancel culture. In fact, LeBron's work is given.
Doesn't hold water, but it's hugely influential, just so you guys know.
And 100 years old.
He's a rebel. He's a contrarian.
He's conservative.
I like
okay?
that.
He's a conservative elitist.
Oh, the guy who was in the war?
Given some attention in John Ronson's 2015 book, So You've Been Publicly Shamed.
How dare you? How dare you?
Which, following its publication, sparked the first wave of anxiety over online cancellations. Ronson's book starts from the proposition that the early 2010s marked what he calls the start of a great renaissance of public shaming, and argues that contemporary instances of Twitter backlash against both celebrities and ordinary people can be likened to historical practices of public punishment, such as the stocks. Ronson's discussion of Lebonian crowd psychology is complex. On the face of it, it is primarily critical.
Drawing on an interview with the psychologist Stephen Riker, Ronson foregrounds the manner in which what might initially appear as unified, frenzied Twitter mobs are, in fact, always infinitely diverse. He writes that, for Gustave Le Bon, a crowd was just a great ideology-free explosion of madness, a single blob of violent colour without variation. But that wasn't Twitter. Twitter did not speak with one voice. Ronson highlights that in any instance of Twitter backlash, people's particular...
Look at that. Look at that stock photography right there.
Yeah, that's all story. I recognize all of this, but
would be funnier if they were all in ski masks. I'm just saying.
Something interesting to point out with what he just said, though, is about the facelessness of the mob. That's actually correct.
Right.
Anonymity is an inherent part of mob mentality.
Yes.
Because people are emboldened to do things because they're anonymous. In computer mediated communication, again, we call this de-individuation. It's the side model. There's the CMC stuff has been studied for 25 years. So there's no excuse to still be citing 100-year-old research or even to bring up this book to criticize it without understanding the wealth of research upon which it is based.
How much research is there about people cheating when they think no one's looking or that they can get away with it?
That's
there's so much there too. Like, yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't even know where to start because of course people do. There are research gets into such tiny little things. Like I can only think sometimes the stuff that's most accessible to me is the stuff that I studied primarily as my area of focus, and then also stuff that I've read more recently. For example, there's a ton of research that shows that if people think they're being watched, they're more likely to be helpful.
Yes,
if people think they aren't being watched, they're more likely to be an asshole. That stuff happens. It has been so thoroughly studied throughout, again, every aspect of sociology, social psychology, communication, and so on. It's again, I don't know if it's ignorant or what it is to just ignore this.
No, the mob is just a bunch of nice people getting together to help people, Aydin. They're not worried about getting caught because they're not doing anything wrong.
Well, in middle school, I was indoctrinated by my horrible elite institution, my anti-leftist institution, because we had to watch the indoctrinating film To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh my God, we had to watch that too.
And when we had that scene where the mob of people comes to go lynch Jim, even though he's innocent, how does young Scout disperse the mob? What does she do? Do you remember, Adam?
She individuates them, right?
Yes.
Am I getting the terminology correct here?
Yes, individuates. Yeah.
She calls out each
Same thing
individual
Brett
person's
Weinstein
name.
did.
Yeah. She calls out each individual person's name and identifies them by name and their job and humanizes them and takes away their anonymity.
You're a person. And also, I know where you work, motherfucker. I'm going to turn you into the police.
It's not even about necessarily, you don't have to go that far. For the most part, everybody does have a sense of morality, right? I mean, we understand.
Well.
People have a certain set of moral judgments that they adhere to a degree.
Totally, yes.
So
we know what the moral judgments other people are going to hold us to. That's for sure.
But because everyone does have the same moral foundations, therefore people will be prone to being called out. When you do individuate them, they'll start to think about those moral foundations on an individual level instead of more on a group psychology level. Again, group norms are formed automatically and autonomically as the group becomes more salient. And particularly as the group becomes more salient than individual identity. So the more anonymized someone is, the more salient the group identity is.
Yeah. This video triggers the shit out of me. Like
interesting.
You have to completely turn your brain off to make a video like this. I'm baffled by the fact that this video is 47 minutes long. Like, what the hell is going on here?
Someone in the chat says, he just says the last word of each sentence slower and with an air of mystery. It's a thing a lot of the art history presenters do on the BBC.
Oh, is that where he's getting it from?
That's where he's getting it from.
Crazy. How this video I don't think was very popular, so hopefully it's not clouding a lot of people's judgment.
Particular grievances and the form that they take, from constructive criticism to heartfelt pleading to outright abuse, vary.
Notice how he's got He's got the
Dude,
the nice white girl there when it's like constructive criticism. Now when he goes to the online abuse, look what we see.
On this stock footage website, there is a video of a man using a computer, and he gets angry and then pulls out a knife. That's the image you should have used, my dude. And I know it's on this website. So.
Oh my God. I'm just saying he obviously went with a straight white male when he's talking about online abuse.
Wildly. Later in the book.
This video is online abuse. This video was abusing me since yesterday.
Ronson suggests that he has discounted Le Bon's ideas from his analysis of so-called public shaming.
Which you should, because it's 100 years old. Smart move, John.
Entirely. Nevertheless, as soon as his direct critique of Le Bon is complete, many of the same notions that digital crowds are irrational, that they are intoxicating for those swept up in them, and that they have an inherent tendency to.
That's a very big issue. Did you hear the huge jump that he just made between real life crowds from research 100 years ago to digital crowds while acting like there's no difference?
Yes. Yeah, totally.
I didn't because I was reading Discord. But I'll take it.
Discord? What? Are you working on your fan fiction, Sitch? Come on, get back in the game.
People are sending me notifications on Discord. It's bad. I gotta turn it off.
Go ahead, Aydin.
Which is very interesting that he made the huge leap from this 120-year-old research into de-individuated computer-mediated communication, which are two completely different areas of study, right?
Hell yeah.
You can't just go from this is how people act in real life to this is how people act on the internet and expect them to be exactly the same. You could expect the same psychological properties to be applied, obviously.
Right.
But it's not necessarily the same thing. So that's an enormous leap he just made without making any kind of acknowledgement of it.
You're saying I can't make a one-to-one comparison between people in the 1800s burning down the Louvre and road rage?
And road rage and internet trolls.
Yeah, being in personal contact with other people has a way different effect than being, a part of an anonymous online mob. Yes. You're way more likely to go further in your attacks if you don't see the other person as like a person because they're behind some screen. Yeah.
Right. The research calls it the cockpit effect.
Yes.
Because when fighter pilots are choosing whether or not to drop nuclear bombs, and you can read this about the guy who flew the Enola Gay or whatever. I think it was the Enola Gay. I can't remember what the other one was.
Look, here at Sitch and Adam, we denounce hate speech. So we'd appreciate it if you didn't use the historical names of things if they sound offensive.
Was that when he dropped the bomb, you don't feel anything, and then you come back onto ground and you see the physical suffering, the manifestation of the horrible things that you've done, and it's only then that it hits you.
Yeah.
When you're in the air, you don't see it. When you're online, you don't see it.
True.
Yep.
And he come crawling back. There are two primary reasons for this. For one, Ronson is a pop science writer and is never one to let the facts or even argumentative consistency get in the way of telling a good story.
Notice how he called John Ronson inconsistent there. He's saying you can't trust this guy.
Tell a story.
Mm-hmm.
God, I've read all this guy's books, and this guy's my hero. He's attacking my hero here. Well, also he's funny as hell. This guy's hilarious.
Isn't Tom doing what he's accusing?
What's that?
Him of doing that, and it's like, don't let the facts get in the way of telling a good story. He's bringing up 100-year-old facts to tell a story.
Yes, he's doing the exact same thing. This is also, he points out here that John Ronson contradicts himself, and he's only contradicting himself for humor because it's hilarious, which he does consistently. That's like a John Ronson-ism.
He will often acknowledge that a particular argument is ridiculous before proceeding to make that very argument anyway.
Yes, that's called comedy. It's called comedy. Yes.
Well,
and then he even points out the example where he does it. That's the funniest example. So go ahead, Sid.
But so far we have his two sources that he's citing is this guy from the 1800s and a guy who writes funny books.
Yeah, who's not even claiming to be like a scientist.
A scientist or that studies this.
Yeah, pop psychologist.
Right.
Yeah.
He in the psychopath test, he read the DSM and he realized that he had like 5 of the illnesses. In the book, he self-diagnosed himself with 5 of them. Yes, he's funny. That's a joke. Ha ha, funny. He writes movies. The what was the movie that you mentioned before? Men Who Stare at Goats.
Yeah.
Guess what?
He wrote that?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, I had no idea.
The
I
Men
love
Who
that
Stare
movie.
at Goats it's not a serious movie.
No.
It's called a comedy.
Wait. Adam, you're telling me that there isn't really a secret group of Psy warriors running around blowing up clouds with their
Well,
minds?
that part is actually true. That's what's so funny about it. That part is actually true. Yes.
There's one sentence, So You've Been Publicly Shamed, where he writes that there's an old internet adage that as soon as you compare something to the Nazis, you lose the argument. Maybe the same could be said about the Stasi, the East German secret police force during the Cold War. He then proceeds to spend the next 2 pages comparing people getting angry on Twitter with the Stasi. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Is he actually not familiar with Godwin's Law?
Well, no, I think he's familiar with Godwin's Law, but he's saying that that John is dismissing Godwin's Law and then using Godwin's Law. Yes, for comedy. He goes on for like 2 pages about how like blaming the Nazi or bringing up Nazi references everywhere. It's fucking comedy gold.
Well, I think he's bringing up the irony, I guess, of it.
Yes.
More or less, that everyone compares things to the Nazis, but not to the Stasi.
Look,
Or
I'm
if he does to the
contradicting
Stasi.
myself.
Yeah.
It's funny. What an idiot I am. Look at me doing dumb things. Look at me diagnosing myself with 5 illnesses from the DSM. His whole shtick is he's like a nervous Nelly.
Right.
Like he's completely consumed by all kinds of mental illnesses. Like he's upfront about that. It's very ContraPoint. You'd like it.
Runt's embrace of the idea of the frenzied mob, even while acknowledging that the evidence for crowds working in this way is shoddy, also points to how ingrained.
Is that true? He acknowledges in the book that there's shoddy evidence?
No.
That sounds fake.
No. Yeah. Because he pulls out modern psychologists. He looks at other evidence.
Yeah,
He's not just going. Yeah, go ahead, Aydin.
It just sounds like Tom thinks the evidence is shoddy.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. Yes.
Well, it sounds
John Ronson is not making any kind of admission like that.
It sounds like what he's doing is that there's a part in the book where John is talking about Gustav's theories being, maybe too much in one direction. And then so he brings in the modern theories, as you say, but then Tom kind of characterizes that, he's just showing that it's shoddy, ignoring all the actual modern science backing this stuff up.
John Ronson is an actual fucking journalist, okay? John Ronson doesn't paint a narrative for you to decide. He lays out complex situations that like kick you in the gut, and you don't really know what the right answer is. One of the situations he talks about in the book is some guy who wrote something about Bob Dylan, wrote some book about Bob Dylan, made some shit up in the book, and some other journalist found out about it. And the other journalist was like blowing up as a journalist because he uncovered this huge rich guy's lies. Mm-hmm. And the other journalist started feeling bad about it because he got him canceled, even though the guy was a fucking liar, lied to him, lied to his face, lied to him again and again, and just tried to make the story go away, tried to ruin the guy's life. It's a fucking, the whole cancel culture thing it's complex. It's interesting. This guy just papers over to make his own narrative. It's sad. It's totally sad. Yeah. You should fuck this video. Fuck this guy. Unsubscribe to this guy's Patreon if you're subscribed. Buy the book So You've Been Publicly Shamed. It's amazing. It's amazing. It'll make you think. This guy wants you to shut your fucking brain off. It's completely, it pisses me off. It pisses me off to no end. That's my TED Talk.
This idea is in our culture. For the evidence that crowds work in the manner in which Le Bon suggests they do is bad, very bad. One of the most referenced works in rebuffs of Labonian
Here we
style
go.
crowd psychology is a study by the British.
Where is this picture from? Is this guy, was this taken in like a concentration camp or something? What's happening here? Is this Laban? It looks like the police just shined a light at him.
Yeah, it looked like he's giving a speech about workers rise up, and then the man just broke in.
Get that flashlight out of my eyes.
Thompson undertook a detailed survey of the food riots, which were a semi-regular feature of 18th century England. Such riots have often been viewed by historians as largely irrational outbreaks of mob violence, which were, at best, inspired by the base desire of the mob to satiate their hunger. Yet, on closer inspection...
Hashtag not all mobs.
Yeah.
That's what's happening right now.
Mostly
When he said
peaceful.
he was going to move on, I thought for sure he was going to move into Zimbardo.
He doesn't bring up Zimbardo in this video.
Wow. Astonishing.
He doesn't go for the low-hanging fruit. It's so bizarre.
Someone you can just knock over that everyone else has done. Okay.
Well, and I'd have to, even this guy that he's quoting, I feel like he might be being disingenuous here because I randomly stumbled across someone else quoting the same guy mentioning the same food riots and talking about how, yes, some of the food riots were fine and well and good, and some of them were like very violent and crazy. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's even cherry picking his own sources' work.
Thompson found that such riots were, in fact, a highly complex form of direct popular action, disciplined and with clear objectives. Firstly, these riots were not driven solely by hunger, but by a moral and broadly political concern.
Oh, and also, as I said, Edward Palmer Thomas was a British historian, writer, socialist, and peace campaigner. Best known today for his historical work on the British radical movements in the late 18th and 19th century, in particular in his work, The Making of the English Working Class.
He has to have typed socialist into Scholar when looking this stuff up, right?
He must have.
How else do you come up with this list of sources?
I don't exactly. It's so funny. I like this. Says even on his Wikipedia page, it says Thompson played a key role in the first New Left in Britain in the late 1950s. He was a vociferous left-wing socialist critic of the Labour government of the 1960s, and an early constant supporter of the campaign for nuclear disarmament. So, a very ideologically oriented person campaigning for socialist causes.
What do you think the motivation for that is? Do you think he only wants his book list in the description to be communist themed?
Well, I think it's he didn't come up with the idea that he's proposing. He wasn't sitting around thinking, I bet mobs are actually good, and it's some sort of elite capitalist plot to make them out as bad. He heard this information regurgitated from some socialist source. And so he just went backwards and used whatever sources they had, and these ideas that have probably already been fleshed out by socialists for many years.
Okay, I get it.
I think you're right, Sitch, on that. I think he probably has basically rewritten something that's been published in some socialist
blog post
journal
or something like that.
Probably not a blog post, probably in an academic journal because it's harder to trace that, and just use their sources. That actually would make the most sense, that he went and found someone else's list of sources, and that's why it seems so cherry-picked.
With laws and economic structures which either enabled farmers and merchants to charge the poor more for the grain with which they made their bread, or, if they felt they could get a better price, to transport that grain elsewhere. Those who participated in these so-called riots therefore had very specific demands. They wanted to purchase the grain which they relied upon for sustenance at the price which they had previously been told was fair. Secondly, whilst these outbreaks often involved violence, Thompson continues that it is the restraint rather than the disorder which is remarkable. Counter to what Le Bon suggests, these crowds did not undertake wild rampages, but used the power of numbers to achieve a very specific end. They could simply have stolen the grain which they needed, but this was rarely the case. Thompson recalls the example of the Honiton lacework.
Tell that to the Iraqis who got all of their artifacts plundered during the Iraqi siege.
Right.
Yeah, the
Or-
remarkable restraint.
How about just the BLM protests this summer? The remarkable restraint
Oh,
to
yeah,
only knock
at the
over a
Target.
couple of Nike stores and Targets and Walmarts or what the hell ever.
Yeah.
And small businesses. What remarkable restraint.
The remarkable restraint of burning down all these buildings and destroying all these neighborhoods that it'll take decades for them to recover economically.
If ever.
All the businesses
Yeah.
will pull out. Yeah. No. Restraint.
That's what restraint looks like.
Workers in 1766, who having
and also it's really stupid and disgusting that he keeps comparing mobs where people are living under an authoritarian monarchy that they have no control over. He's comparing this to modern times where people vote for their fucking government and can actually enact legal changes through law and order and the proper
Yeah.
channels of governance.
Other mechanisms.
Yeah.
Other
You
than
can't
mob
compare
violence.
this. Yeah, you can't compare this when you're living as a serf, a literal serf under the boot of like a king somewhere, where you can't really change anything except through violence.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I think the left sees themselves as serfs.
Of course.
So it depends on, I guess, perspective.
Right.
What makes you say that? I mean, is it that Lance's channel is called The Serfs?
I don't know. What could give me that impression?
You don't understand. When I go to my job, it's the same thing as tilling the field for a feudal lord. It's the same thing. You don't understand, Sitch.
When I sit in my cubicle, I guess he doesn't sit in the cubicle, but you know.
When I have to do my, what was it in Philosophy 2 was the one complaining about his data entry job, right? He's like, oh
yeah.
My job that I had that I didn't even have to work and I got paid for by the government because they were so inefficient and I just got paid to do nothing. Oh, the tragedy, the horror of living in my fascistic authoritarian government. Oh.
There's nothing worse than being able to sit in a cubicle and do nothing all day.
In an air conditioning cubicle, microwaving fish soup like an asshole.
What a dick to do that.
I know.
Born from the farmers and sold it at the popular price in the market, brought back to the farmers not only the money, but also the sacks. While some may attempt to write such events off as instances of illogical, unrestrained outbursts of frenzied mobs, then what we actually find is that those who participated in these food riots had very specific reasons for taking part. And that, on joining the crowd, they did not find themselves impassioned to undertake complete destruction, but came together to achieve very specific goals. After which, they stopped and went home. Many other studies which have analysed...
Yeah. So one case in like all of history.
Well, I'm very curious to research this because I highly doubt that it's as nice and organized as
there was no collateral damage.
Yeah, exactly.
All this mob of people just came up to these farmers and they just said, "We demand you sell us grain at a reasonable price." The farmer said, "Well, at the threat of mob violence, I will do this."
Yeah. Well, here's your sacks back.
Yes.
Analysed specific so-called mobs have found that once we view them within their proper social and historical context and account for the particular reasons they assembled, Le Bon's ideas begin to look ridiculous. In fact, it is Le Bon's...
Ridiculous!
They look ridiculous if you've never looked at a piece of research for the last
They're
100 years.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
They're his ideas are ridiculous, Aydin. Ridiculous.
Oh, it's infuriating.
He's throwing so much shade here. He's throwing so much shade. This poor Le Bon guy, man.
That we ignore such details in favour of viewing the phenomenon of the crowd itself as a kind of intoxicant, and those who find themselves within crowds as suffering from something akin to mental ill health.
Yes!
That is the very...
Yes, there's actually data on that. It's basically it's a folie à deux, except for it's a folie à many. That's what the data indicate about crowd psychology. And if you read any piece of research that was published outside of 1890, you would have seen that. Sorry,
Yeah,
this is
but
very
you just used a
frustrating.
French word, so
Oh,
that means
no.
you're elite. Part of the elite bourgeoisie ruling class. Okay.
I just think of
apparently.
those. I think of those kids accosting Brett Weinstein, and I just think rational. That's exactly what I think. I think these
Completely.
people they know exactly what they want. When I see those kids at Evergreen, like accosting the chancellor, I think these people know exactly what they want. They could just ask
They're
for
not-
it right here.
They're not allowing collective emotions to influence their behavior in any way. No.
No, it's just rational. When I see that girl in the quad yelling at Nicholas Christakis, yelling at him in the face, telling him to resign, I think this is the picture of rationality here. I can't believe this. This is comedy gold.
Reason work was embraced by his peers. The ruling classes of the late 19th century.
So the guy that he was citing, E.P. Thomas, he is famous for elaborating on this idea called the moral economy, which is that our economy should be based off of goodness, fairness, and justice, as opposed to one where the market is assumed to be independent of such concerns.
Well, that'll work in a global economy.
Sure, totally.
Yeah. So I think the food riots is like this one guy's like, he points to this to see like, see, this is why the moral economy should work.
He didn't want to crowds which had so frequently sought to overthrow them as intelligent and rational, and they certainly didn't want to contemplate the idea that the revolutions, protests, and mass movements which had dominated the previous century might have been in any way an outcome of their own actions in creating a deeply unequal society. It was
his argument is basically it's the elites' fault. They provoked them, and that they hired this Le Bon guy to basically destroy the reputation of the mob. The mob was these fine, upstanding citizens, and this Le Bon guy is just engaged in reputation destruction, like a dirty conservative, a right-wing think tank they hired.
It's even grosser than that, because, obviously, if you're living in a country that's a monarchy where you don't have the ability to influence the government or the law they live under, and then you revolt, obviously you say, okay, well, living in those conditions is what prompts people to revolt, sure, but you can't compare that to like what's going on in America nowadays. Okay, you can't compare living under a fucking monarchy to living in America now. And you're mad, and you think it's okay to burn down buildings. And as AOC said, protests are supposed to make you feel uncomfortable. Right?
Yeah.
It's totally fine to burn down buildings and do all these fucked up things because. Was it 26 unarmed black men were killed by the police last year, right? We're going to compare this to living under a fucking king.
I think what he's doing is trying to remove the moral responsibility from these actions and apply it unilaterally. So
they're just reacting to oppression.
Right. So anytime that is the claim for why people are doing something, it's always morally right. It doesn't matter who gets hurt in the crossfire because it was morally right.
Good point. Good point. Excellent point. Yeah.
Zero Richards for $5 says, Sitch, Adam, and Aydin, as a homosexual, I give you all a lifetime F slur pass.
Oh my God.
Also, how dare you guys do 2 streams in a row? I have to bring this up, LOL.
Can we get that pass in writing so when YouTube deletes our channel, we can mail it to them? Unfortunately, we have to see you. We have to see pictures that prove you're homosexual.
That's right. That's right. There you go, Adam. Or there you go, Zara. Adam wants you to send pictures that prove
you have to photograph yourself in the app.
That you're homosexual.
Oh my God.
There you go. You can send those to Adam.
I was gonna let the imagination do the walking. You guys didn't have to spell it out, okay? I think they got the picture.
Literature Devil for $2. Hey, Literature Devil says those witch who were burned submitted to the mob. Well, look, those witches were probably part of oppressive witchcraft society that, prompted those mob to burn them to death.
Yeah.
You didn't have feminists talk about that for years, right? Nothing like that. How the mob was enacting a will of the evil patriarchy. No, nothing like that.
Where's this research that shows the mob is? He's got one anecdote.
He's got studies he's just disputing.
Yeah.
He doesn't have research to the contrary.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want. The research that mobs are generally friendly by nature and are only turn violent when they're oppressed.
I can provide that evidence. So there is the antithesis of the hostility thing, the hostility bias of anonymity. There is a potential for beneficence, which is benign anonymity or benign de-individuation, and that's also called the strangers on the train effect. And what that effect is that when you're anonymous or pseudonymous, you might feel more capable of opening up to another person, of being honest with another person about your emotions, because you don't think that anything you tell them or say to them or do with them will get back to your personal life in any way.
Sure.
Benign disinhibition again. So yeah, there is a positive effect of anonymity. It's benign disinhibition, but it doesn't actually coincide with group psychology, only with individual de-individuation. As contradictory as that term sounds, individual anonymity is benign disinhibition.
Cool.
It was comforting, in a way, to simply explain these events away as simply another instance of what Charles Mackey described as the madness of crowds.
See, they're just explaining it away. Everything he says is so...
1932.
This is just explaining it away. They just explain away all the goodness of the crowd.
Look, back in the days, they used to bleed people to get the bad humors out. So therefore, science is wrong.
I know. You
Very
could make
true.
that
Very
argument.
true.
This is the Always Sunny in Philadelphia, science is wrong sometimes argument.
Yeah.
Le Bon's ideas were politically useful. For in ignoring the specificities of individual crowds, his work implied that all crowds were essentially the same. It suggested that no matter how orderly and peaceful a crowd seemed, they were always...
It's funny because I started the stream off talking about how dishonest the Washington Post was by quote unquote debunking the AOC or backing up AOC's rioting claim, because what they would do is they'd pick out a specific claim no one was making. They would say, oh, well, she didn't actually say she was in the Capitol, therefore, ergo ad procto, she didn't actually lie. And it's just, he's doing the same thing. He's like, well, they're saying all crowds of people are inherently bad. No one's fucking saying
no one's
that.
making that claim.
No one in modern
Exactly.
times is saying all crowds of people are inherently violent or evil. They're just saying that there's the potential for this sort of violence to erupt in crowds, and then they become a mob, and that's the danger.
Yes.
And in that way, all crowds actually are equal in that they all have the same potential, as you said, to engage in this behavior. It doesn't mean all crowds will behave the same way, but all crowds can behave the same way and actually are prone to do so the more anonymous they become.
Right. And we literally just saw this happen in America last month.
We saw it happen last
was
month.
Freaking out about it.
And all throughout the summer of 2020, we saw it happen.
I know.
There are, I mean, concerts, sporting events, or all kinds of crowd situations that don't devolve into madness.
And sometimes people will, like, their team wins and they just fucking riot because their team
or their
won.
team loses it. Yeah, they riot either way. Yeah, it's inconsequential. It's like a celebratory riot.
They will riot because their team won. My graduate institution got so bad that they had to just put out police anytime there was a football game, because they just go literally turn over cars on the street when they won.
Right.
You know, it's just group psychology. It's what they do. They move together towards, nonsensical action as part of the group emotional push towards whatever stupid motive you put in front of them.
Yeah. So he's kind of making the argument that Le Bon is saying you couldn't have a sporting event or a concert or any kind of group event because the crowd just would go insane already. But that's, like Sitch is saying, is not the argument anyone is making.
No one's making that argument.
He's fighting against the
Except
argument
for maybe this
none
French
of us
guy
are
from
making.
100 years ago. Like, I don't know.
Well, I don't even know that Le Bon is making that argument.
Right.
He hasn't necessarily said. Well, I don't know
We
how
have to
many.
take Tom's word on it,
Well,
which is very shaky at this point.
There's also something called optimal group distinction, in that while people tend to fall into these group identity things, people also always have a certain degree of desire to protect their individual identity.
True.
So
yes.
you want to defend your individual identity, optimal group distinctiveness. So it's like why you wouldn't necessarily go along with a mob that after your favorite sports team wins and they're burning down a hot dog stand, because you're like, well, I love my sports team, but I'm not going to burn down that hot dog stand.
Yeah, totally. You're speaking my language here. I'm the guy that stands back and says, this doesn't look like a good idea to me. This looks like a terrible idea. No, let's steal the fire extinguishers out of the school bus. No, I don't think so.
Potential threat in need of suppression. We can see how powerful this notion was in its influence on the novelist Charles Dickens. Dickens was, as anyone with even a passing knowledge of his work will know, deeply distressed by the poverty and inequality which surrounded him.
What the fuck does inequality have to do with cancel culture? I'm so pissed.
No, you'll see.
I'm so pissed.
Crazy. This is crazy.
Yet, as it evidenced in his 1859 book, A Tale of Two Cities, he was terrified that any mass movement which sought to end that suffering would lead to uncontrollable violence. In 1848, he went as far as serving as a volunteer policeman in order to help suppress meetings of Chartists campaigning for a more representative democracy. Such was the power of the idea that all mobs were reprehensible then, that it could lead to someone as dedicated to social reform as Dickens signing up to wield a truncheon with which to beat down people with whom he likely agreed on a substantial amount.
So even Charles Dickens, okay, the guy who's famous for writing about the poor and the oppression of the poor, who he grew up, his father was in a debtor's prison. Right, so this shaped his worldview. But even he, in his literature, understands the dangers of the mob mentality. And and the thing that he's talking about, the Chartistans or whatever, they were advocating for workers' rights, but they were also doing this through the threat of violence and destroying buildings and attacking people. And they were known as like a violent radical movement in their time period.
Right.
So So he's living through this and he's seeing these people who he might agree with principally, but then also sees how the mob turns in its anger and its animus into just chaos and destruction. And he's warning about this.
It's almost like you could have a nuanced opinion.
Oh, no, it's like almost, I know. But Tom is like, no, fuck, even Charles Dickens falls prey to this propaganda. He doesn't think to look into Charles Dickens's past and history to understand what informed his worldview. He's just like, no, he just fell prey to this propaganda. What does Charles Dickens know about anything?
So having to slightly more complex
Oh, and also, I tried to find something to back up that claim that he was a volunteer policeman, like beating people over the head. I couldn't find anything like that, so I don't know where he got that from.
Understanding of crowds and seeing the political motivations behind the circulation of the idea of the mob, let's return to the present day to consider what parallels we might find between the emergence of the figure of the mob in the 19th century and contemporary warnings about cancel culture.
Hey everyone, I just want to say a quick hi to all the new followers I've had in here lately. You know, it has been a really rough couple of weeks for me. But to all the haters, I just want to say, au revoir! No, but seriously, I appreciate the support. And some of you, you've really opened my eyes to just how deep some of this goes. Yeah, because the French lobby, they've been trying to stop truth tellers like me and like you from, well, you know, like telling the
Did you
truth
notice the classical liberal
long.
symbol, the guy named classical liberal with a white nationalist symbol in his name?
In the chat?
In the chat, yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
This is all, the chat's all fake, obviously.
Yeah.
So someone is called
liberal.
classical liberal and it's a white nationalist symbol.
He's got,
Start a podcast.
Isn't that the Celtic cross thing?
Start a podcast.
Yeah, but it's used.
Yeah, it's used that way. Yeah, sure. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Gross. Very gross.
Very gross.
Yeah, because the French lobby, they've been trying to stop truth tellers like me and like you from, well, you know, like telling the truth for a long time. Yeah. The other day on my super secret Discord server, which you can join for just $70 a month, some people were saying, and I don't want to fully endorse this idea just yet, you know, I've got to do some of my own research, watch a YouTube video or two, but some people have been saying that France...
Dude, the irony is just off the fucking charts here. When he's talking about doing some research by watching a YouTube video or two, like
he does real research.
He cited a YouTube video in this video earlier on.
I know.
A socialist YouTube video.
But he wants people to watch his videos as research. Like people were supposed to be watching his videos as their research for fucking why cancel culture isn't real.
Yeah, but Adam, he didn't research his video only by looking up YouTube videos. He typed in Marxist work
know,
theory,
it doesn't
socialist,
matter.
madness of crowds into Google Scholar, and he just picked whichever ones confirmed his already pre-held beliefs.
I wish he was here because I'd ask him half a dozen questions about the John Ronson book and see if he actually read it.
Not even real. Yeah. Yeah, just completely made up to silence me. Yeah, and you. And to destroy Western culture. Yeah. As I say, I don't want to fully authorize this idea just yet, but it does seem pretty convincing. I mean, just look at a map.
Is this the French guy now? So he's basically saying he's falling into the alt-right rabbit hole here.
Yes, because he got attacked for
Right.
making a French accent.
He's been canceled and now he's alt-right.
What kind of a shape for a country is that? Yeah, but anyway, you'll stay vigilant, right? I'll speak to you soon.
Number 4, online mobs. See, I'm doing a valuable service here.
We're just gonna skip 110 years of research here. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, let's
I'm gonna have
go.
to smoke a cigarette.
We're going to dive in.
In the previous sections, we've explored the idea of the mob as it emerged in the 19th century and has been passed down.
We've skimmed over the surface of the idea of the mob. We haven't explored anything whatsoever.
I know.
To us in the present. And we've seen that it is just...
We've cherry-picked from Google Scholar. In the last segment, we've cherry-picked from Google Scholar.
We have to address something. I don't normally like to address this, okay, but it has to be addressed because many people are pointing it out, and I agree completely. Gabbles for 20 Knock Knock says, "Man, this guy has a face that's hard not to add on."
Oh, hang on. In contrast, I will say I like his shirt.
His little VHS shirt.
I like his little VHS shirt.
Obid for $5 says, "This guy is just a tiny faced dude from the Little Bits Rick and Morty sketch." Seriously.
Oh my
What's up with
God.
this guy's head? I did notice when I was watching this, I was like,
You're so
yeah,
bad.
his face in certain angles, it looks like the Photoshop where like it's like, you know, when you shrink the
They make
face
it
on the head.
tiny.
So
You
I
guys are
think
so
it's the way
bad.
his hair is and the angle. I don't know. Something, it all just
Let's stick to the arguments, okay?
Yes.
Okay? Nobody has to mention
Look.
the fact that he has a circumcised hairdo, okay? I'm sorry. I'm just making it physical.
someone in the chat said he looked like a 70s lesbian feminist.
Don't
His hairstyle.
stop this right here. I want you guys to know, okay? The only reason we are engaging in this awful ad hom is that we're all pointing out the example of the madness of crowds here. There's 3 of us together. None of us would be making these ad homs if we were by ourselves.
Yeah,
This is-
it's social psychology. It's
this
at work.
is
There you go.
yes.
That's right.
We are
True.
in a competition now to make fun of this guy.
That's true. Very true.
This is what happens in the madness of crowds. It's like, oh, you can throw a rock, I can throw a brick. It's like I can throw a Molotov cocktail.
But you'd always have a hard time hitting his tiny face.
It depends upon how big the Molotov cocktail is.
I hope this was a valuable lesson, Tom.
Yeah, the madness of crowds. And scene.
That idea. A cultural trope which, as soon as we examine any actually existing examples of so-called mobs, is quickly proven to be a fiction.
My God.
It's been proven, Adam. It's proven.
Oh my God. It's
He had
all
one
fiction.
guy. He had one guy who's a socialist who had one example where there were a mob of people that weren't supposedly violent. It's been disproven. It's been wiped out. That's all it takes. One exception that doesn't prove the rule somehow.
This
That's
is
all it takes.
This is like the meme of the guy in front of the burning building saying mostly peaceful protests in a 47-minute video.
Right.
This is crazy. This is insanity. Why are people? We should read the comment section. I'm curious how much of this insanity is being pointed out.
No,
But
everyone's just saying that he's so
Probably
right
very
on in the
little.
comments.
What? Really? Oh,
Well,
sad.
that's group psychology in and of itself.
It is. It is. They're competing to pat him on the back for this. Oh, this is amazing. This is great. I sent this to my mom.
He is part of their in-group, just as the way crowds work is part of an ongoing and constantly developing cultural in-group. That's how maskless or masked mobs work, and that's just how internet culture works. It's in-group psychology.
Yeah.
There's literally someone in his comment section under this video defending Robespierre, the French guy who like was well known
It's time for guillotines.
Yeah, well known for like just executing people by the dozens via guillotine to instill his own political power. And there are people defending him in the comment section of his video.
I'm not at all shocked by that. I think a lot of modern leftists idealize Robespierre.
Crazy.
Because again, as I said in the beginning, it's like they always think they'll be on the winning side and they won't be in the guillotine. So.
Crazy.
It's been a useful option. Whenever there have been instances of mass collective action, it has served as a way of drawing attention away from the reasons that have inspired people to join in with that action, and as a means to encouraging us.
Now he's showing pictures of like the March on Washington with Martin Luther King and stuff.
Million Man March.
Civil rights movement.
Yeah, those are mobs, Adam. All protests and crowds are all mobs. Okay, that's the argument people are making.
Yeah, obviously he hasn't read Haidt and Lukianoff when they talk about how the peaceful mobs are the only ones that ever got social change. That the violent mobs never work.
Remember last year during all the Black Lives Matter protests, how people were saying, "Oh, all protests should be banned and illegal." Remember when people were saying that and they weren't just criticizing the riots and saying the protest? Remember when everyone was saying very specifically, protests are good and fine in American, but rioting and burning down property isn't? Remember when everyone was very super ultra specifically clear to make that distinction every fucking time they had to open their mouth to talk about Black Lives Matter last year?
I'm so
Do you
confused.
remember that? Or
No.
am I fucking hallucinating?
You're stoned as hell. What the hell are you talking about? Nobody ever said that. That never happened once.
When
Yesterday.
Oh my goodness.
It's so funny because I woke up on Saturday and I'm like, fuck, I don't
Yeah,
know
what are we
video
gonna do?
We're going to
We were
watch because
arguing.
Adam had recommended things earlier in the week that were awful.
Yeah. Why now you're coming after me? Look,
it's part of the narrative flourish.
I'm collateral damage here. Come on, set your sights at Tom
Adam
here.
is like, let's do like these really depressing.
Remember the
like,
funny haircut and the tiny head?
Let's do this really depressing video. I'm like, no, let's not do this really depressing video. But then I look at my phone and in the suggested box it says Tom Nichols cancel crowd mob premiering in an hour. I'm like, oh,
I know, he sent it to me and I was like,
the God of YouTube has smiled upon us this day.
So
it heard my answer, my prayer.
The reality must be here is that he was working on this video for like 2 months or something, right?
Yes.
And then he just happened to put it out now, like at the most inopportune time, where all the arguments are making could now be made for the Capitol
riots.
Rioters.
Yeah,
Yes,
totally.
I know.
So maybe the Capitol riots threw a wrench into his like release plan. Then he was
And so
all
he
of a
had to
sudden,
wait?
oh my goodness.
Maybe. Yeah, because I was.
He's like,
when
I have to
watching this
rewrite
video,
this whole video. The Capitol riots totally are an example.
I was imagining him working on this video from like December. Like he's like, oh, Black Lives Matter. I'm supporting Black Lives Matter. And then the Capitol riot happens in January. He's like, oh, fuck.
I have to put some
staring at his
distance on
screen.
this. I have to put some
Yes.
distance on this before I release it. Oof.
Well, I actually went back and looked through his Twitter timeline, and he doesn't seem to reference the Capitol riot like at all.
Really?
So maybe he's in favor of it because according to everything else he's saying, he would be in favor of the Capitol riots.
He mentions
But
it
it-
in here.
That's true. Look,
Oh, does he? Okay.
the crowd at the Capitol riots, they just moved into the building. They occupied property, right? They didn't hurt anyone.
It was mostly
until-
peaceful.
It was mostly peaceful. The only time they hurt someone was when the oppressive law and arm of the government tried to stop them.
And in fact, a bunch of them got killed.
Right, by oppressive officers.
Well, they were even being oppressed by an unfair election, a fraudulent election.
Exactly.
By fascism, you might say.
Exactly. That's right. If you can't trust your elections, then you're basically living under a king in a monarchy.
It's
So,
true.
there
Yeah.
you go.
Basically.
Yeah. Good job, Tom.
I'm glad he's made such a cohesive argument for the Capitol riots.
view the arguments that they've made as inherently unworthy of our time and thought. In the introduction to this video, I highlighted that whenever someone invokes the idea of cancel culture, they tend to appear to have a specific supposed cancelling in mind. And yet, by centering the conversation on cancel culture, rather than focusing on the specific event which has provoked them to speak on the topic, they only end up drawing the discussion further and further away from the matter at hand.
See, he's accusing us of obfuscating.
You're
That word's
obfuscating.
obfuscate. Yeah, you can't say it. I've already messed all of us up. Crowd psychology here. He's accusing us of muddying the waters, okay? Like, this is what's so infuriating about this. Who's muddying the waters here? It's this guy. It's this guy.
Well,
we're not doing any of that. Let's talk.
This argument is very bizarre too, because it's like, so somebody says something that's supposedly controversial, and then a bunch of people rush to get that person fired or deplatformed or canceled. So then the conversation shifts to the canceling, but that's because the people rushing to cancel them, the people who are defending them from being canceled, are saying, let's not cancel them. Let's debate the idea that they're talking about.
Correct. Yeah,
Yet
the
he's
specifics.
criticizing us for saying that the cancel culture is bad. This is like
just give in to the
gaslighting.
mob. That worked great for pro Jared, right?
Right. Exactly.
Oh my God. That's
This may initially seem odd, yet the similarities between cancel culture anxieties about digital mobs and the historical anxieties surrounding physical mobs that we've been looking at suggests that, in short, this might be the whole point. See, the ruling class...
Yeah, muddying the waters, the whole point that we're not doing. No, this is what's so infuriating about this. He assigns your position to you and then tells you you're wrong.
Also, something I think that it's very clear to point out is that it's not like the ruling class, the true ruling class, that gets actually canceled. It's people who are upper middle class who
Right.
get canceled and actually taken out
Yeah,
by this stuff. The true powerful people are untouchable.
They don't get canceled. Yeah, we make this distinction all the time. That's why we talk about like the Justine Sacco situation, the James Damore situation, the guy who, you know, made the OK sign out his window and got fired from Waste Management. You know, the people who are not powerful and can't fight back, the people who you would think would be the natural allies of good old Tom here.
The
With all his
proletariat,
Google,
you might say.
Yeah, exactly. With all his Google searching of Marx and the underdog, you think he would be sympathetic to that. But nah. Let's not talk about specifics here, guy.
Or yes, it's the ruling class. The elites never get canceled. Or if there's someone who is towing the line, the moral policing line. And the perfect example of this is that recently a clip came out of Ibram X. Kendi.
Oh, I know.
Who says he basically equates, I'm trying to remember, he basically equates like denying, or no, he equates black kids hating themselves as his daughter coming home and saying that she's transgender.
Right.
As if it's,
yeah. I heard this.
Yeah. Like he's equating it as like, as if it's like society telling you to hate yourself. And I saw that clip. I'm like, holy shit. Like, there's going to be all the trans community going to be up in arms. How dare Ibram Kendi say all this stuff? Fucking nothing.
Not a peep.
They didn't seem to notice it.
No one's
No, they
talking about it.
noticed
If you type in Ibram X. Kendi transgender into Google, the only sources you have talking about it is some website I've never heard of and the Post Millennial, and everything else is unrelated things.
Well, I mean, they even you talked about ContraPoints. You've watched her videos in the past. She was canceled, but that kind of went away pretty quickly.
Right.
I'm sure there are some people who are still angry about, you know, I don't even remember what she got canceled for now, but
she had who's that like really famous trans man?
Oh, that was it. You're right. So I mean,
she started a relationship with a
what's his name?
problematic trans activist.
Well, he's very, what is it called? True scum. He's very he's very
he believes
you have to have gender dysphoria to be trans, which I think I agree that that's the way it should be.
I agree as well, but people were upset with that. But I mean, it was like if you're think overwhelmingly, if you do have the right ideas, the extent of your canceling is minimal.
Right.
And moreover, I think that the people who get canceled again are not the ultra elites, not the people who are in actually any positions of power. It's so evident with this Wall Street bet stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like they want to get angry at these regular people trading stonks, but not at the ultra rich who play these games at the stock market every single day.
Right.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
William Younger for £5 says, this guy is why the Lucifer effect by Dr. Zimbardo needs to be required education in schools everywhere, followed up by Tribe by Sebastian Younger.
That's another good book.
Lucifer effect, it's similar to the horn effect, horn halo effect. It's basically the idea that you demonize people that are part of your out group.
Yeah, it's fun. It feels good.
Yeah. It does. Psychologically rewarding.
We're called humans.
No, there's so much.
Look
there's
us
so many
up.
ad hom super chats.
Planet Earth. I know. You guys started this. The mob psychology extends to the chat.
That's right.
FYI, if
The
you guys,
chat is chat's a perfect example of mob psychology.
Yeah.
The Lucifer effect, moreover, what it does is it causes good people to turn into bad people as effective mob psychology.
Yeah.
As effective viewing the outsider. I just want to elaborate upon it. Is that the way intergroup psychology works on a very basic level is that we are good, you are bad. That's the basic dichotomy.
Yeah.
Me good, you bad.
Yeah.
If you're not part of my group, then you're a bad person. And
Accurate.
It's part of this. It's part of that horn effect that I mentioned. Of we have a halo, you have the horns.
Yeah.
Have you
Alex
read
Stewart for $5 says this guy unironically looks like he could be a real life hobbit. Picture him in Frodo's clothes
my
and with those hobbit ears. How dare you, Alec? Okay, you're just giving in to the mob. Okay, I'm reading. I only read your super chat out to shame you.
We can't
The
give that guy
individualized-
free will. He won't know how to use it correctly. Your free will is denounced. It's denied on that super chat. Hey, Aydin, have you read Height Lukianoff? Because that's one of the great untruths. There's like 3 great untruths in the book, and one of them is life is a battle between good and evil people.
What's the citation?
Hate Lukianoff. The book is The Coddling of the American Mind.
No.
Yeah.
I'll look it up though.
Yeah, you should check it out. It's good. Do you read? Like you only read studies, right?
I read? No.
If
Grug
it's in a
know how-
if it's in a
Grug
book
know
format,
what words look like. But I do occasionally. Mostly, I listen to books while I'm working.
yeah, me too. I can't read.
But
Adam literally can't read.
I listen for books. I mostly listen, but for like studies, I read studies because I don't. For it's very someone can't read a study to you. You have to look at the data and you have to know how to read data. But for general, it's been a while. But I'll check this out. And I'll get it on.
Have you read Marching Powder?
No, not even.
Marching Powder is a good book.
Most of my books that I read are.
How about the Holly
Very
Madison?
academic.
How about the Holly Madison autobiography? Have you read
You
that?
give me all kinds of books I
Stop
haven't
trying.
read.
Adam's just bragging. He's like,
No, I'm
"Mm,
just
read all these
kidding.
books."
No, these books are no. Holly Madison was the Playboy bunny that married Hugh Hefner. So,
Oh, okay.
There you
Oh,
go.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, great.
don't
I mean,
don't
like,
type that out.
how about okay?
I mean,
then
I
read
couldn't put it down, but I don't
then
think
read
you would like that
Read
book.
Infinite Realities. That's an excellent book.
Infinite Realities? That sounds good.
Yes, it's about the Proteus effect.
It's about YouTube?
No, it's
Infinite
about-
Realities?
Yes, in a way, it's about digital media psychology.
Is it fiction or nonfiction?
It's social science.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Take that as you will.
Let me
Fiction
see.
or
I'm
nonfiction?
trying to make sure I can find it because
Infinite-
I think I know who
Infinite Realities.
both authors are on it.
I got some
It
credits
might be
in Audible
it's
right
Infinite
now.
Reality.
Oh, it'd be terrible.
Jeremy
if I got
Balanson and Jim Blaskovich. Excellent book.
the
It's a
Infinite
foundational piece.
Reality or Realities?
Reality singular.
Okay.
I mean, I read Finite and Infinite Games.
If you want to understand
No one
avatars,
responds.
if you want to understand avatars and digital bodies, Infinite Reality is the place to start.
Ooh, I do want to understand that
Transhumanism stuff. There you go, my dude.
stuff. I love it. Ray Kurzweil's my man.
Also, Jeremy Balanson is an awesome guy. I've met him a few times. Very cool.
Why does Caffeinated Tweaker keep putting my reading list in the chat? It's a little embarrassing.
Because you're like, do you read Aydin?
Marching Powder is one of my favorite books. It's about a guy who is a drug trafficker in Bolivia, and he gets thrown into a Bolivian prison, and it's just completely bonkers. The Bolivian prison is one of the most corrupt. Well, the whole Bolivian government is completely corrupt, but the prison system is amazingly corrupt, and it's just.
Well, of course it is.
Yeah, you learn a lot of human psychology from that book. Yeah, I'll give you a little tease. He keisters a bunch of cocaine in case he gets thrown in prison, so he'll have something of value to bargain with. So some other guy finally helps him out. Like, he's getting beat up every day. He's like living in this hallway. Some guy lets him come into his cell. You have to buy your own cell before you have a private place in the prison. You don't get a cell when you check in. So you're kind of lingering in the common areas where all the crazy people are, and they're beating you up. So this guy helps him out, lets him come in his room, and he like de-keisters all of this cocaine. And he's like, look, you're my friend now. We can use this cocaine. We can sell it and I can pay you back. And he's like, dude, they make the cocaine in the prison. I got tons of cocaine. I got more cocaine than I need.
Michael Wait for $9.99 says, you guys see the news about the country musician Morgan Wallen getting dropped by his label, dropped from country music radio stations, and basically being canceled for using the N-word with a soft A.
What?
No, I didn't. I don't follow country music, so I was unaware of this.
Another cancellation.
There you go. Morgan drunkenly stumbled towards his house. He tells someone to watch over a guy in his group. He says, take care of this pussy-ass mother effer, and then goes on to say, take care of this pussy-ass N-word with a soft A. So it sounded like he was using it in a colloquial, non-racialized sense to mean friend. But
take care of?
The N-word. Yeah.
Well, take care of can go either way. I hate to tell you.
Well, no, someone in his group.
Does he mean like take him out to the pier to go swimming?
From this article, no. From this article, it sounds like he meant someone who was also drunk in his group of friends.
Right. He means
like take him
give
home.
him a ride home or whatever.
Yes. Yeah. So there you go.
Wow.
There it is.
Cancel culture isn't real, guys.
No. Overseer's Logs for $20. Thank you, Overseer. Says, speaking of otherizing people, I find that doing so is the main characteristic of all totalitarian ideologies. When one other is gone, they just create another. Talked about it a bit in a post-apo context on my last stream. That's very true.
Very true. Social identity always exists in comparison to others. Whatever your social identity is can only exist as a comparative social identity. What we are as a group is necessarily defined by what we are not.
Yes, true. Very true.
Of the 19th century were vehemently opposed to the reforms demanded by the socialist and democratic mass movements which arose throughout that century. They certainly weren't above arguing that even limited expansions of the vote might lead to the complete...
It's so funny because in the French Revolution, what led to all the problem is that the far leftist wing of the revolutionaries basically imprisoned and expunged the moderate liberals from politics, and that's when everything went to shit. So yeah, okay.
It's down for civilization. Yet it was simply easier to disparage those campaigning for such reform.
And another thing that he's not focusing on, because of course he isn't, is that the French Revolution ending with such bloodshed and chaos would like loomed over Europe for hundreds of years. And that's what made a lot of Europeans, even Charles Dickens, who was very familiar with history, and that's what he wrote about, that the shittiness and the chaos of the French Revolution affected the way everyone thought of all these movements going forward. So it's interesting that he uses that as his first reference of a positive work of crowds and mobs using their violence effectively.
It's very much an ideologically driven revisionist version of history.
Yes.
Forms as unruly and irrational mobs. The added benefit being that doing so didn't run the risk of legitimizing the grievances and hopes of these movements as being worthy of debate. The term cancel culture, as I see it, operates in a very similar way. Let's take the example of one of the higher profile cases of a supposed cancelling. The backlash against J.K. Rowling's increasingly confident and proud transphobia. There is, of course...
Just of course it's J.K. Rowling.
A supposed cancellation, guys. Supposed cancellation.
Well, he's supposedly transphobic too.
Yeah. No, wait. There was no supposed transphobic. He said straight out.
Yep.
Very transphobic, obviously.
What is more transphobic than dress as you wish, call yourself what you want, and sleep with whoever will have you? Most transphobic thing I've ever heard.
Oh my God. How dare you?
That's her cancelable tweet, by the way. I paraphrased it more or less. That's it.
Yeah.
No one is saying sex
destruction,
isn't real.
that's what they're after.
But if you say sex is real, then you're transphobic.
Yeah. She didn't even say sex was real. She said, call yourself what you wish.
Yep.
You know, dress however you
she
like.
said hashtag sex is real or something.
I think something like, but I mean, what they really got mad about, and but I mean the nebulous they people on the left mostly got people on the left mostly got angry about was the sleep with whoever will have you, as if people wouldn't want to sleep with you if you're trans. However, I would say if you sleep with someone who won't have you, that's called rape.
Yeah, that's what they normally call it.
Yeah, but she used words that seemed like they could be slightly hurtful or harmful. So she didn't baby the words enough.
I guess. So.
How is she? This is another thing, because he's been saying through this whole video that it's the opposition side that doesn't want to talk about specifics, but he's not talking about specifics. How is J.K. Rowling supposed to advocate for her position without offending the trans community?
Right. I mean, he literally just says she's a transphobe.
Yeah.
Which
for
is
advocating for her position.
Right. Which is taking her position and labeling her a transphobe is the mechanism used to cancel her.
Yeah. And to incite the mob and to get the mob psychology going.
Oh, how about like when they would point out to a black man and said he raped a white woman and then they went and lynched him?
Oh yeah, the same thing. Yeah, it's the exact same thing.
Right.
Look, transphobe. Lynch them.
Right. Or in the French Revolution, they'd say, hey, my neighbor who pissing me off right now, they're saying bad things about the government.
Yeah.
You should go take them away.
Or what they did in Russia, that certainly never happened.
Yeah, exactly.
And throughout all of the Soviet sort of revolutions, it was never to any degree of turning your neighbor because they might be saying bad things. Or I don't know, maybe they like stepped on your garden plant and so you had a reason to destroy them. Or people are petty.
They would teach the kids to tattle on their own parents if their parents were saying things that were anti-government.
If you didn't see the stuff related to the Capitol riots about that,
I know, it's crazy.
It's really scary.
What happened?
There were kids that were turning in their parents that they saw in the riot at the Capitol.
Yeah.
Really? Oh my God.
Yes, and their parents, I believe, one of them was arrested. One of the parents that was turned in by the kids.
Wow. I bet that person got a lot of likes on Twitter, though.
And that makes it worth it. All worth it.
Mom's in jail, but hey, I'm rolling in all these likes.
This temporary attention.
Hey. Question to be asked here about whether someone who, at time of recording, has a book at #1 on the New York Times bestsellers list can be meaningfully said to have been cancelled. With regard...
Look. We tried to cancel someone.
Yeah, I know.
Failed.
There it is.
Therefore, cancel culture doesn't exist.
This is the attempted murder, attempted robbery, attempted rape defense right here.
Adam, when I went to your house and tried to shoot you in the head and then you stopped me, what's your problem? I didn't kill you.
Huh?
Let's just go home.
No.
Nothing happened.
No. Fuck you.
Fuck you, though.
Fuck you.
I didn't kill you. You're speaking
canceled.
to me. You're alive right now. You were not canceled. Your life was not canceled, Adam.
I'm canceling you. I'm canceling you before you can cancel me.
As to the sprung up around the affair, however, the manner in which those defending Rowling so often try to move the conversation towards being about the broad notion of...
Tell me how I'm trying to move the conversation about how it being really weird that you're trying to cancel this woman. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a fucking hour-long 8, 10, 20 hour long stream.
I know,
last
you're
week,
like, when was the last time we had an
all
hour long
about this
stream?
very topic where we dived deep into all the very specific things, and actually even fucking ContraPoints didn't even dive into fucking J.K. Rowling's manifesto. Instead, she just conflated a bunch of other people saying very incendiary things to J.K. Rowling and saying, "See, J.K. Rowling's using secret dog whistles.
Right.
I can tell."
Yeah.
Right.
Aussie Yar for 5 Aussie bucks says, "Oh, the irony of Dobby turning on JK."
I do think that J.K. Rowling is a very interesting canary in the coal mine in a way, that it proves that no matter how woke you are, no matter how much of a hero you are to the woke crowd, they will eat you. They will destroy you when you're no longer useful.
That's why I was very interested about Ibram Kendi's remarks, because he's sort of taken the non-J.K. Rowling road, but I think that's because J.K. is a white woman, and white women are like perceived as like they're like they're white women are basically white men.
They're the second highest on the lowest on the progressive stack.
She's rich and white and a woman
and straight.
Yeah.
Yes, that too.
Ostensibly straight, I guess.
They can't have a bunch of white trans activists calling out Ibram Kendi. It would look too bad for them.
Bad look.
Culture works to tacitly discourage people from actually looking into the things that she said and from actually considering whether there might be any evidentiary basis for her spurious claims.
Again, what did she say?
Happiness and...
What did she say that's so offensive?
She said that there should remain a categorical distinction between women and trans women.
This is why I was
point.
making the distinction between how it's subjective, because we're really having an argument over what is offensive and what damage that offense does. I mean, it's a really weird argument. I love it how they want to make it anything where you're advocating your position is offensive. It's like, what? I can't even advocate my position without offending you?
Unless it's also their position. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is like insane levels of gaslighting almost, because it's someone says, J.K. Rowling says her tweet is, and then they try to cancel her, and then you're like, well, wait a minute, I don't think what she said was that transphobic or whatever, and you kind of discuss it, but then people still want to cancel her, and then other people say, well, look, I don't necessarily agree with J.K. Rowling, but I don't think that this is the way that we should handle public discourse. And then this asshole comes along and says, oh, see, that guy over there, he's just trying to muddy the waters. He doesn't want to talk about what J.K. Rowling actually said. He just wants to talk about cancel culture. It's like, because lots of people don't necessarily agree with lots of people saying that get canceled, but they don't like the concept that we live in this fucking society where if you don't toe an ideological line, the mob besets you and you get canceled.
Yeah, that's another problem, because they do come in and say if you're defending them in the realm of cancel culture, then you agree with whatever they said. And I'm like, fuck you, buddy. I don't agree with any of that shit.
I think it's not even that you don't toe the ideological line, but that you don't keep up to date with how the Overton window of that line moves.
Right.
So you have to be constantly up to date, which means you can be canceled for stuff that you said in the past that was completely on point 10 years ago, but now is socially unacceptable by the same side of the political aisle.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
that's hugely unfair.
So much of this is used it's all bullshit. It's used politically to like get somebody. Because we saw this with the lady who said sexual preferences instead of sexual orientation. Like, oh, you said preferences. That implies choice. You're actually a homophobe.
That was a Supreme Court justice they were trying to cancel.
Yeah, that was right. It was the Supreme Court justice. And everyone's like, what? Like, when did this fucking happen? And it's like, oh, this was obviously, someone was looking over everything she said with a fucking fine-tooth comb, looking for anything that could be possibly conceived as problematic.
Yep.
Just so they can get you. Because I knew you were really a homophobe.
But now to maintain their ideological consistency, that's the new norm. Like, that has to be the new norm. So now preference is this thing that you can't say, otherwise you're going to be canceled. No, it's weird. That's exactly how it's like the evolution is. It's like, oh, we shot we shot at this lady. Now we have to constantly point it out if somebody uses this. Like, that's a thing now.
How is sexual orientation not a preference, but your gender is entirely a social construct?
Well, the whole idea that it's not a preference completely invalidates gay and lesbian women.
Don't try to logic your way out of this, okay?
I don't think it's maybe
This is not going to work.
I'm just using their language. It invalidates the lived experiences of gay men and lesbian women to say they can't have a quote unquote preference for someone of the same sex.
It's so funny because this is really mob psychology. It's like the mob is looking for an excuse to attack the Supreme Court nominee, but any excuse will do. Oh, she misused the word. Now she's using the word preference, which was acceptable then, but let's make it unacceptable.
Yeah.
Let's make it unacceptable on the fly, and then now we can cancel her. The mob kicks in.
William the Younger for £5 says, they always pick the people who survive cancel culture to try and disprove cancel culture, ignoring all the little people like Chelsea Russell.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is, but that's point in case in point, I guess.
That was a woman who she quoted some rap lyric
song
on Instagram
lyrics. Oh,
or
yeah,
something,
yeah,
and they
yeah.
said, she's forever.
Oh, was that the girl who got kicked out of her college, I guess, for it?
There's a ton of them. There's a ton of them.
Yeah, it happens all the time. It happens all the time.
Yeah, that's what's so... I hate these fucking people. And this was what's the sweaty white guy, the fat sweaty white guy who had the same videos?
There's a lot of them.
I know. There's some more news guy. He had the same thing. He's like, yeah, if you focus only on celebrities often have fan bases that will stick by them regardless of whatever they do. Right. But there's hundreds of examples of just random people that you've never fucking heard of, because why would you? Because no one writes papers or articles about them, because there's just a random fucking person who gets fired for saying something innocuous or whatever. Like one of the classic examples was the guy who made the dongles joke. That was like really early on in cancel culture.
Or the guy who had the sexy lady shirt at the NASA thing.
Oh yeah.
Yes, the sexy lady shirt guy. I forgot about that.
The sexy lady shirt guy.
Sexy lady shirt guy.
There's so many of these like little examples that you forget about because it's just some random person, and then they get in all sorts of trouble, and who the fuck knows what happens to these people.
Because exactly, they have their 5 minutes of infamy, they lose everything, and they have no capacity to get it back. The best they can hope for is to quietly sneak back behind the scenes without anyone noticing. And I brought this up before. It's the uber rich, the uber elite. They don't suffer from cancel culture.
Right.
J.K. Rowling, doesn't matter how much you cancel her, she's still a freaking billionaire or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Or.
But some random on Twitter that you call a fascist Nazi and get him fired from his job, I mean, he's not coming back from that.
The origin example is Justine. What's her last name?
Sacco.
Justine Sacco.
Yeah, Justine Sacco.
She got canceled for the joke, which was, first of all, was a joke about her own white fucking privilege, and then she gets fired, loses her job, and then she like disappears from the public eye for like 6 months. And then she gets canceled again because someone finds out that she got another job, and she gets fired again.
Yeah, she's in the thumbnail.
But yet there's no such thing as cancel culture, right?
No,
doesn't exist.
Like right.
Just the righteous group of people fighting for
social justice.
This isn't irrational in any way. It's never rational.
Michael Wait for 499 said the kid who turned his dad in for being at the Capitol started a GoFundMe and raised tens of thousands of dollars.
Last I checked, it was something like $80K for college funds.
For what?
Yeah.
For his college funds because he has no parents now? Is that it?
Yes.
I got my dad arrested, so he can't pay for my college. So I want you guys to pay for
this.
That is exactly what it was.
Oh my God.
This is crazy.
Oh no.
What's happening to society here?
That's so bad.
It's crazy. The only thing is I wrote a little mini essay about what I think that will happen to that kid, which is that he won't get his comeuppance now, tomorrow, or any time in the future. But why would anyone ever trust someone like that?
Never.
Who's willing to turn in their own parents? Not your romantic partner, not your friends, not your teachers. No one will ever trust you. So you'll have an interesting life.
but I guess I hope it was worth it.
He'll
That
probably
was-
become a policeman.
There was that story not that long ago where this girl got kicked out of her college because this guy had like a recording of her saying she said like the N-word with a soft A.
Yeah.
She said I can drive N-words, so she wasn't even using
Oh,
it disparagingly.
yeah.
And
Remember this?
yeah, and she got kicked out of her college, and he was like sitting on that for like a year or something.
He
He
sat
had
on
this
actually for
recording.
3 years.
Yeah, and he just like released it at like the right time to screw this girl over, and you're like, what the? And everyone's like, what the fuck?
It
But no,
gets-
cancel culture isn't real.
Yeah, he actually wanted to go out with her, as far as I understand.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
He
And,
got friend zoned.
And they, well, I don't know if they went out or not, but they were potentially romantically involved when they were in high school. He took the video that she posted 3 years prior when she got her license and sent it to her college during her freshman semester.
Wow.
But no,
Have her
cancel culture
expelled.
isn't real.
No, it doesn't real. It doesn't real.
Doesn't real.
It does not.
Basic safety of trans people conflicts with that of cis women. The suggestion is that you don't need to look at the details, they're not important. And it's a clever rhetorical term.
What the fuck? I'm so angry. I'm seething here.
mean, he's clearly
Who's
looked at
not
the
looking?
details.
We did an 8-hour stream on this. We looked at the details.
He looked at the details. He read a 100-year-old paper.
I mean, who's not? This is like a Sophie's Choice type situation. It really is. It's
Yeah.
too who are you gonna side with? You gonna side with women? You gonna side with trans people? I mean, you want to side with both, right? I mean, we're human, for heaven's sakes. We want to side with both, but what the fuck?
Yeah.
None of that, all of that nuance is lost with him. He's like, no, you must side with trans people. Obviously, that's the right answer because I saw it on Twitter.
Or otherwise, you're a TERF, and it's.
I don't know how he can so easily throw women under the bus here. Like, especially being as he's not. I mean, what
Well,
do you?
I
he's a
think
dude.
because people like him, I can't speak for him, but people like him don't think that biological sex is real.
Mm-hmm.
And think that all of gender is a social construct, and that includes biological sex.
Right.
So women are trans women, right? There's no
Okay.
difference whatsoever.
Yeah.
So if
but-
you're discriminating against trans women, you're discriminating against all women. And if women are discriminating against trans women, they're discriminating against themselves, which makes them internally sexist or whatever, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is
That's what's so
ideologically
obnoxious,
consistent.
because
at
they
least.
keep saying no one is arguing sex isn't real, while they're literally arguing sex isn't real.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess they're just incapable of seeing the other perspective. So it's very easy to take one side of this ideological debate when the other side is just evil. You know?
But right, and then the ultimate irony here in this video is he's complaining about people not talking about the specific issues, and he's not talking about
No, I know.
specific
Trust me.
issues whatsoever.
Why do you think I'm fucking angry as can be? I'm like, listen, talk about the fucking issue. As soon as you start talking about the issue, the complexity becomes evident. It becomes very evident. Yeah, it's bad. This is awful.
Whilst those seeking to defend Rowling often do agree with her transphobic rhetoric, guiding the conversation toward...
Why did he never explain what she said was transphobic? He did not point out a concrete example of what she said that was transphobic. He didn't do it.
Yeah, he's just making assertions. Like regular
Put up a
just
tweet.
blind assertions. Yeah. He's using his straight white male privilege, his lived experience to make these just bold-faced assertions.
He's using his white male privilege of living in a first world country,
Yeah.
never having experienced mob violence, to sit on his pedestal. It's like, oh, I
Yeah.
don't understand why you're complaining about violent mobs. I've never had to deal with that in my life.
Well,
I
first
live in
world
a gated
imperialist-
community.
Yeah, imperialist Britain.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
This vague notion of cancel culture enables
Yeah.
them to defend the author without having to do the...
Cancel culture isn't a vague notion.
Yeah.
Like even remotely a vague notion. At all.
Yes.
hard work of actually piecing together a defense of the specific things that she said and written. At a perhaps even more pernicious level, the notion that
What?
He
Hold
mentioned
on.
specific things she said and written, yet did not provide them.
Why the fuck? Hold
know.
on.
You're doing
Why
the
are
same
we?
thing.
Why are we supposed to provide some defense of J.K. Rowling? J.K. Rowling wrote a 20-page essay providing her own fucking defense. What the fuck?
Right. And what?
Yeah, and whatever.
He's totally strawmanning and making this very disgustingly dishonest argument where he's saying, oh, he's implying that the people really who are defending J.K. Rowling are all really transphobes, but they don't want to defend her because they know her words are indefensible. So instead, they shift the conversation to this cancel culture defense and talking about that issue. But first of all, it's fucking obviously bullshit. But number two, there's lots of people who don't agree with J.K. Rowling, but still don't like the concept of cancel culture. And are they? Do they just have to be silent now?
Yeah, hi. I don't like J.K. Rowling, but I don't think she should be canceled for the things that she said. 'Cause
I think Harry Potter is
massively out of
horrendous.
I used to like Harry Potter, but still, when I was a kid, you know? No, I wouldn't like put Harry Potter next to like Stormlight Archive as good fantasy, but it's fine, or Kingkiller Chronicle, but it's fine. The reality is, though, I still don't think what happened to her is deserved. Even though I don't completely agree with her statements either, because she's a massive feminist, and I generally don't agree with a lot of her feminist points. But that also doesn't mean I think she should have her. And now what they're talking about is taking away her characters and her worlds away from her that she created and putting it in the hands of people other than her to take care of, because it's outside of her. The creator no longer matters because the creator is nasty and bad.
Death of the
ridiculous.
author.
Yes,
Lindsay Ellis, two-part video.
There you go. Well, it goes back a bit further than Lindsay Ellis. But
Yeah, well, yeah.
I know. But interesting, they want to kill her off because of her associations, but still use what she made.
Well, to
It's
be
very
fair,
bizarre.
judging by her last two movies, maybe Harry Potter should be taken out of her creative control.
Perhaps. I wouldn't disagree on that one.
If we
not
learned
been
anything from George Lucas, okay. Well, actually, I don't know. That kind of backfired.
Actually, I don't think so. That did backfire.
It did.
George.
Maybe we just have to put these series to rest forever. Maybe that's the one.
Yeah, it's just
gotta
time to
go on
to
a high
bed.
note. Yes.
Time to go to bed.
Yes.
there exists a thing called cancel culture, encourages us to view all instances in which someone...
Yeah, see, you think that he would merit even talking about Noam Chomsky, who's very anti-cancel culture. He's like leftist.
He's very far
number one.
left.
Right. And he, why don't you address his arguments? Your complaint, this is so ridiculous. He's complaining that, oh, they're always so vague with the cancel culture stuff. He's never actually brought up the argument about cancel culture that anyone's talked about specifically. He just says, oh, this vague notion of mob psychology by some guy 100 years ago.
No research in between and no concrete examples besides J.K. Rowling.
Right.
He's guilty of everything he's accusing people of, which is why it's so awful. Why it's
Massive
so
projection, yes.
makes you totally angry.
Someone receives online backlash for their words or actions as essentially the same. And this also carries over...
I like that
No,
he equates
yeah,
Noam
no.
Chomsky with Rupert
Murdoch. That's a bit of a stretch.
That's funny.
Noam's probably like, he just had a spasm over that.
Yeah.
Of historical discourses surrounding mobs. George Rudy has argued that the work of crowd psychologists such as Le Bon served to foster the illusion that...
Marxism Today, 1981.
You have to say it. I just paused it. You saw it, right? Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you supposed to say? Like, what was his selection method for this literature review? Was it literally Googling the word Marxism? Because I'm starting to think
It's so
that
bad.
might be the reality.
The Marxist
Is
theory
this-
of mob psychology.
What's this guy's background? Is he working on a philosophy degree
This guy
at
has a
Harvard
fucking
or
PhD, apparently, according
No
to
way. No way.
according to his let me go to his.
I'm
his
pressing
YouTube.
X hard.
I am oh my god.
Then again, maybe some fields are much easier to get.
Oh no, I'm sorry. He's a PhD student.
Yeah, they do that a lot.
Okay, well, Yeah, me too. So
ContraPoints is famously like she's a PhD dropout, which everyone like loses the dropout part. They're just like, oh,
yeah, me too. I mean, I was also a PhD dropout, but
it's acceptable with you. We'll forget the PhD. We'll forget the dropout part about you, Aydin.
Well, but the thing that you're talking about is because whenever they lauded her in the New York Times, they kind of bring it up as if it's an error of validation.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, you dropped out of school. You didn't get your PhD. You failed. Okay.
if someone mentioned that about me, it would not be as well, the system failed me.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah, I'm a PhD applicant dropout. Like I never got accepted.
It says, my name is Tom Nichols, and I'm a PhD student based in Southwest England. My channel explores the intersection between politics and culture.
Oh, of course it's intersectional. This is so, oh man. This is horrible.
When I was watching this video, I was like, I'm just going to trigger Adam.
I know. I DM'd you immediately. I only got halfway through the video. I had to buy a new phone.
Regardless of time and place, a mob is a mob is a mob. It perhaps goes without saying that crowds have done both brilliant and terrible things throughout history. It was a crowd which stormed...
Yeah, now he's conflating mob with crowd. What's going on?
And now he's just said that they can do terrible things. Up until now, he's basically said that everything they do has been good.
Yeah.
Well, for all his complaining about vagueness, he hasn't defined the term mob in this entire video that he's talking about.
That's what's infuriating.
Right.
That's what's infuriating.
He just conflates them all together when they suit him.
It's infuriating.
But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. See, he spends, so we're 33 minutes in this video where everything he's saying is mobs good, mobs are good. And then he's going to give you like 10 seconds of, well, maybe mobs can be bad. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm nuanced.
Let's look at this.
Mob is a mob. It perhaps goes without saying that crowds have done both brilliant and terrible things throughout.
Goes without saying because you didn't fucking say it in your video.
Never said it before. Never said this before.
History. It was a crowd which stormed the Bastille, but it was also a crowd.
Oh, and so yeah, he doesn't say what the negative
He doesn't.
examples are.
I knew. I was listening to this video. And I knew what he was. I knew what was on the screen, but this is the first time that I'm seeing it.
Yes.
YouTube won't let me mention this without demonetizing my video.
You can say capital riot without. I mean, you might get demonetized, but you can fight it. This video did get demonetized, and he fought it and won his monetization back. So,
Oh, okay.
that good this did, right?
Yeah. Nothing. I mean, it's public discourse. I mean, you can't even mention it in a video about science and history, right?
Why can't you mention contentious topics in YouTube?
But the execution of the Romanovs.
I know.
Why don't you bring that up? You know what I mean? There's some mob mentality for you.
Do we remember why it is that YouTube demonetizes everything? Mr. Tom, Mr. Living example of your stupid fucking idiocy, okay, who can't even say things because they're already getting demonetized. Do we not remember the two incidences that happened back to back that made YouTube crack down on monetization? Was it a giant mob of cancel culture people blowing out of proportion a completely fake story about YouTube monetizing terrorist videos combined with a completely fake story about how PewDiePie was really an anti-Semite?
Oh, yes.
Do we not remember this fucking time? You stupid fucking idiot.
Cancel culture strikes again.
You're a living embodiment of the effects of cancel culture in the video where you're denying cancel culture existing.
Yeah, you gotta bleep out everything you say and sanitize all of your words and speech because cancel culture does not exist. Correct.
Oh,
which crowds marched and continue to march, declaring that Black Lives Matter. Whilst not so long ago, other crowds
can't mention these folks either. So he's got the KKK up there with their marching with their white hoods in Washington.
Isn't it?
Oh, how can you? Why can't you mention that? The baddies.
He's comparing a peaceful Black Lives Matter protest to the KKK.
Using some nice story blocks footage
of
people just holding little signs because no one did anything but hold signs.
That's right.
In the BLM protests this past summer.
What are you saying? Are you saying he's comparing KKK, Black Lives Matter to the KKK?
He is contrasting them.
Or you think he thinks they're the same thing?
I mean, according to everything else he set up to this point, according to everything else he set up to this point, everything else he set up to this point would imply that they're just fighting for the proletariat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lynch mobs, apparently, according to Tom, could be justified.
Oh my God. Tom.
Look, he's the one making this argument.
Tom. This video is very problematic.
Hypothesis, however, encourages us to view all of these crowds as identical. The implication being...
You previously asked for that.
Yeah, but no one is doing this.
Yes.
No one is looking at a peaceful protest and saying, this is a violent mob of people, we have to disperse them. The only reason that was happening with Black Lives Matter protests was because there was a history of them devolving into violence and riots once curfew hit and the people were violating the law by protesting.
Mm-hmm.
But he also previously said that, all mobs were different. And so you can't identify the rationale behind them. So, I mean, you have to treat them all very specially.
Yep. When I agree with the mob, it's good. But when I disagree with the mob, it's bad. Okay?
Right.
It's very simple. I don't understand why this is so complicated.
He's got all these He's got all these examples of bad mobs, though, but he's not saying anything. Now he's showing Charlottesville.
He's showing Charlottesville.
And so far, he hasn't said why mobs are bad in any reason. He's only provided examples as to why mobs are good.
Yes, true. So yeah, mobs are bad when they leave and do bad things. Mobs are good when they don't
peaceful
do
protests.
bad things.
No, but he brought up the French Revolution. Those weren't exactly peaceful protests.
That's true, but he ignored all the parts about the bad stuff. So he's hoping his audience doesn't know their history very well.
Okay.
If you're keeping your chart, though, it would be violence is okay when it's on my side.
When
violence is not okay if it's on their side.
Right.
And
he's literally P plus P equals R-ing mob violence.
Yeah.
He is. Yes.
Criticize why supposed mobs, we have to be willing to criticize all of them. This same idea...
Remember?
Hold on, he's criticized none.
Remember when the Pussy Hat mob or the Pussy Hat protests came and people were like, oh my God, this is a powder keg. All these women wearing the Pussy Hats. It's going to pop off into a violent riot any second now.
I remember.
Remember that was a concern. People.
The terror that I felt.
For real? Are you? Come on, you guys are joking.
It was real in my mind.
It was real in her mind, Adam. Are you denying? Are you like AOC denying her experiences? Okay.
You're AOCing us. You weren't afraid of the pussy.
Aydin saw
a woman in a pussy hat is impossible to be afraid of.
How could you doubt?
How could you, Adam?
Could
Look,
you doubt what I felt?
one time,
easy.
Aydin,
It's ridiculous.
Like 2 years ago, Aydin saw a woman wearing a pussy hat. And she slapped her in the face, and it's been traumatized her ever since. So when she saw that protest, it just brought up all these old memories.
It was awful. It was I had PTSD.
Yes.
Was the woman in the pussy hat a dentist?
I have to go see a dentist tomorrow. How'd you know this? Now I'm actually triggered.
There you go. I know what you're doing.
Sorry. Okay, I agree.
The internet is central to cancel culture discourses. To return to the founding document of
Ding! Oh, it's so fucking annoying. Jesus.
Yeah, his sound effects are the worst.
Terrible.
I use
My
that
sound effects are
too,
funny. Okay.
Yeah, these sound effects are not funny.
To be fair, I use
the butt plug sound effect that he keeps pulling out, like it sounds like you're pulling a butt plug out. I hate that sound effect.
Well,
I use this exact same too.
What?
So do I. There's nothing wrong with using that
No,
specific
don't
sound
use
effect.
the butt plug. But no,
There's nothing wrong with
it. There you go. Oh, Sitch, you didn't have to pull your butt plug out just so we could experience the sound effect.
But no, there's nothing wrong with using the ding sound effect, but he uses it for no reason. It's like, cut away to a book cover, ding, and it's like, okay.
Why
if you want to do that, you'd have to like have it pop in front of his face or something, like.
Or it's
not
like
just...
it's got to be funny. There's got to be some joke or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How is John Ronson's book the founding document of cancel culture?
Because he's not read absolutely anything else.
What the fuck? Where did that come from?
Because he doesn't want to because he can't bring up you know, psychological research and studies that show that he's wrong.
Yeah, he's got to
Oh
go
yeah,
with-
that would be bad.
So right now he has cited 4 sources, I believe, 34 minutes in.
Yeah.
And 2 of them
Hey,
are
look,
from
do
the
you-
1800s and 2 are Marxist.
No, all of them are Marx, except for
Yeah.
except for John.
Yeah, implication being that if we want to criticise one of these supposed mobs, we have to be willing to criticise all of them. This same idea, transposed into the key of the internet, is central to cancel culture discourses. To return to the founding document of cancel culture.
So he's saying the centerpiece of cancel culture discourse is that all mobs are the same.
Not just centerpiece, but the founding document.
Yeah.
And not just mobs, but protests. Crowds of
And
people.
online mobs, which I'm like, this is crazy. Who's making this
Again,
argument?
it's actually the foundational document for online mobs is posthumously in Spears 1998.
Okay, I don't know when
I'm just saying.
the John
That's not the
Ronson
side
book.
model stuff. Reality is, this is a book from 2015.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I thought.
It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Yes. That book is hilarious. You should read it. If you have to spend your Tom Nichols Patreon dollars to do it, I commend you.
Anxieties, it is the unacknowledged glue which holds together Ronson's argument in So You've Been Publicly Shamed.
The unacknowledged glue that holds together Ronson's argument. All mobs are the same. There's no way in a million gajillion years you could get John Ronson to say all mobs are the same, because only an idiot would say that.
Yeah.
Do you like in his complaining about the vagueness of the argument? He could have clips of Ron saying his
No, he
position.
couldn't, because they don't
He could
fucking exist.
Right, he could have clips of J.K. Rowling's position, but he doesn't play any of them. He just gives you his version of their opinion.
He didn't put up her tweets even. Nothing.
His version of their arguments are fiction. He could never find those clips because these are not their arguments. These are not even remotely close to their arguments. Yeah. Yeah, no, he doesn't want to attack the actual arguments. He wants to make up this straw man 101. Yeah. Straw man 101. Every time you straw man on the internet, a puppy dies. And he's killed like fucking a gazillion puppies in this video. This is like a genocide of puppies.
The book is essentially a loosely structured set of anecdotes about people, both celebrities and ordinary folk, who have received some form of backlash on the internet. Despite
Excuse me,
Ronson's
one second. Why are you're criticizing this modern author for using anecdotal evidence? And I haven't read the book. Adam, you have, clearly.
Yeah.
But for using what appears to be maybe less than pure quantitative data, but his definitive research is speculative research, quote unquote research from the 1800s.
I know. Not only that, in the John Ronson book, it's not just about internet public. It's not only an internet phenomenon, because he does go into the guy who lost his entire career for making up shit about Bob Dylan, the Bob Dylan quotes. And that wasn't an internet thing. That was like fucking New York Times and shit. They were going after that guy hardcore.
Well, and also he just, again, was complaining about people being vague about what kind of cancel culture they're talking about earlier in the video. And here's a book that literally lays out all
Full
these
of
specific examples. of
Yes,
people who were
yes.
canceled. And he's like, oh, yeah, it's a series of anecdotes, you know, whatever.
Yeah, it's garbage. Not only that, when you put anecdotes into a table, it's called data. It's like all of a sudden you're studying. Well, isn't every single questionnaire basically an anecdote?
Sure, but the problem is that we would have to, what you could take anecdotes and put them into is qualitative data. And by
Okay.
qualitative data, we would need to have interraters go through and look
for similarities between reports to find
You
to then
you don't.
take.
I'm triggering Aiden. I could tell. I've
I've
heard Hyde say a million
I
times
love
that
explaining the difference between qualitative and quantitative data. If we wanted to take individial reports, things that aren't hard data, and turn them into hard data, we can. We can take the
yeah,
things
there
people
we
have
go.
said and find and use iterators, bunch of different people to read the same reports. They note down similarities that they like, certain things that they're looking for in these reports. They write down the number of times these things occur within the report. I now have 30 grad students who told me what they found, and then I can take that, turn that into data. Now it's quantitative.
Yes, that's what I've heard a bunch of social psychologists say, give me enough anecdotes and it becomes data. So
Enough anecdotes, enough grad students willing to read it.
yeah. Anyway, we'll move on.
Sorry.
He's completely mischaracterizing the book by our beloved John Ronson, friend of the show. Come on, John.
Also,
we want to
sometimes
hang out
known
with
as
you.
Ron Johnson. Let me get confused.
Occasionally. Well, he's got one of those tough names.
Yes.
Author of the movie Frank, which everyone should watch. It's completely hilarious. Great movie.
Tendency to concede any wrongdoing or lack of judgment on the part of those on the
I love that he's got Justine Sacco's tweet in here.
That tweet, the infamous
receiving
tweet.
end of
Can we read this tweet?
these instances of back.
Are we allowed to still find Justine Sacco's tweet hilarious?
It is funny.
It is. This was so crazy because when this happened, I'm like, wait a minute. She's making a joke about white privilege.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the joke. She's pretending to be like stupid and saying like it's okay for white people to be stupid. Like that's the joke.
Yeah, white
It is
people
the
can't
joke.
get AIDS. That's
We should-
clearly a joke.
Justine Sacco's tweet was, going to Africa, hope I don't get AIDS. Just kidding, I'm white. That's what she's saying. That was the tweet that got her canceled. This was the tweet that she tweeted out before she got on like a 6-hour flight or a 8-hour flight or something like that.
To Africa.
To Africa.
More like a
Yeah, she was
24-hour flight from
Okay,
wherever.
I don't know. I've never been to Africa, so. But yeah, so she was canceled they canceled her while she was in the air and just did so gleefully and made up stories about her, how she's rich and she's not rich, how her dad was a CEO. Oh God, they made up horrible stories about her. Yeah, it's terrible stuff. But
And it's funny because the quote unquote journalist who did this was a guy named Sam Biddle who worked for Gawker.
Oh yeah.
I know, I remember.
Oh.
Gawker is no more for this nonsense.
Want to talk about Schadenfreude? There you go.
And I don't remember what the incident was, but he got
Hulk Hogan.
Sam, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But Sam Biddle got in trouble and fired from Gawker, or almost fired from Gawker, because someone tried to cancel him for something he said in the past or did in the past, and he did the whole like, "Oh, how dare they're trying to cancel me now?" I'm like, "Oh my god."
Oh, interesting.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's cancel
Flash.
culture comes for
People
you,
who-
and it's a different story. Oh, look, he's got the dongle guys in there.
The dongle guy.
Read the book will likely come to differing conclusions about whether some pushback might have been warranted or not in each individual case.
That's
Yeah, he just blew his whole argument.
That's the whole fucking point. The anti-cancel culture people are saying, yes, you can look at each individual case and you could say, look, maybe you don't like what they did, and you can express that without trying to destroy their fucking life.
Without trying to get them fired or get them to lose their kids or what the hell
Or
else you're
kicked
trying
out
to
of
do.
college or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
This is
just
why.
say I don't like this. And
This
move
is
on
why.
with your damn life.
This is why I make the distinction between a real offense and these trumped up charges of nonsense, like Justine
But the dongle
Sacco.
thing.
Yeah. Justine Sacco is not Bill fucking Cosby, okay? Like there's a when somebody does something legitimately wrong, yes, the mob goes after them, but it's cancel culture when it's these trumped up charges.
And the most amazing thing is that Sacco or the dongle guy, those people's lives probably were significantly longitudinally adversely affected.
Changed.
Bill
Yes.
Cosby? Bill Cosby?
Yeah, he went for years without getting any pushback.
Yeah, he went for decades. Was
Same with Weinstein.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No one's defending them. No one's calling that cancel culture. Those are called crimes. Okay? It's completely different.
It looks like Cosby's going to get off to a degree, right?
Well, I don't know.
Well, very poor choice of words, but.
Oh my God.
Well.
Oh my God.
They just broke on you there. How bad that was.
Oh man. That wasn't intentional, was it, Aid?
No, but
I mean,
no.
it's one of those things where it's like
Maybe we should move on.
they're so old. It's like, okay. I mean,
they're already, but like these people, they're millionaires. They're billionaires. Sometimes they're not really going to suffer.
That's true.
What are you going to send? You're going to send them to white collar prison for 16 months.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
They've been really canceled. People are still going to watch the Cosby Show.
Wait, is he in jail? It says Bill Cosby now.
Yeah, he is in jail. What are you talking about?
Released prison mugshot.
Yeah, he's
but
in
I
jail.
thought he was only supposed to be in jail for a few. I didn't think it was like a serious charge. Like in terms of how
Yeah,
long
I thought he was
supposed to
got
go.
like 20 years or something.
Did he get 20 years? I thought he got like 2 or something.
He's
I
like
totally
a
wrong.
serial rapist, of course.
Yeah, I know,
like,
but
Yeah, but I would think
not everyone's got.
Isn't there a statute of
O.J.
limitations
Simpson's
for
attorney.
sexual assault?
I don't know.
There is, yeah. It's not like
I would
murder
imagine
where
there
there
is.
isn't one. Cosby, 83, was convicted of felony sexual assault and is serving a 3 to 10 year prison term.
Yeah, okay.
So
3 to
he'll
10
he'll
years.
get 2 because he'll it is 3. He'll
What?
apply to get out.
I don't
I'm just
know
saying that's how
about
it always
that.
works. How it always works.
Nah, the
Probably
parole
serve-
board is going to be like, nah, you're still serving.
They
They're
might,
not.
'cause it's
none
such
of
a
the
high-
none
such a
of the parole.
high-profile
Do you
case,
think? Hold on, we're
Maybe.
talking about cancel culture here. You think anyone on the parole board wants to let Cosby off early? No,
I think
of course
I think
not.
Cosby's super rich, and I think.
What do you think
money
he's
can buy
like?
Stuff.
Sending them Bitcoin or something? Like he's paying off the
He is selling
parole
them
board?
GameStop stocks. Okay.
Yes, he's going to send them GameStop.
Dogecoin.
There's no
my
way.
point is that
There's no
generally
way.
The elites do get off.
There is
with doing
no
heinous shit.
way. There's no way. There's no way.
I think he might serve 4
No,
years.
no way. The parole
If his
board is
minimum is-
no. He's getting 10
If his
years.
minimum is 3,
No.
his minimum is 3.
Yeah, but he's got to go
Well-
up through the parole board every time. No, there's no way. There's no way.
And how many people love the Cosby Show?
It's off the air. They totally killed the Cosby
They
Show.
grew up with it, but my point in bringing it all up is that again, cancel culture.
Tom is going to be very
as
upset. You're
much-
defending this
As
this
much as
legitimate
it-
cancellation.
I agree. Bill Cosby should be canceled, but my such a thing should exist.
Mm-hmm.
My point though that I brought up before is that the rich and the famous
Mhm.
are much more able to fight against this stuff than
Yeah.
regular ass people.
Totally.
And Bill
yes.
Cosby has a much greater like if a regular person was convicted
Oh, he'd be
of
gone
doing the
for
stuff
life.
Cosby was accused of, yeah, you'd be gone for life, not 3 to 10 years.
Yeah. 10 years he's going to get. I'm sticking him. I'm putting my foot down. Parole
hope
board,
it's
we
10.
will cancel you. I will organize a Twitter hate mob.
Let's hope it's 10, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's
Oh my
it's the 3.
God. Black pills here from Aydin.
I'm just saying
Dropping
it'll
black
happen
pills
under the
everywhere.
it'll happen. People won't notice it and they'll just go away.
People are
forget.
going to notice.
I
Come
don't
on.
know.
Every single, oh man, Twitter's going to light up the day that Cosby gets out after 2 years.
I mean, like, have you seen the hypocrisy over all this stuff involving Biden?
But,
Like, I don't
yeah,
know.
of course.
I
Biden's a
don't-
different scenario though. Biden's like, he's the Trump killer.
Yeah, but it can be like
Cosby
we
didn't.
say we're not gonna cancel the Keystone Pipeline. Oh, we cancel the Keystone Pipeline. No, only conservatives care. So only the people who are really invested, who have
Mm.
a strong investment in the Cosby case, will care if he gets out. Regular people who jump onto the mob mentality. If
Mm.
this doesn't end up in mainstream news, they won't hear about it. It's agenda setting. If the agenda is not set by
This
the
is a
news, and people
huge
don't hear about
story
it.
though. This is going to be like a BuzzFeed story day one.
Or what if they don't report on it?
This is
Because
rape.
they have
This
other
is
stuff.
proof.
They
This
will,
is proof
though.
of rape culture.
Yeah, because it definitely fits the narrative. If Cosby gets out like really early, it would fit the
Fits
narrative.
the narrative.
Media wants to push.
Yeah. So they will jump all over this.
I mean, he might get out early.
The media might be bribing the parole board just to let him out early, just so they have the story. They would
wouldn't-
make
I wouldn't
massive
be
money
shocked by
off
that.
of this.
put on my tinfoil hat. I wouldn't be shocked by that either, just for the story. But either way, what's the maximum he gets for supposedly sexually assaulting women? 10 years.
He's gonna die in prison.
And he'll die in prison because he's 80-something years old.
He's gonna get 10 years.
We'll see. But either way, it's not
They
like
might let him out if he's on a ventilator.
And still, where is he? He's in white collar, Beverly Hills.
Oh my God, he's probably house arrest.
Golf court prison. You know what I mean? He's not in pound me in the ass federal prison.
Oh my God, Aydin.
Sorry, just the truth.
This is a family show.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm kidding, obviously. I'm as bad as you.
Yet, the argumentative thrust of the book is that we have to view every single case.
Notice we're talking about Cosby and he immediately comes back with the thrust. Thrust of the book. Sorry.
As fundamentally the same. Ronson's thesis is that if you don't think that the online mocking of a pop science writer for fabricating quotes and plagiarizing the work of others is completely barbaric, then you're...
That's the guy who fabricated the quotes from Bob Dylan.
You're also sanctioning care workers who took a misjudged humorous photo at Arlington Cemetery being piled upon and losing their jobs. In fact, the whole cancel culture hypothesis relies on...
The whole book is really like weighing, whether the punishment fits the crime. I mean, he's not unclear about that in the book.
Upon the complete stripping away of detail and nuance.
This. Oh my God, I'm face palming here. I'm fucking face palming here. He's accusing John Ronson of stripping out nuance. What the fuck? Oh my! What the fuck is happening here? How can you write a 500-page book without any nuance in it? This is crazy.
Very specific examples.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Like the physical crowd, which it so clearly echoes, it is at best a lazy attempt to string together a profound-sounding cultural analysis which there is little evidence to support.
What a fucker. This fucker. Oh my God.
So far, he hasn't even attempted to refute any of the psychological studies or research, except for that one guy from the 1800s.
He hasn't brought up... It is laughable. It is, and I don't. At some point, I called it ignorant in the beginning. I don't know how you could write a 49-minute long video and just have not done any research.
Well, he's not even
to have done the research.
He's not even like saying here's the argument that John is making in the book. Here's the counter arguments. None of that stuff. None of that stuff at all. You know nothing about the book. And he's just here saying this is like a lazy attempt at making an argument. What? This whole video is a lazy attempt at making an argument.
At its best, it is an opportunistic attempt by media figures who would prefer to operate in a scenario in which their communication with the general public was entirely one way to delegitimize any criticism of their words or actions. Either way, it asks us to make an all-or-nothing pronouncement on the legitimacy and morality of...
Wrong. The book does not do that.
Well, and he's been making all or nothing arguments this entire video.
Totally. Yeah.
Oh, the
J.K.
person against
Rowling,
the mob is the elite
transphobic.
capitalist. Yes.
Yeah.
The person in favor of the mob is really working on the side of labor. And when someone did give a not all or nothing perception of reality, Charles Dickens, he fucking criticized him.
Except when all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he came to castigate the mob, the pro-Trump sort of people, and they're bad. Those came out of nowhere with no preface towards that term.
And he doesn't explain why they're bad.
They just are,
Yeah.
even though he spent 30 minutes explaining why mobs are good.
Right.
So in the book, John Ronson goes on at the end about how, like, there are no firm answers here. Like, he's as dumbfounded by all of this as anyone. The book is called So You've Been Publicly Shamed. It's not called, This is how you're supposed to think about cancel culture. Like, he's not making hard and fast black and white pronouncements in the book. As a real journalist, he's saying, here's some crazy shit that happened. What do you think about it?
Collective act on the internet. Yep. Just as when we look at specific examples of physical mobs, we find them to be infinitely more complex than Le Bon suggested, usually having very clear grievances and objectives.
He does in the book point out that the did I pause at a bad part? He does point out in the book that what? Go ahead.
I was just when he talks about like, oh, these mobs, they have these very clear objectives. The reason Occupy Wall Street was an utter failure was because they couldn't fucking they could not cohere into some sort of objective message that everyone rally behind and a demand. Like every politician in America after the housing crash was like, Occupy Wall Street, we're listening. Give us a specific demand that we can act on, and nothing.
We want vegan food. It's like, fuck you. What? This is the same problem with Black Lives Matter.
Tax the rich and BLM. It was a confused mess of arguments.
Black Lives Matter never had a cohesive list of demands either, and then the first demand was defund the police. It's like, what? It's like, what? We've been asking you for demands, and now your demand is defund the police? You've had some time to think about this. You can do a little better than that.
And actually, the best thing that came out of Black Lives Matter was probably a lot of police departments going to wearing body cams a lot more than they were.
And which is a good thing.
Well, yeah, which is a great thing for both the police and for the public. And the funny thing is that even Black Lives Matter they were tepid about that because they're like,
they turned on it.
Because they're like, it could violate our civil rights because they're filming, black people in their community.
Us resisting arrest.
Consent and knowledge. And you're like, what the fuck?
Very interesting, right?
The John Ronson in the book does cites the pattern that the people that fight back tend to get on with their lives, and the people that don't fight or that succumb to the mob do kind of go down a dark path and never really recover.
Right.
Yeah. He interviews people after they've been canceled. Like, I think everyone in the book that he goes into their story beforehand and after the fact.
It's funny that in the book, it sounds like he's doing the exact opposite of the mob. He's going to every person and he's humanizing them. He's talking to them as a specific person to get their story and to get their feelings.
Yes.
And yet Tom's like, fuck this guy.
And that's really pissing Tom off. It really is. He's humanizing the people.
Book?
I don't think so. No, I don't think he. I think he read the Wikipedia
He probably read like a
Reddit
Reddit post on the book or something.
Yeah, because if that's I haven't read it either, but I'm also not making a video about it.
I couldn't put the book down. It's so good. I think I might have read it more than once. It's hilarious.
But if that's your, you have read it, Adam, and if that's the way that, that it sounds like Tom here has not read it necessarily.
Yeah, he's
based
totally
on
mischaracterizing
the takeaways he's coming at with it from it.
Yeah, I would not call it lazy by any means.
So too, taking a closer look at any instance of online backlash usually reveal a very specific disagreement on some.
Wow. One side says they had it coming and the other side says they didn't. That's a very specific disagreement, isn't it? It's almost like you guys are interpreting situations completely differently.
Some occasions, I feel that a certain comment or action justifies being challenged. At other times, we might feel as though someone is being unfairly victimized.
Nailed it. Isn't that it right there? A difference of opinion. That's transphobia. No, she's defending women. No, it's transphobia. Yeah. No, it's defending women. Which would you like to do, Tom? Are you in favor of defending women? Or are you in favor of defending trans people? Pick one.
Yep.
Which one are you going to throw to the wolves?
Yeah, it is.
Tom, which one? We need an answer.
This kind of stuff is the sort of leftist Sophie's choice, right?
Yeah, totally.
Which
one?
You've got to pick,
women or trans people, Tom, we're waiting.
There are plenty of right-wing ideas and opinions that are hypocritical and contradictory, but the left and the right both seem to not necessarily identify those.
Tom, it's between lesbians and trans people. Who are you going to distance yourself from?
Well, that's what I said last week. That was so hilarious about the TERFs is that even though the TERFs, I think radical feminism is really stupid already, but at least the TERFs are being consistent with radical feminist belief when it comes to the transgender issue.
Sure, they haven't changed much.
Yeah, they're applying their insane bullshit theories of gender to trans people and coming up with the solution you'd come up with if you agreed with that feminist theory.
Yeah, if you think men are invading your women's spaces, then at least they're ideologically consistent and not wanting trans people to invade women's spaces.
We in the last 5 minutes have talked more about an actual substantive topic than this guy has talked in like 36 minutes here. Tom doesn't want to answer this question. Nobody wants to answer this question. Nobody wants to wade into this minefield. Let J.K. Rowling fight it out with the TERFs for all I care. I want them both to win. I want to live in a society where they can both win. It just sucks that's a world that doesn't exist. That's Tom Jump's best of all possible world situation, right? It's a fantasy
and they are going to have to argue it out because those two ideas, they cannot coexist. The hardcore feminists cannot coexist with the trans activists. They just cannot, even though they're both on the left, their ideas are incompatible. So that does not mean all this stuff is copacetic, as Tom seems to be implying. It's not. It's just not. Feminism classically cannot agree with the current trans activism perspective.
Tom is covertly here taking a position, though. He's taking the position, he's siding with the trans people against the women people. Tom obviously hates women. I mean, you can see it all over his face. But
how can you tell? It's so small. I mean,
but the reason why he's keeping everything vague is because he doesn't want to make that clear, how much he hates women, how much he loves trans people over women. He doesn't want to make that abundantly clear, even though he's taken that position.
These are the secret dog whistles that we can decode.
The dog whistles.
Right. We don't have to actually hear the specific words from Tom's mouth.
He said, which is a huge dog whistle, he said that J.K. Rowling, what she said was transphobic.
That's right.
Which means he hates women. I mean, you just do the math. There are two parties at the table. The trans people have stepped forward and said this is what we would like, and the women have stepped forward and said this is what we would like, and Tom is saying, okay, the trans people get it, and the women are what? Oh, what is wrong? What about us? And J.K. Rowling is speaking up about that. It's not even that's what we would like.
It's that this is what is correct. The other thing is morally wrong, and if he's siding,
that's what Tom
is
saying. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Tom is saying that if you love women, you're evil. Tom is saying if you let women win, you are a bastard. That's basically the dog whistle that he's putting out there into the world.
See, look,
bastard is a male-oriented insult. So.
I mean, we're joking around a bit, but
you're living in the patriarchy, Adam.
We're joking around a bit, but this is true. I mean, seriously, if you're taking, I mean, you call it the Sophie's Choice. Famously, Sophie's Choice is where she has to decide between the death of two of her children, right? Like which child do you pick to die? Like
the feminist or the
exactly. So I live in Tom Jump's best of all possible worlds where they both live, but Tom here lives in the real world. He's got to pick one, especially if he's engaging on this topic. So I don't know. It's just nuance.
Nuance is important. If we're to have meaningful...
Oh my God.
Nuance is important.
As if manna from heaven.
Yeah.
At other times, we might feel as though someone is being unfairly victimized. But retaining that nuance is important if we're to have meaningful conversations about how we want our public sphere to operate.
This is so infuriating. You can't have a meaningful conversation about shit when you're randomly calling people transphobes and trying to cancel them.
That's what's so insane, because that's the whole argument, is that cancel culture makes nuance impossible. And then he turns around and saying, cancel
Nuance is
culture
important.
people are stupid and their argument is dumb and we need to have nuance. It's like, that's our fucking argument, you asshole.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes. And he characterized John Ronson's book, which is a thoughtful analysis of cancel culture, as some black and white cancel culture is ultimately evil book. Yeah. Mischaracterizing the other side and then claiming you have an argument that you don't have. This is probably the worst video I've ever seen on the internet. Boy, they're just giving those PhDs away now, aren't they? I'm dying to know what he's studying.
Again, he's a student. I have my doubts. I mean,
He's been through 4 years of college. He's working on a PhD.
If he's working on a PhD, he's been through 6 at a minimum.
Yeah. What the heck?
Sitch, do you remember what he said his degree was in?
He doesn't say.
Not
I was
anything.
looking.
Critical race theory.
Yeah, not anything
gonna
involving
guess.
numbers. I'll put it that way. Not anything involving numbers or science or data would be my guess.
Grievance studies.
He's probably a philosophy major, I guess.
Or
God, what I would give.
science or
I'm
something?
thinking of just putting a poll together on Twitter and just adding him. Trans people or women? You know, pick one, Tom.
I also thought 1984 wasn't a good book for leftists anymore.
Oh, did you find it? Sitch is
I
like on a
found it.
mission here. He's like,
I found it.
Who was right?
Black
I'm a
Pillis.
PhD researcher in the Department of Drama.
Oh my God. Oh
It's
my
even worse.
God. Oh
I didn't even
my
know they
God.
gave PhDs for theater, for
How-
drama. What?
What?
I didn't.
I'm undertaking an MA in theater practice.
MA. That's not a PhD.
I've re-engaged. After
He's
7
a
years of working
theater
in the theater
kid.
industry, I've re-engaged with academia in 2015, undertaking an MA in theater practice.
That's not a PhD. That's a
I don't
master's.
know then. Well, no, he says he's a PhD researcher. I don't know what that means.
So he's not a
Is he saying
PhD
that he has
student.
an MA and now is trying
Someone
to get his
he's
PhD?
helping his roommate who's working on their PhD.
Or yeah, does that mean? Does he mean he's helping someone who has a PhD?
Or they're actually like he's filling out questionnaires like he's a member. He's like he's in some PhD experiment.
Well, a PhD researcher, from my understanding of this, and I've not engaged much with the British system.
Yeah.
But it could be with an MA that he is a research assistant.
Okay.
Well,
but that would be still
It's
involved in the
just-
academy. In which case, I mean, he could be pursuing a degree still. I don't know. That's a odd wording for things.
Sitch is like
But-
demoralized here.
Well, no, because I found this. This is apparently, I don't know, people are arguing about this on the internet. They're like, what's the difference between a PhD student and a PhD researcher? And some people are saying a PhD researcher should really only apply to researchers who have PhDs.
I agree.
I
Completely.
would say so as well. But
yeah, so I don't know what he means by this.
well, he could be someone seeking a PhD who's working in a lab. I mean, like anyone who's getting a PhD of any real value works in a lab. But
Well, he works in the lab of drama. Okay.
yeah,
The lab
that's
of
what I
theater.
mean. Is what is the lab? What is a drama lab? I have no idea.
PhD
that's so
is
funny
supposedly increasing the body of human knowledge. That's what
That's
a
but look,
PhD is supposed to do.
I want to be
that's what
clear.
it was to me.
There's nothing at all wrong with getting a PhD in theater or anything
You,
like that.
what? How do you increase the
No, but
our
wait a minute, wait a
scientific understanding of the world in drama?
I don't know, Adam, but there's nothing wrong with doing it, okay? Nothing wrong with studying theater and any of this stuff. My problem is that when you have a YouTube channel that's about politics and culture and you say you're a PhD researcher or student, the implication is that it has something to do with the fucking subject you're talking about. And that's where
Yeah.
your knowledge base is coming from. So, but then when you say, oh no, his PhD's in fucking theater and has nothing to do with anything he's talking about, you're like, oh, okay.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, my higher education's in social science, and I talk about social science, so I guess I live up to that standard. But
it's if I had a PhD in something unrelated to politics, I wouldn't bring it up in my YouTube bio. Or if I did, I would say specifically what it was. So it wouldn't give people a false impression of my, bona fides.
I mean, but it could still be useful. If you had a PhD in theology or mathematics, that would be relevant. Theater.
You know what it takes
I'm a little
to get a
confused.
PhD.
I know what it takes to get a PhD, and it's extremely excruciating.
Yeah, difficult. It is massively difficult.
I don't know to get a theater PhD because you don't have to. I mean, do you even have to do comps? I have no idea.
You have to perform a play. You have to perform Shakespeare before.
Well, so for us, in my field, to finish your PhD, you have to publish research, and then you have to do comps, which are comprehensive exams. Comprehensive exams last about 10 to 12 hours, in which all of your professors grill you for 10 to 12 hours about the most difficult questions they can think of.
Yes.
And many people fail multiple times before.
Wait, he has an article on ResearchGate.
Ooh.
Called "Adapting from the Internet: Cultural Adaptation in Internet is Serious Business." This is I'll read the abstract. This article argues that the internet today constitutes a social and cultural space, holding within it a culture distinct from that of the physical world, with its own customs, morals, and beliefs. Taking as a case study Tom Price's Internet is Serious Business, which premiered at the Royal Court Theatre in September 2014, I will use Patrice Pavis's hourglass model to carry out a textual analysis of this adaptation of the factual story of the formation of online activist groups, anonymous and lol sex, for presentation within the theatrical form of contemporary Britain, a narrative which has become one of the internet culture's major cultural myths.
So let me break that down into realistic
please
speech.
do.
You like all the fucking jargon shoved into that?
It wasn't jargon to me, but it is to other people, I guess. A textual analysis meant he read something or watched something and went, here's what I think about it.
Yeah, that's what I got. That's the only part that I understood. Yeah, I'm like, textual analysis. That's problematizing a script.
Now, if he had gotten a bunch of grad students and had them read it and then found iterator reliability, now you have science. What he did is not science.
No, it's autoethnography.
Yeah, it's not even even autoethnography could be a little bit more.
Oh my God.
What's the point of saying? It says the article argues that the internet today is a social and cultural space with distinct culture from the physical world. It's like,
that's true.
Yeah, I mean, like, duh.
Sometimes in studies you have, or particularly in are you reading his doctoral thesis, or is just a?
I don't know what it is. I have no clue what it is.
In a doctoral thesis, you have to overstate everything. You have to restate and state and state and state over and over to basically prove that you know what you're talking about. That's why doctoral theses are usually 500, 600 pages. But if it's just a published study, that's some weak sauce.
Well, it's not a study. It's just a publication. Like, I don't know what it would be classified as.
You see the journal it's published in?
Journal of Arts Writing by Students.
So that's kind of by students is a big
Is that like a pat on the head journal?
That I don't know this journal, but if it has by students in the title, that's a pat on the head journal.
Okay.
My guess.
But you could still get your PhD if this is technically a journal that you're published in, right? I mean, that's the hardest part of getting a PhD is getting published.
You don't have to publish your PhD. Your PhD, your thesis that you write as a part of your PhD does not have to be published.
I thought your research had to be published.
No, I mean, it's a bonus if you have published research, but it doesn't have to be. And in fact, there's a horrible predatory industry around journals, faux journals for the most part, very, again, predatory journals that will offer to publish your PhD to help you on your road towards in academia.
Right.
And be like, oh, we'll publish your PhD, we'll publish it. Pay us $1,000, pay us $10,000, and you can get your PhD published. That's bullshit. Don't do that. Anyone who is seeking a PhD, do not do that.
Wait, this sounds like a good racket. Me and PSA Sitch might start doing this. I have a website.
Pay to have your PhD published. Do not pay to have your PhD published.
We'll publish it in our chat.
That's right.
Take your PhD research, turn it into an individual study that's 30 pages or less,
AdamFriended.com
and publish it that
PhD
way,
publication.
not 500 pages.
When Sitch and Adam publish your PhD, not only does it get published, but you get free will. That's right, an extra 10 units of free will for every publication.
Well, why am I only
Don't you want to have a PhD in free will?
Why am I only publishing my reading list when I could be publishing other people's PhDs?
So I found his
$1,000 of crack. I'm there.
I found his thesis is on the representation of regional English cities in contemporary theater.
Oh,
oh my God.
I can't. I mean, I can't talk too much shit. My master's thesis was on the comparative, contextual viability. I'm rephrasing.
I know you like your.
Of clothing in video games.
Oh wow!
Wait, what was it? Say
that sounds
again.
interesting.
Basically, what I was interested in is that, so like a lot of people tend to bitch about the fact that like, oh look, this character is wearing no armor and she's dressed in skimpy
boob armor.
And I went,
who complains about that?
Feminists.
Why would you complain about something like
jealousy?
Basically.
But my question was, I believe, and I base this on some very old textile research, comparatively very old, was that it depends on context dependency, or it is context dependent. Therefore, if you are engaging in a social task, it is better for the character to be skimpily dressed if they're a female. And if you're engaging in a more aggressive fighting task, it's more context appropriate for them to be wearing more armor.
Mm-hmm.
But there was also, we put in the PAX instrument in there, which is player avatar interaction and identification, which is like, do you see the avatar as you? Do you see the avatar as someone else? Do you see the avatar as a symbiote between you and someone else? Or do you see the avatar as a tool? And depending on that, sorry, I didn't mean to go into my
I see the avatar as my girlfriend in the game.
Right. If you see the avatar as your girlfriend in the game, you wouldn't care necessarily if she's wearing really skimpy stuff.
No,
but if you see
I want her. I picked that outfit when I made the avatar.
Exactly. But if you see the avatar as yourself, you might not want him or her to be doing a dangerous task wearing no clothing. And if you see the avatar as someone else that is outside of you or your girlfriend or whomever, you might also want to protect them, in which case, because they're like a little baby bird. Those were the questions I had that didn't get answered because I never got to conduct it.
To me, it seems like it's the same reason Hollywood generally casts attractive people. It seems like people's, and I'm sure there's studies about this, people seem to be infinitely more empathetic to attractive people than they are to non-attractive people.
Yeah.
It's called the halo effect. Yes.
Yes.
So
halo effect is that people think that attractive people are good, are more intelligent, are just better at everything.
That's what's so hilarious about the feminist theory of objectification, because it's literally the opposite of reality. They say, oh, if you have the attractive woman wearing skimpy clothes, you view her as a literal object instead of a human. And it's like, wait a minute.
No.
If you see someone who's attractive to you, you're more likely to treat them like a human being.
Yeah.
You're actually more likely
friendly
to put them on a pedestal.
Yeah, exactly. Where if you see someone dumpy, you're going to be like, get out of my way.
The textile research I mentioned before, there used to be a bunch of journals on textiles. They've mostly died out. But what they were studying, it was a proto field of communication. What they were studying was like what you should wear to an interview. Guess what they found? Be moderately sexy, not dressed like a bimbo. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
But be moderately sexually dressed if you're a woman, and not totally frumpy. And that's how you get a job. Making more money, by the way. Not just get the job, but get bonuses. They found like research from the 80s and 90s. I don't know how accurate it is now, but it's a pretty consistent field of research.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Feminist.
Crazy.
Sorry, I went off on a tangent there.
No, we love it. That's why we invited you on.
Well, about his PhD or his
well, we went on a super tangent about this guy's background for no reason.
Yeah, which makes me feel a little bit bad. I don't want to bully him.
I kind of want to bully him.
He's bullying reality here. It's terrible.
True.
Each one.
We should. Wait.
I hate that noise.
Hello,
hates that
you've
noise.
reached the telephone of Tom Nichols. You must be one of my new
Should we skip
$300 a
the-
month
the
Patreon
sketch?
subscribers
Skit.
looking for your free 5-minute chat.
No, the skits are telling us more about this person than anything.
I see. Okay.
Oh, or is this about the divorce?
Hi, Tom. No, actually, this is Laura from Pigeon Books.
Oh, so you received my manuscript then?
Yes, although having it sent by armed courier wasn't strictly necessary.
I wish it wasn't. I wish it wasn't.
We have to do that with our book too. Armed courier. Yeah. We can't let
Click
it
the link
fall.
below to sign up for Indiegogo to get a PSA Stitch and Adam comic.
Yeah.
It may be, if we get enough people
It
signed
might
up,
be
maybe there'll
delivered
a
with
tier.
armed
There'll be a
courier.
reward tier. Get an armed courier to deliver your comic book to your house.
It wasn't. But we had a read anyway.
Still trying to piece your mind back together after having it blown?
Not exactly.
Perhaps you...
Boy, this is a good
The hubris.
example of the video.
Yes.
weren't quite ready to hear the truth. Yeah, the real truth. I understand. I understand.
Frankly, Tom, it's one of the worst pieces of writing I've ever had the displeasure to receive in my entire career.
She's talking about the video. This video that we're watching.
There were less than 10 full stops in the entire document, and your argument that France isn't real, a country I've been to, literally, multiple times, doesn't exist.
Wait a minute. The irony here. His fake strawman character is arguing France isn't real, and a character saying, "You're crazy, I've experienced it," and he's arguing that cancel culture is
I know. See, you would have missed
something
it.
that we've all experienced and witnessed.
Well, it's interesting. I've mentioned this like in a comment before I got on here. It's like, do you think that if he experienced cancel culture, he would recognize it happening to him?
Of
Oh,
course.
hell yeah. Of course.
So,
yeah.
but that's what I'm
Do you
interested
think-
about.
Do you think he would call it cancel culture? Or he would externalize it, he would give some other name to it because otherwise he would have to face the cognitive dissonance of having made this mess.
Hard
Right.
to say. Yeah, that's
He
hard to
couldn't,
say.
if he did something in the past or did something that gets dragged up, because of this video, he can't call it cancel culture and he can't fight against it because of
Right.
this video.
Yeah. Bad stuff.
To put it, Tom, ludicrous.
Oh, so they've got to you too. You know, I've always hated the publishing industry and their idiotic pro-France agenda.
Let me finish. Yes, it's an intellectual and literary car crash. One of our fact-checkers experienced physical pain reading it, Tom. But...
Again, the irony here is overwhelming.
Huge irony. Gigantic irony.
Dr. Peterson's got himself in another meat coma. So we're pushing
Oh,
for
wow.
publication.
Yes, see?
How
Excuse you.
dare!
The Peterson
Wow.
joke. You would have missed the
Wow.
Peterson joke.
That's true.
Wow.
See the rule, you guessed it, even more rules. And we think this might appeal to a similar market.
Hyper-intellectual Renaissance men with abnormally large brains.
Sure.
Ah, I've always loved the publishing industry. Never afraid to print the truth no matter the cost.
So, and it makes me deeply, existentially sad to say this, Tom, if you could get us a full draft, say by the spring, and please could you break it into chapters this time, we would be delighted to publish.
Well, you better be ready for the fight of your lives, because they're going to put out all the stops to try and stop this one.
I am 100%.
See, he gets canceled and he ends up blowing up for it. That is the arc, the story arc here.
That is a real thing that happens. It's psychological reactance. When you try to stifle something, it does tend to blow up. It's the Streisand effect is the more common
Yep.
term for it. But
But this is fantasy.
yes.
It's the insane
It's not
argument that
reality.
because people fight back against cancel culture, it doesn't exist argument.
Yep.
But again,
Yes.
that's only true for the people who are pretty much already famous.
Yes.
It does
Yep.
not work for tiny little people who this happens to when they lose their jobs and they lose their college, acceptance, they lose their tuition, whatever.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Those
The
people
little
don't
people.
bounce back. Those people
Yeah.
don't bounce
What happened to
back.
that girl that got kicked out of her college? I don't see any
Lindsay-
articles saying
yeah.
she got into another college. I don't know what the fuck happened to her. No one's gonna know what happened.
Lindsay
to her.
Shepherd. She has a YouTube channel. What are you
Yes.
talking about? I watch her.
Lindsay Shepherd is actually kind of a rare example.
I like her.
Yeah, but like
Sounds
that's the
that-
thing is that there are the rare examples like the Weinstein brothers who are able to turn their cancellation into something amazing, but that's very rare.
I thought you were. I thought you were talking about the Weinstein brothers for a second there. I was like,
Whatever.
what the?
I always get the
Sitch.
Weinstein. I don't know.
Well, you can't get those. They're two brothers, but like two of them are legitimately like serial rapists.
And wait, the other one's not he has a brother?
No, I don't think his brother is.
I thought it was
should
just
take that back.
it's just him.
Yeah. Which one's the bad one? Harvey or?
Harvey's the bad one, but I
Harvey
didn't
is
know if
the
he had a
bad
brother.
I don't even know who the other one is. Boy, think how badly fucked over the brother got because they were all in all these movies as the Weinsteins, and now all of a sudden they're like, "What? I get taken out too because of my stupid brother." Now he's being taken out of all the movies.
You're right.
I wonder if they could just get
his
a
brother's
change
name
to
is
his
Bob.
name. Yeah, they just want to change it. Nah, you have the
No one knows
the
about
bad
Bob Weinstein.
name.
No one's heard about him.
Yeah, that's good. He's been married
That's
for
good,
20
yeah, I
years
know.
and faithful to his wife. And he's getting screwed. This is the cancel culture story we're
course it
talking about
was.
here.
Of course it worked.
The 5, the mob and the individual. Oh, maybe he's going to talk about individuation here. Don't hold your
Let's see if
breath.
we get some research.
I want to close out this video with a few thoughts which I would have liked to have touched upon in greater detail, but for reasons
But they actually blew my entire argument, so I had to leave them out of the video. Oh, sorry. That's me talking.
of time will merely pose as questions, which you might want to mull over whenever you see the notion of cancel culture brought up in conversation. In particular, I want to highlight the extent to which the idea of the frenzied mob, whether online or off, only really makes sense through its opposition to the idea of the rational individual. In his
He's like going to take a shot at the what is it, the classical liberals?
Yeah, fuck him.
Logic,
yeah, I mean,
bro.
you saw again earlier. He had someone called a
I
fake
know.
account called Classical Liberal with the a symbol associated with white nationalism and the thumbnail. So yeah,
He's got all the us and them trademarks in here.
his own study of crowds in
Rationalism
1840.
and the scientific method, that's all part of like the hegemony of whiteness
Hegemony?
to, you know, erase black
Hegemony.
culture.
Since we can't
hegemony
even
or hegemony are both
Whatever.
correct.
since
They're
we
both
don't even
correct
know the
pronunciations.
difference, you can tell that we're obviously not white privileged.
When you're using buzzword jargons, it doesn't matter what the word
I think
actually means.
they're both correct pronunciations.
I thought it was
Everything-
Jiminy, like
Hegemony?
Jiminy Cricket.
When Gemini Semini comes in the room and Adam runs away.
Stop it.
1. The Scottish journalist Charles Mackey wrote that men, it has been well said, think in herds. They go mad in herds, while they recover their senses slowly and one by one. This idea that alone we are logical and intelligent, whilst collectively we lose something of our mental faculties and become prone to some form of groupthink, is deeply ingrained in our culture. It's not...
What? What?
Oh, it's only 100 years of research that shows that groupthink exists.
Is
Well,
it
to be
culture
fair,
or
people are stupid
biological?
regardless. So
It seems like it's innate. It seems like it's biological.
It is innate. It is biological. Because when we were in tribes, of course, thinking with the group was what allowed the group to survive, the best chance to survive, rather than standing
Yeah.
up against the group.
Yeah. Yeah.
Individualism is something
Hard
that
to-
developed later in human psychology. It doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily mean that what the group does is the most logical, because oftentimes, as we've been describing this whole time, it's not. But it doesn't
Totally.
mean it's not something people do. God damn.
Well,
It's so dumb.
like a good socialist, the theories only work if we revert back to hunter-gatherer tribes, okay?
Mm-hmm. The original commune.
See why such an idea has been so heavily circulated. Contemporary capitalism requires us to view ourselves as disconnected individuals.
Oh my God!
Oh my gosh.
Oh no! I didn't watch this part of the video.
All
You
this
tied
is
it into
all this comes back to
capitalism?
capitalism. Yeah, exactly.
Individualism and capitalism. Oh no!
It's the evil, the great
groupthink-
evil.
Groupthink doesn't exist. Mob good, individualism equals capitalism, therefore bad.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we
Individualism is a capitalist plot to get you to buy shit. Oh my god.
That
is literally the fucking opposite. All the ads are all the cool people are
Yes.
wearing these shoes. You should wear these
Groupthink.
shoes.
Fall into
It
this
is
group
actually
thing.
it's the most basic aspect of persuasion.
Yeah, I know.
Is getting people to think other people like something.
I know.
And making it scarce. So you have to get it before it's gone. You got to get in on this because other people want it so much.
I know. Like I can't even conceive of an ad. Like even ads that pretend like they're about individualism, they're always like, you want to be the cool rebel, right? That's an individual. Well, you got to buy our shit that all the other cool individual rebels are buying.
It's Cialdini.
Yes.
Yeah, Cialdini, my hero.
I love Cialdini, but yeah, it's his basic research on why people like stuff. You know, for social reasons, and one of them again, it's scarcity and it's social influence.
Yeah.
Pursuing our own personal interests, and the notion that there is an inherent connection between rationality and individuality helps to keep us skeptical of those who think or work collectively.
I like
this is so
well, this is even this is hilarious too because
it's wrong. Go ahead.
The foundation of America and our form of governance is about how you need to have a bunch of people come together
Democracy.
to agree upon a set of rules that are voted into office. It's not because what he's saying, he makes it sound like, Western individualism would want to assign a king, the individual king, to make all decisions for society.
Wrong.
This is going to be further
Yeah.
from the truth.
Not only that, peer review. It's based on the fact that the individual is fallible and that you need to bring other people in to make sure that they're not being, self-serving and putting their PhD together just to basically blindly follow their own interest. Yeah.
And it's even funnier because the emphasis on the individual over the community is generally a left-wing philosophy or
too,
metric.
yeah.
Because it's generally the more conservative aspects that are like, oh, you have to fit into your community. You have to conform to your community.
Well, it goes both ways.
Well, I guess that's true. But
there are conservative aspects that are very community focused, and then of course there are far left aspects that are very community focused.
Right.
And then the more centrist versions of both tend to be more individualized.
But in terms of because conservatives basically controlled American culture until recently, they were controlling the metric of what the community was, and so the left would place themselves as if they were the ones fighting for individualism when they were actually just fighting against the right-wing definition.
Right. Yeah, they were the rebels. They were the cool guys.
Yeah.
I always point to the 72 genders when people want to talk about individualism because I don't see how you can't call yourself a super individualist if you're like the gender binary is too limiting. I need a spectrum. I need a wide berth of genders to choose from. I mean, aren't you trying to become an individual in that way?
Right.
It's so very teenage rebellion-esque,
But that's separating yourself from your parents as an individual.
Yes, and it tends to be that parents tend to be more conservative because of financial reasons, and I do very much see a parent-child dichotomy between the left and right in a way. The left sees themselves as the rebellious child who's fighting against the establishment, against history. The right wants to protect history, wants to be the conservative who protects the past, and I do think that's the way they've basically situated themselves. But it's interesting then for him to make this in-group argument about it. Or group-based mentality.
I don't think individualism versus communitarianism is a left-right thing.
I don't think it is either.
People make that argument, and I just don't think so. I think you can find examples of individualism on both sides of the political spectrum. So therefore, I just don't see it as being a good metric for saying Individualists are on the right. Communitarians are on the left. Or
They use it
vice versa.
It's used pragmatically.
Mhm.
If the group is conservative, then the individualism is on the left, and if the group is leftist, then the individual is conservative.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
Cancel culture hypothesis, knowingly or otherwise, cleverly narrativizes this opposition. Articles and anecdotes which encourage sympathy towards someone who has supposedly been cancelled generally work to...
Someone who's supposedly been canceled.
Supposedly.
Because there's no evidence of anyone who's ever been canceled before.
Again, do you think he would say this for, like, if Vosh got canceled or whatever?
Hell no. Of course not.
No, because then he would change his mind and say, well, Vosh probably deserved it because he was a sex pest or whatever.
I guess so.
He said to glass
Construct-
Israel.
A mythic saga in which a lone individual has found themselves facing off against an undifferentiated online mass. Our highly individualistic culture has taught us where our sympathies should lie in such a situation. Yet, we have to recognize that
He's completely ignored the psychology involved in online mobs, though. He just lumped it in with real life mobs, and the psychology is actually different.
Mm-hmm.
It's a far more extreme version online because you have far fewer individuating factors.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can't be tied back to you usually in any real way.
Right.
You going on Twitter and making a fake account to go tell somebody to, hurt themselves or whatever. That can't be tied back to you if you're behind 7 VPNs.
Yeah.
Like
the old 7 VPN.
The old 7 VPN.
I'm glad you got the 7 centuries joke. You're welcome.
And you not physically being there, you have this level of safety that you wouldn't have if you're part of a normal mob or a physical mob. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
I
can
could
be
get
physically
killed.
hurt.
I'm out here in the streets. Holy shit. I'm vulnerable.
All you can happen to you online is that you can get insulted. So
Well, I mean, that's like a form of psychic trauma, which is basically the same as being killed. So
that's true. That's true.
such phrasings are always selective. For one, as we explored earlier in this video, we do not lose our individuality once we become part of a digital crowd.
When did he explore that?
He didn't explore it, and that is objectively incorrect.
Yeah, very much so.
Based on all of the data, that is incorrect.
Yes.
I wouldn't even know where to start.
The fun part of joining the online mob is to joining the mob. We're doing this together. We have the power. Hold the line, diamond hands. We're taking down the man.
I'm actually speechless.
I know, it's fucking so wrong.
It's the entire field of computer-mediated de-individuation that has been going on since the early 90s.
Yeah.
Again, this is an astounding lack of basic understanding of this field, while just flossing over it and being like, we covered that. No, you didn't.
I'm calling his PhD advisor right now. Give me the number.
He just shouldn't say dumb stuff like this and act like he did research when...
It's all fake news, Aydin. All of YouTube is fake news. That's the huge black pill. All this stuff is fake news. These people believe anything.
Right, of course. That was actually upsetting that he would just throw something like that out there.
Oh, he's so confident about it.
He explored it in this video, okay?
Which he did not. Which he did not. And despite the fact that there are thousands of studies that show the exact opposite of what he just claimed.
They don't count, Aydin. I have a study from 1766 right here.
Look, one time in the 1700s, there was a food riot and they didn't kill anyone. So therefore, you're wrong.
I read postmostly in Spears' research. How about that?
Yeah. Peer review will clean this. Nah, peer review's not going to save this. They're going to be like, yes, J.K. Rowling is a transphobe. Okay, you get your PhD.
If we did that...
Jaya Sararian Goral Manyan for £5 says he also accused the police of ending the Paris Commune, but they created it. The military ended it. Yeah, it was a good
Interesting.
catch. I totally missed that. It was actually the police and like the National Guard or something of Paris that created it. It was the federal military that came in and was like, okay, stop
Oh,
it.
so it was the establishment.
Wow.
Then online forums, subs, or Facebook groups, to name a few examples, would be perfectly harmonious places entirely free from conflict. Something which they evidently
No.
are not.
Let me
Oh, I
explain
love it.
this to you, my
Someone
dude.
other
Let
than
me
me getting
explain this
triggered.
to you,
I
my dude.
love it.
Now I'm triggered because this is my particular. Look, these online communities, again, they form their own micro, within threads, even cultures that are enforced within the
A-team,
individual threads.
S-class.
They form microcosmic cultures that they themselves will come to enforce. And then, like on 4chan, the second that a thread disappears, the culture that was created disappears into the ether.
A-team
Because
is forever. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Because that is how online anonymous communities work. They form and disband cultural norms within seconds.
Oh, you're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart.
There's so much research on this that it's upsetting.
Adam wants
A-team for life.
He wants
A-team
A-team
will
etched
last.
into the stone, into the history books for all time.
A-team is immortal. Don't listen to her, guys. Don't listen to her. It's untrue.
It would, therefore, be more than possible to retell any of these stories of supposed cancellations in a way which highlighted the specific reasons that a particular individual...
Every single time, these supposed stories, like he's so consistent about it. It triggers me every time. It's all just this is all just a right-wing conspiracy theories, guys. This isn't real.
Chose to call out behaviour that they found objectionable or hurtful. And the opposite is true as well. For,
Wait a minute.
at least in most of the higher profile, therefore be more than possible to retell any of these stories of supposed cancellations in a way which highlighted the specific reasons that a particular individual chose to call out behaviour that they found objectionable.
I don't understand. He's saying that they don't do that and that they should do that? Because he links an article that seems like it's literally doing the thing he's saying they should do, as if they don't do it.
What are the thing? What's the thing they're
Yes,
supposed to do?
some online mobs are vicious.
Hell yeah, very.
And
much
others
so.
are perfectly rational. But he's
Specific reasons that a particular individual chose to call out behaviour that they found objectionable or hurtful. And the opposite is true as well. For, at least in most of the higher profile cases, the person who has been cancelled is also, in one way or another, part of a crowd.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
To go back to the example of J.K. Rowling, Rowling retains legions of fans, at least some of whom have come to support her precisely for her transphobic comments. Indeed, those new fans seem to have shaped some of her thinking about trans rights. Rowling is, therefore, every bit as much part of a mob as those who criticise her. It is simply that a choice has been made in how to tell the story of her radicalisation and the criticisms that it has engendered. Who is part of a mob and who is not is therefore not something absolute, but something which is decided.
He like doesn't understand reality or the argument, because
the thing is,
the argument with the cancel culture people is the cancel culture people make it so you can't discuss the very situation that he wants to discuss. That's the argument. We can't discuss anything because you say, oh, you label this person a racist or a transphobe or whatever, and it just shuts down all conversation.
Yeah, he mentioned the letter in the very beginning of the video, so you'd think he would know that because that's what the letter's about. Gee whiz.
The thing too, though, about saying that J.K. Rowling has fans, when someone is being canceled by a mob who's coming out and saying you're transphobic, you're racist, you're sexist, whatever it is, people lose their support for that person because they don't want to be labeled by the mob as well.
Yeah.
They don't want the mob to come to them. And so a lot of times people are not prone to defend someone who is being canceled because they don't want to be canceled too.
Yeah. Very much
Especially
so.
JK, she hasn't gained any support from this. She's only lost it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and she's double fucked because she can't even. The anti-cancel culture people are are, you know, they'll still call it what's happening to her is wrong, but they don't also want to support or defend her because she's a radical feminist.
She's a radical feminist. Yeah, I'm anti-cancel culture, but I'm not gonna like be J.K. Rowling's white knight.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, okay, she's placed herself in a very lonely position.
Yeah, with her billions of dollars.
Well, that's true.
Right. I think
Yeah.
that's going to happen to more and more left-leaning people as the Overton window shifts further left. When you get left
Hopefully.
behind by it, it'll be interesting.
Yep.
These events are thought, written, and spoken about. Once we begin to recognise this, we likely begin to see how these decisions might be informed, at some level, by the broader issue of who gets to be seen as an individual in our society and who is denied that right. The word masses has long been used.
It's also a totally stupid point too, because it's like, if someone attacks J.K. Rowling or Scarlett Johansson, which was what the article was talking about, because they're like, oh, how dare she try to play a trans woman? It is a mob attacking a person. J.K. Rowling doesn't magically become a mob because she has people support her.
Yeah.
Like, she doesn't, her personality and identity doesn't like melt into the crowd and she becomes the crowd. Like, that's how this works.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. Like the mob, the emotional impetus behind them, which motivates it,
Right.
is sort of self-sustaining. J.K. Rowling can't just go, I summon you, Harry Potter fans.
J.K. Rowling is not, she's not Alucard from Hellsing. She doesn't have like an infinite amount of like fans that she's killed and absorbed their essence in. Whenever she's damaged, she just sacrifices
You don't know
one
that.
of them.
You don't know that.
I mean, maybe she is. That's kind of like it's kind of similar to Voldemort with the Horcruxes. So maybe that's where the idea came from.
Used as a working class people in a manner which denies their individuality, and through the cultural connection between individuality and rationality discussed a moment ago, their intelligence.
Which there is no connection. So bonkers. Are you saying individuals are rational actors? Is he talking about rational choice theory? I'm not a fan of rational choice theory, but.
And a similar phenomenon frequently occurs in relation to other marginalised groups. Phrases like the LGBTQ+ community or the black community, to point to just a couple of examples, can be powerful adhesives when used by people within those communities to organise, but they can also be used carelessly or maliciously by outsiders in ways which infer a level of homogeneity to the concerns and experiences of the countless individuals who make up those groups. It's therefore important, when appraising discussions of cancel culture, to consider how this broader iniquity between who is allowed.
It's like, okay, it's true. They want to have their cake and eat it too. Someone wants to say, oh, as a black member, I'm a black female. I'm part of the black female community.
Yeah.
And thus you have to listen to everything I'm saying because I've, appointed myself as team captain or as a representative of an entire group of people. So listen to what the fuck I say. But then if you're like, well, let me criticize some aspect of your movement, it's like, well, we're not all the same. How dare you homogenize us?
Yeah.
Bigot.
Yeah. It's always convenient sort of shifting one's position.
Yeah, they want the power that a role confers with none of the responsibility behind it, basically.
To be seen as an individual and who is denied that privilege might be tacitly informing the conversation. To approach this from the opposite angle, we would also do well to be skeptical of the notion that those who present themselves as completely disconnected individuals are inherently and extraordinarily rational.
Yes, enlightened
I gotta bring up
centrists
Dave
represent.
Rubin.
Not Dave Rubin,
immediately,
no.
but immediately uses Dave Rubin as the avatar.
I know we make fun of this guy every show about being irrational.
Yes.
I can't tolerate Dave Rubin either. So.
Well, it's like he has to go back to the 1800s to get the one guy from social psychology. So of course he's going to pull on Dave Rubin.
Well, Dave Rubin as the rational individual, or as the supreme individualist, I guess.
For recently, seems to have seen a rising tide of contrarianism in our culture. This is evident in often quite
Excuse me,
pathetic
is it
attempts
only
by
one
some-
type of contrarianism though? Like does he think left contrarianism is not contrarianism? I'm wondering.
I don't know.
Because he brings up Dave Rubin.
Well, he would probably classify left contrarianism as secretly right contrarianism that's pretending to be on the left.
Okay.
All the people that say, "Oh, I'm liberal or I'm on the left, but I'm against woke
Cancel
SJW,"
culture.
like those people are or cancel culture. Those people are
They're
really
secretly rightist.
secret right wingers.
Yeah,
okay?
totally.
Or they're people that got canceled themselves because they're really a bigot, and now they've converted, to
To the
being
right.
a bigot, an openly right wing bigot.
To get themselves cancelled precisely as a means to gaining attention and sympathy.
What?
It also has some echoes in the formation.
Yeah, didn't you know Jordan Peterson got himself canceled on purpose? That's the narrative.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
When he was arguing with those college students, he's like, "This is gonna make my career. It's gonna make me go viral." He knew.
I mean, in a way, if you're a real big brain person and you're playing some high stakes poker, I guess you could plan that out and think, well, maybe psychological reactance will hit and people will come around to my side. But that's a very risky move.
It is.
And I don't think that the vast majority of people are playing that game.
Isn't that what that was like? FouseyTube tried to do that, and it blew up in his face.
Did he really?
Trying to make people hate you so they'll hate watch you and then maybe come back around to your side, I guess, which is psychological reactance of being like, psychological reactance is, again, you can't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
Right.
Psychological function. Right. So
the Liberty Oppression Foundation is based on psychological reactance.
Yes. So if someone's been unfairly canceled, for example, then people who might experience reactance towards that cancellation and go, well, no, we have to fight against that because this person has been treated unfairly. This is messed up. This is, suppression. But you have to be really banking on a lot of people supporting you and a lot of people bringing up even that you were canceled. So I don't even think Jordan Peterson is big-brained enough to have planned that out that far down the line. And even if he did, it wasn't necessarily a smart move, No.
You can see the interviews with him when it first happened, and he just looks distraught to a level that you can't think anything but this is completely sincere.
He doesn't know what else to do but to say what he knows as far as he knows is true.
It's hard. Standing up against the mob is hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's hard.
Like, when Brett Weinstein was arguing with the students and getting canceled on Evergreen, he knew he was planning ahead.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he knew.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm going to start a podcast with my wife."
Playing 8D chess on
Yes.
that.
I think both of them would just rather be back in academia anyway.
It's very comfortable.
Academia is so comfortable. Yeah, exactly. That's why people don't want to speak out. This is why tenure exists, is to inspire people to speak out.
Of conspiracy groups. Nevertheless, there is also a broader trend in which, following any cultural or political event, a competition begins to compose the most unique take on that incident. It doesn't matter how terrible that take is, as long as it is unique. This seems to be driven by a similar fetishization of individualist rationality and by a desire...
What?
I know.
A fetishization of individual rationality.
Yeah, that's how I get off.
Yeah, having a unique idea is the fetishization. I can never say that word. Is fetishizing. What is
individual
just fetishizing
rationality.
Individual rationalization. Well, you did say Spock was like your dude, so I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe
so
he does have you. Maybe he's got you nailed here.
But what he said is that you can't have a unique idea, basically, organically. It's always a function of social pressure, or or maybe an anti-social pressure of needing to be unique and different and to differentiate the self. That's Do you think he would say that about his own thesis, which is inherently a unique idea? It need be.
Oh yeah, totally. He's fetishizing all that stuff.
That
so
take
weird.
is, as long as it is unique. This seems to be driven by a similar fetishization of individualist rationality and by a desire to be seen as more intelligent than the crowd, solely for the reason that one's analysis differs from that which is more widely accepted.
So he's tying this in, saying that the whole anti-SJW cancel culture, anti-cancel culture movement is based on this fetishization of the individual and saying, I'm not going to be a conformist. I'm going to be a rebel.
Right.
Which used to be the cool left position. It was I'm going to be an anti-conformist. That was the feminist position. We don't want to conform with gender roles.
I'm still a
But now I guess
nonconformist. What's he talking about?
This is so crazy.
Now it's cool to be as much of a conformist as possible, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also doesn't make make any sense inherently. I don't understand this argument.
I don't either. Yeah. I don't know where he's getting at here.
A lot of socialists, especially the woke socialists, they fixate on this idea that like Western liberalism and Western individualism is inherently white and thus is inherently oppressive and bad. And so he kind of seems like he's tying this all together to that notion.
I always find that so incredibly demeaning.
Racist?
Yeah. The idea that like, there's a great comedy group that I love called Firesign Theater that made albums in the 1960s and 70s. And one of the quotes is, hey man, one day we're all gonna be out here living like Indians, dressing like Indians, and doing all the simple, beautiful things you Indians do. Hey, want any peyote? And it's this exact mindset. They wrote that in like 1969, and that's this mindset.
Right. Yeah, that's very true. There's like that form. What was it on the Smithsonian African American Museum? They had the form that was like being on time as part of white culture.
Yeah, I have that probably on my computer somewhere because it's horror. It's all kinds of stuff. Yeah, being able to be on time, rational thinking, the scientific method. All of these are white. Unbelievable.
So sad.
It's pretty bad when like the supposedly anti-racist talking points would be identical to literal racist nationalist neo-Nazi talking points. I think that's when you've reached peak horseshoe.
Sometimes someone's unique viewpoint can enable us to understand a certain topic or event in new and perhaps better ways.
Do you think he thinks that about
we should
people
be
he
cautious
considers to be
think
white supremacists?
Yeah.
Right.
Just a
that
question.
this is always the case. Sometimes consensus has emerged for a reason, and the mob actually might have a point.
No.
Hi everyone, thank you so much.
Oh no! I love that so much of our country and its government is based around not only consensus but protecting
the Bill of Rights
minority from the majority.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the Bill of Rights and Electoral College and all these other systems that are in place to make sure that the majority just can't have complete dominating control over the minority.
Where does this guy think science comes from? Does he think it comes from a bunch of people in a room just agreeing like, oh yeah, I think this is the right thing, or a handful of very specific researchers, one competing or working together very individually to come up with this stuff? It's not group consensus. In fact, everything that we do is trying to remove individuality from research so that in terms of quantitative stuff, so that your individual identity doesn't influence my processing of the data.
Exactly.
Without individuals, nothing changes. Without institutions, nothing lasts. We maintain our knowledge through groups, but individuals pushing forward, finding new things, inventing new things. Yeah.
It's so hilarious because the fetishization of the individual only emerged, at least in American culture, during the countercultural revolution, which was a left-wing movement in America, fighting against the conformity of the right-wing culture. That's where all this stems from.
The hippie movement, man.
Yes.
It's like, let's all
be individuals and break norms and get high.
Yeah.
And then for him to turn around and say, like, this is the right-wing elite conservative trying to press the individual on you. It's like, what the fuck world are you living in, Tom? Wait, you're the drama PhD. You're the theater guy. You should know about this.
Maybe it's just my own perspective, but I find it so very difficult to comprehend the idea of wanting to be a part of a faceless mob and just fit in with it like a peg.
Well, it makes sense to me. You get a lot of emotional energy from being in those spaces.
All this is
now
just
for autistic people like you and me.
so bizarre for me to
We're
try
like,
to imagine to want to be just like everyone else.
Right.
Don't you think all of this though, this entire video is just rationalizing the intuitions of the social justice mobs? Like that's the whole point.
Oh yeah.
1000%.
That's why he made it. And
Yeah.
I think why he very briefly at that one point kind of covered like, oh, it's like, yes, mob mentality is great. Mob mentality is good. It does good things, except when the KKK does it and maybe right wingers do it, and then it's bad, which he just
Yeah.
kind of, ran
Throws
over
in
very, very
there.
quickly and then just kept going with his thesis. But had to mention, oh, except for these ones. Those aren't good.
Wicked
Very
problems
interesting.
though.
I just
the
realized
fact
you're-
that you could say that there's some kind of consent, like we're never going to get a consensus between progressive and conservative. I mean, society's structured in a way that you need progressive and conservative. Like what kind of consensus could you get there?
Well, the consensus is, or at least used to be, that we're going to live together in a peaceful society.
Yeah, live and let
We're
live.
going to disagree politically, but we're going to move forward. That's the consensus.
We'll come to a mutual agreement that we can both be okay with. That's not how it's working anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I just realized that your Star Trek crush Spock, his big line is that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Or the one.
Or the one. So there you go. You're anti-individual. You're a bloody communist.
Well, in some instances, that is true. If you're talking about self-sacrifice, then the needs of the many do outweigh the needs of the few or the one. But it is a fairly common phrase.
So much for watching this video. As ever, I hope it was worthy of your time. If you've found it enjoyable, or
I mean, I guess we're able to make a stream about it. I guess it's worthy of our time that way.
interesting in any way, then I'd be super grateful if you'd consider sharing it with any friends, either online or off, who you think also might get something out of it.
I'd like to step in here and say, if you have any enemies, if you know anyone that you totally despise, any ex-girlfriends, any ex-boyfriends, any dentists that you would love to see, like, really not understand how the world actually works, I would like to encourage you to send them this video. Send your enemies this video.
You think that
This
to
time
like
round-
normies this would be compelling though?
Of course. Of course.
I guess that's the problem, right?
Well, I think most things are compelling to normies in general.
Yeah.
As long as they're sort of framed or their moral intuition is one way or the other, as long as I mean, this product he's created, it's a very good product in that if your moral intuition is already framed towards communism or leftivism, you're going to find his argument compelling, even though it's insanely bullshit.
Yeah, he's got all the right, like, intuition stroking in there. Capitalism is bad. Individualism is bad. You know.
And he has the citations, even though they're
terrible
pointless.
citations. Yeah, exactly. Completely
But it makes it
farcical.
sound like it's informed.
Sure, yeah.
Based on data, even though it's stuff from the 1800s.
Yeah, out of date nonsense. Yeah, no, it is a good. It is. I like the way Sitch put it. A product. It's a slick
Yeah.
product. Yeah. So if you have friends that you are like trying to convince him capitalism is evil, you'd send them this video. You'd be like, look, he hates capitalism too. Look, all these people he quoted people from history. Capitalism bad.
Automata for $20 says, interestingly, on the Black Lives Matter specifics, DeRay Mackinson and Campaign Zero Group had a series of 8 policy reforms, hashtag 8 can't wait. That came into disfavor and was pushed aside for the defund the police narrative.
God.
Wow.
That's true. I remember that.
But
'cause
they
it-
were proposed. Yeah.
No.
But see, that, and I'm glad you brought that up, Otto, because that's like the perfect example of why mobs suck. Because, you know, you have, okay, so some people work on some 8 policies. It's like, okay, 8 of them. I have to know 8 fucking policies. They're probably specific and maybe they're confusing. There's all this stuff I have to know. That's all complicated. A mob is like, I don't want to know that information is too complicated for my mob brain. I just want some one sentence that's not even a sentence that I can just shout.
Somebody to
Defund
chant.
the police.
Yeah.
It's a sentence. Subject,
Shows-
predicate, and verb.
Right, but okay, excuse me. I'm sorry. It's a full, complete sentence.
Oh no, internet
But-
connection unstable. We may be going down. What's happening here?
Uh-oh. Did you break the stream, Adam?
No, I think we're still up.
Okay. But the point is that the fact that a crowd, that defund the police was able to sink into a crowd so much stronger and quicker than the 8 can wait stuff is just evidence of the fact that crowds and mobs generally aren't these amazing beacons of rational thought that are good for creating policy
Yeah.
or advocating for change beyond simply being, the armed force behind some idea.
Yeah,
Well,
we
of course
hate.
not. Crowds are emotionally driven. It doesn't matter what the emotion is; they're always emotionally driven because emotions. There is this thing called emotional contagion, and it spreads throughout groups. It particularly spreads fairly strongly throughout anonymous or pseudonymous groups.
Right.
So basically, if someone in the crowd starts getting riled up and starts, shouting one kind of slogan that's more angry, it moves throughout the group as a virus would. That's
right.
It is called social contagion for a reason.
Oh my god.
And what's the slogan or idea that's going to rise up in a group? It's going to be the one that's the most low resolution, that has the broadest appeal.
Yes,
Simplest
and
to
most
understand.
simplistic. Yes, most simplistic to repeat and to understand.
Right.
Lord of the Nerds came at me in a super chat with that virus thing. Did you see it when it went by?
Oh, I did see it. Well, actually, I'll address that right now. Where was it?
Oh,
he came at you
no.
hard.
I know.
Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, Adam, you used the phrase social contagion a lot recently. Would you like to walk back your critique of Gad Sad's use of parasite or virus?
I'm not walking anything back. I'm fighting tooth and nail. What are you talking about? We just did a thing on cancel culture, and I told you the people that fight back are the ones that win. I apologize for nothing. Gad Sad can get fucked.
Are you going to be specific on why he's wrong, or are you just going to fall back on vagaries?
Ad hom. This is an ad hom argument now. I don't, Aydin, I don't like the use of viruses for ideas because
Adam's a fucking nerd about this for no reason.
No, I mean it's inaccurate. Social contagion is.
Oh
a good way
my
to
god!
describe
There
it.
you go. Okay. Hey, so
but you understand.
Steel man my argument, Sitch. It makes
But
me
wait a minute,
think
Adam.
you don't actually know what my
Adam.
argument is.
Adam, you understand that that the normies, you just talked about the
Colloquialism.
normies.
It's colloquialism.
Yes. We want the low resolution, simple to understand that when you say something is a virus, it's a colloquialism that also it's like a synonym for meaning something's contagious.
Yeah, you can. It
That's all they
spreads
mean
like
when they say it's a virus.
Spreads like a virus, but it's
right.
not.
That's all they
yeah.
mean. So when they say
So-
something's
so-
a mind virus, they mean it's an idea that spreads.
No, but
Only 'cause social
no, you're
contagion is
wrong.
something not
You're
everyone
wrong.
understands.
You're wrong. You're totally wrong because,
How am I wrong?
well, the anti-theists come in and they say that you're serving the virus, and the virus idea is profiting off of you in the same situation of a literal virus. They're framing it as the idea is a parasite, which is not the case at all. Do you understand the difference? I mean,
I understand. Okay, I understand your contention if you're saying that the idea is like a parasite.
Is
and that it doesn't help. Right.
Their
and that doesn't help them in
their
any way.
argument literally is incorrect, and that's the argument that Gadsad is making. He is saying that the idea is a parasite that's feeding off of you.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah, that's incorrect. It's bad psychology. It's bad social psychology.
I'll give you the parasite
But
one. Sure.
The parasite one I don't agree with, but the basic idea of social contagion though is just that ideas spread socially. They spread via communication. They spread via nonverbal communication, via just looking at how someone else is dressed, look at how someone else's body language is presenting, can all be socially spread between people very quickly, very, very quickly, far faster than a virus, right?
Yeah.
Lord of the Nerd says, Adam admits he is wrong. Let's move on, guys.
I never admitted I was wrong, but anyway.
Utter
I'm so
Nonsense
glad you
109
were here,
says-
Aydin. Thanks for backing me up, because it's bad science. I don't know if you read Godsad's most recent book, but the most frustrating part about it
Parasitic
is
Mind. I read some of it. I got a little bit.
So you were frustrated in the same way I was frustrated. I'm like, dude, you're supposed to be a social psychologist. Why are you making these errors all over the place?
I like a lot of his stuff, but I think sometimes, like, I don't hate Dinesh D'Souza, but I kind of hate some of the stuff he writes.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Yeah, where it's like, oh, I like you, and I like most of the things you say on like Twitter or whatever with Gad Sad at least, and I just sometimes I think he gets carried away, and I didn't love that new book. Yeah, frustration is probably the best way to describe
Well, I
how I
hated
felt
it,
towards
so
it.
I'm like much further than you, but
I got it like the day it came out too, and I was,
Oh my god, you have to. This review, I looked up Gad Sad's book, The Parasitic Mind: How Infectious Ideas Are Killing Common Sense. This is the first review that comes up on Amazon. This is amazing. A guy named Jason Cone says, I originated the concept of thought diseases. He says, I originated the concept of thought diseases 15 years ago, and I named them meme pathogens. Examples of meme pathogens are politically correct, ideas that threaten Western values, the scientific method, intellectual freedom, liberty, and more. I have written several books, lectured, and produced thousands of hours of content on videocasts, podcasts, and interviews. My system has enabled thousands of people to go free of these MPs. Go free practitioners have improved their health, gotten off the path to suicide, gone clean of drugs, improved their spiritual, improve their spirituality, abandon Marxism and similar teachings, and much more. My system has been tested and refined over 15 years, and I have a prodigious track record of successfully improving bodies, minds, and spirits. I congratulate Gad on his colossal sales success. Currently, in my mind, the reading of The Parasitic Mind, I noticed some interesting similarities between this book and my book, Go Free, which is also available here on Amazon.
Oh my god.
Do you think that he recognizes the supreme irony that he's talking about memetics while claiming someone else stole his idea?
Well, see, this was funny because as I'm reading this, I'm wondering if this is like a troll post.
I don't know. I mean,
Because
it
it
sounds like he's trying to
also-
sell some MLM shit, but
Right, and whenever someone says "go free," it sounds like he's sort of like referencing Scientology. But I don't know. He has a picture of his book next to Gad Sad's book called
even if it was true, if you're talking about memetics, and then you're like, memetics is a process of society repeating a certain number of ideas over and over again, and then my idea was repeated by this other guy. So that's not cool. Okay, just a little bit hypocritical.
Look,
maybe.
he's a meme thief. Okay, he stole this guy's meme.
Gad Sad stole his meme.
He stole his meme. All right. Utter Nonsense for 199 says book recommendations from Aydin.
Oh, yeah. Hang on. Let me bring up my.
She's got the list.
No, I'll go to my Amazon and see what I would.
Holly
'cause there's a bunch.
Madison, Story of a Bunny, a Playboy Playmate or something. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, right. Wait a minute.
You should just do what Adam does, where this came up so often. He just like made a web page.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to
CT's been
have
pimping
one.
it out in there.
Oh, okay. This is what's on my Amazon list of things I would recommend for people. Just as a few. Depending on what you're into. What did I bring up before? Infinite Reality.
Infinite Reality.
Balanson
I
and-
know. Yeah.
Definitely check that out. Balanson and Blaskovich. I cannot over recommend video games, a medium that demands our attention, electronic media research series by Dr. Nicholas Bowman, The Social Singularity, that's Max Borders, Human Plus Machine, Reimagining Work in the Age of AI, Future Presence, How Virtual Reality is Changing Human Connection, that's
Man.
Peter Rubin, Communities of Play, that's Cecilia Pierce, who is a feminist, but actually has a lot of interesting research on that, on player avatar interaction. Dr. Jennings Bryant, Primer on Media Effects, 3rd edition. There's actually another interesting feminist book, Gaming at the Edge, Sexuality and Gender at the Margin of Gaming Cultures, Persuasive Games, Expressive Power, Video Games by Ian Bogost. There's just a couple. What else would I have?
Who
There's a
was
whole
the,
bunch.
who was the
What
Infinite
video
Reality
games have you
one?
been
There's a
playing
couple of
recently?
them.
Who cares about books?
No,
Anything by Henry Jenkins and Shirky. I don't necessarily Clay Shirky. I don't necessarily always agree with, but those are good ones too.
What was the author on Infinite
Oh,
Reality? James.
Jeremy Balanson and Blaskovich.
Okay. There we go.
Also, Dr.
Blaskovich.
Nick Yee, and anything about Blaskovich and Balanson is good. But then also the Proteus Paradox by Dr. Nick Yee is fantastic. The Proteus effect is his development, which is fantastic. 6 Degrees by Duncan Watts, Science at a Connected Age. this is all Connected: The Surprising Power of Our Social Networks and How They Shape Our Lives by James Fowler and Nicholas Christakis. Here's one. So yeah, that's basically, those are just a couple ones from my list that I would recommend.
Nicholas, I like.
Yeah.
Some weird guy for $2 says, Professor Paladin, thoughts on Geralt being a cleric?
Geralt?
Geralt? Oh, is that how you say his name?
It's with
I
a
never played
T?
The Witcher. I never played The Witcher.
Oh,
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't know he was a cleric now. I don't know about that. I've read all of the Witcher books and played all of the games, and I mean, I've read all the books several times. I'm a real big fan of that series,
Well,
but I don't
there
know
you go.
what it means by him being a cleric. I don't know.
It's apparently in the it says in the Netflix show.
I
Netflix
am
just
not
sparks
watching
huge
that.
Witcher debate.
No, I'm not watching that. Sorry.
They're calling him a cleric and not a rogue.
That's all. I haven't watched that show because
There you go.
I don't want to suffer anymore.
What are your recent video game recommendations? Who cares about books, right?
I've been playing Medieval Dynasty and The Forest. Medieval Dynasty is just a city building.
Yes.
And have a wife simulator in a medieval village, and then I've been replaying The Forest a lot with some friends recently. That's about it. I've been playing Cyber. No, I need to play it. I've heard it's really good. I mean, I've been playing Cyberpunk, but I'm not necessarily loving it.
Cyberpunk.
I'm not
You're
necessarily.
not liking it?
It's got a lot of issues.
That's what. Yeah, it's supposed to be so buggy and fucked up.
I haven't run into a whole lot of bugs. But
Well, I guess what platform are you playing on?
On PC.
Oh, it wasn't the PlayStation one. Was all fucked up.
It was, yeah. I mean, on PC, supposedly it's fine. And the only real problem I've had is that, no, I've run into some glitches and I've run into some major drops in graphical quality that are glaring to the point where everyone turns into a polygon. So it's a little bit, I usually don't care much about how games look. That doesn't bother me. But when all of a sudden everyone turns into a PS1 model, it's
sort of
just
noticeable.
It's a little bit jarring.
Anti-polygon, very bad. Polygon people are the most oppressed. They call them NPCs.
Go.
Wanna read some
Daniel the
super
Bruce for $4.99 says, Sitch, did you read the Time magazine article? Reading that is like how pure copium hash hits. Enjoy the ride. Toke sound.
Yeah, I wanted to cover that, but Sitch was like, nah, no one's
Adam's like,
interested in this.
Sitch, let's cover the Time magazine article that's very contentious because you have an opinion that goes against the mob while we're trying to promote our comic book campaign.
CT, why aren't you sharing our comic book campaign? Nobody wants to see my reading
She's been
list.
sharing it a lot.
Oh, okay, good.
I've seen it.
Should I hit
I did read the
refresh?
Time magazine article, Daniel. I have a long Twitter thread on it that made some people angry, so you can check it out. Anyone that wants to know my
Did that
opinions on
make
it,
you
check it
angry?
out.
That made people
It made
angry?
me angry. It made other people angry.
Oh, I'm glad I shared it then. I didn't
Oh, I'll
realize
make you
got in
angry
trouble.
real quickly for a second. Really quickly. Another book I would recommend is Virus of the Mind, The New Science of the Meme by Richard Brody. Check that one out. It
Fuck
is a good
you.
book.
Fuck you.
It is
You're
a good book. though.
evil. You're evil. 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 Oh my god. That book would trigger the shit out of me.
Blank for $4.99 says next monster of the week for the comic should be Looney Tunes style Martian Soviet Union.
Yeah.
There you go. Sure.
Looney Tune style Martian.
We fight Hitler.
Soviet.
Why can't we fight a robot Martian Soviet alien Soviet Union? Sure.
I'm down.
Alien Stalin.
There you go. Big Mitchie for 10 Aussies says, Adam, I've watched all the morality streams on Think Club. That slavery immoral stream with Kent Hovid is the best argument against debate formats. So many times going on tangents about false premises.
Oh yeah. Yes. Kent Hovind was not arguing anything. Like Kent Hovind was obviously bullshitting the whole time. But anyway.
Yes.
it
Well,
was
isn't
fun.
that his brand?
Yeah. He's a bullshit artist. He's a bullshit artist. Just bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Oh, and if you want to dip out for super chats, Aiden, that's totally fine.
I probably will.
No way. She's got to stay all
it's-
night.
You're in England, super late.
I can't believe you stayed this long, Aiden.
I know. I'm
Jeez.
impressed.
You could dip out at any time.
You're a trooper.
Well, I was having a fun time.
Should I have
but
said
it
that?
is- And it's Sunday, so I'm able to stay up a little bit late. Anyway, I am gonna dip out. Sorry, but
It's
thanks.
only
Thanks for having me on as always,
7
guys.
p.m. here.
Always.
I'm staying up late.
It's only 2:49 in the morning here.
Thank you
It's
so
always-
much.
It's always a pleasure, Aydin, when you come on.
Thanks.
Thank you
Thank
so much for
having me on,
dropping
guys.
in. Take care.
Good to talk to you. Bye
Take
bye.
care.
Bye.
And as always, S class is best class.
You're so evil. You're so evil. I think you secretly enjoyed Tom's dog whistles. I think you like the dog whistles.
All right, guys.
Is that it?
Guys,
Are we?
back our comic. No, we have lots of chats to get to. But we also have art.
Is that
to get to.
it?
But before we get to that, don't you want to back me and Adam's amazing comic? Super Villains Anonymous. It's going to be lots of fun.
We had a lot of fun making that video.
We had a lot of fun making it. We're going to make more of those little funny videos.
I think we are. We got sales. We had a boon in sales when that video dropped, which was nice.
A boon or a boom?
A boon. A boon.
A boonish boom.
We have we had 1,400 people on our mailing list, which I should send another email out. And we have 324 backers. So I think we can actually go much higher, which would be
we can go higher.
A lot of fun.
Come on, guys.
Let's all get high together.
Let's all get high together.
As Adam likes to say, let's all get high together.
Victor Store for 50 sec says, do you consider Destiny a centrist? I think he's the best online creator and would say he's center, but what do you think? Also, Sitch, have you played Valheim? I haven't played Valheim.
I haven't played either, but I'd love to.
A survival game. That sounds interesting. A procedurally generated purgatory inspired by Viking culture. Huh. That does sound pretty interesting. I haven't played that. As for Destiny, I guess it depends on what your definition of centrist is. I think Destiny is, I would classify him as a liberal, a Democrat liberal on the left, who is anti-leftist, he's anti-communist, he's a pro-capitalist, who isn't afraid to criticize a narrative or a team, regardless of what it's on.
Which that's what a centrist is.
Well, it depends. It depends, because sometimes, we say centrist means you're anti-tribal, but I think when most people say someone's a centrist, they mean like moderate politically, which Destiny isn't really moderate politically in terms of, I don't know. I don't think he really buys into most conservative arguments whatsoever.
Yes,
which is why I think
agree.
people would have a problem, labeling him necessarily as a centrist.
But
it's just that
you label yourself a centrist, and you're not.
We label ourselves as enlightened centrists.
Well, you're not, but you're not buying into any conservative arguments.
Well, that's not true at all. I
Ever.
buy into lots of conservative arguments.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Which ones?
We have this whole thing about the importance of, as an individual, the pulling yourself up by bootstraps.
Oh yeah, bootstraps.
Way of thinking.
Bootstraps.
Yeah.
Get your bootstraps right here.
Gotta get the bootstraps up. And anti-fragile is definitionally, I would argue, a conservative position.
Yeah.
But
conservative because you might have to rely on yourself,
Right.
conservatively. You don't know if you
Right,
can
sure,
trust other people.
sure.
Yeah.
But I would consider Destiny is anti-tribal, if that's what you mean by centrist. Sure. It's just that, unfortunately, the left on the internet politics space is dominated by socialists for some fucking crazy reason. So it basically makes anyone who's not a socialist look sane by comparison.
I think it's because they all have dumb jobs and they are on the internet all day.
Well, I think it's because
they're on the internet at work.
Well, I said this a million times. It's because if you're on the left and you want to hear a political opinion, you have like all of the mainstream media to turn to. And so there's not going to be a lot of people who are on the internet that function as that role too, because they have to compete with all of mainstream media.
Yeah.
So it's more likely for more extreme positions on the left to find their niche on the internet because they don't really exist in mainstream culture to that extent.
You don't think MSNBC is going to go full anti-capitalist anytime soon? Can you imagine?
No, I don't.
They're like, we're getting rich off of this stuff.
I know. Danimal the Bruce for another 4.99 says he looks like Ramsey Bolton if Ramsey's mom stood too close to the microwave while she was pregnant.
I think you read that one twice just because you enjoy it.
I never read that one.
I think you did. I remember.
I think you
hearing
saw it and it had such an impact on you.
Because
and
it's
then you
so
read it.
it's so, it's so bad.
What is this picture? I never saw this picture. Who made that one?
This was sent last week. Oh God.
By who?
I'm so bad.
I never saw a picture.
I think someone sent it to me on Instagram, which I don't.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I don't even know how.
You have an Instagram account?
I know. Let me try to track down. I love this picture, and I think that
I do too.
shared it on Twitter.
I like it. You got little Chibi
Look at
Sitch. He's got the S class is best class sign, and he's trying
And I
to
got
show
the
it to
A
Adam.
team. Yeah, I got the A team jacket on and the shorts, and I'm like,
He's being a rebel. He's being a rebel.
it's great.
It's adorable. It's pretty adorable.
Sitch, you look so angry. Got your little tie on. Got your little sweater vest. It's so good. It's so good. Maybe we can do this as a trading card.
There you go. Adam Thum for $9.99 says, I have a serious issue with the hypocrisy so many of these arguments are always built off of. So many hypocrisies are being exposed even more now than ever. Each side has developed a QAnon and it is nuts. Yes. I was thinking that while watching this video, I'm like, this is left-wing QAnon. The entire time I'm watching this video. This is leftist
definitely.
QAnon. Yes. Because he's basically forming a conspiracy saying, oh, well, the whole idea of cancel culture is a conspiracy theory by elites to, subjugate the working class. Okay, wow, okay, it's all conspiracies. Stephen Rockwood for
Subjugate the working class. That's exactly what they want to do. Not.
Jorgen for 5 Canadian says, this is why I don't watch any news shows anymore. It's all opinion or nitpicking facts to match a narrative. So are 99% of books. Sorry, Adam. I mean, I agree
not
with
the
that.
ones that I'm reading because that triggers the shit out of me. Like on our, well, why are you laughing? Not the books that Isaac and I got in a fight yesterday on Saturday's show over him sending me some New York Times article that he was saying this is straight down the middle. When no,
What
it's
was it in
far
an
left
article about?
propaganda. I think it was about the Smartmatic lawsuit.
Oh,
the Smartmatic lawsuit against a bunch of different people, but it was basically New York Times propaganda. So, but I completely agree with the super chat that so much of stuff is just bias, fucking narrative spinning. So,
yes,
we got to stick away from that. The book that I read on MMT drifts into that, and it's super annoying because I keep thinking, oh, great, you're going to lose your entire conservative audience here because you've drifted off into these, like, you're just saying things that the left believes and the right doesn't believe, and that immediately makes it tribal, and that completely undercuts your whole argument. Why do people have to do that? Why can't people steer clear of that shit?
because they feel like they have to assert what team they're on. Like
I know,
from the
it's
get-go.
so bad. It's so bad.
Yes.
I guess you do need your team in some sense to get your message out there. But at the same time, you're making yourself a target for the other team.
It's what I said, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, where I said a lot of times it doesn't matter what you say, it matters where or who's saying it, where the information is coming from. And so people feel like they have to establish that they're on your team for you to even have an ability to listen to what they're saying, which is true for a lot of people. If you don't establish that you're on their side, they're instantly not going to trust anything you're saying just based on that alone.
Yeah, which is tribal nonsense. Total
right. It's really
malarkey.
Sad. Okay, malarkey over here.
Dog face pony soldier. It's Smug Laughter is the Twitter handle who sent this.
Awesome. Smug Laughter.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful piece of artwork.
Did you send on Twitter? Because I didn't see that at all.
Yeah, I missed it last time, so I want to be sure
Awesome,
to get it
Smug.
because it's so great.
Smug Laughter.
I see my Twitter DMs filling up. What's going on here?
I just sent you all the art that I had because I don't know
I
what
think
you
I
had.
got all of this stuff.
I'm just making sure.
Oh, wait.
I'm just making sure, Adam.
Holy shit. I didn't get this one. This is awesome.
Kevin Toy for $5 says, individually, we're all Einstein, but once you put 3 of us in the same room, we turn into excrement-flinging monkeys.
Yeah, I would argue individually we're not that close to Einstein either.
We're closer. How about that?
Well, the analogy that Jonathan Haidt makes is that each individual is like a neuron in a brain, that we're all susceptible to bias, but together, working together in, this institutional function called a brain, that we can achieve much greater things.
Well, and something that Tom does is that he conflates mob with group.
Yes.
Like there are
constantly.
groups of people that work together to create things much grander than themselves. Like that's literally the story of humanity. Right?
Like Elon Musk.
Yes. So I'm saying
SpaceX.
Beyond, I'm saying even through our history, that's how humans survived to become the dominant species on the planet. Is that humans came together to cooperate, and to work together in a group to create something better than the individual could do on their own. That's the story of that's the literal story of humanity. Okay, but you can't. When people say a mob, they're referring to a specific type of group, right?
Yeah,
a violent
group.
A violent group that is generally outside the areas of law and acceptability.
Yeah.
Right. And he's done this weird thing where basically there's some term for this. I forget what it is. Some sort of categorizational fallacy or error.
Conflation. Conflating.
Well, but conflation. But I'm saying beyond that, there's an actual fallacy that he's invoking here, where he's basically saying like, all acts, like he's saying all acts of killing are X. When it's like, no. There are different groups of, there's self-defense, there's murder. Like whenever you kill someone, it's not the same thing as murder. Murder means something very specific. So for example, it'd be like him saying, how come everyone says murder is bad? Here are times when murder isn't bad. And then he lists a bunch of times of self-defense. And you say, well, wait a minute. That's not murder. Definitionally, no one's talking about. People don't say self-defense is a defense against being labeled a murder. Like it's not the same thing. And that's what he's doing with this mob, where he conflates the term mob with crowd.
So dastardly. What is this thing that was sent to us?
What I don't know what
is this a take on? Because I think this is Star-Lord, right?
Oh,
I mean, don't get me wrong. This is hilarious.
When I was complaining about people pinging me in the Discord, 95 Keat decided to ping me in the Discord. And so anyway, he said the mob is always right except for the capital one. And this is the picture of Tom, he's got the tiny face.
Why didn't you use Tom? Why is this?
Well, because remember people were trying
Star-Lord?
to cancel Star-Lord because apparently he was too conservative or something.
Oh yeah, I do remember Star-Lord.
So
no one's
that was
canceling Star-Lord.
There you go. So that was 95 Keat's little.
They did
joke.
take back the cancellation of James Gunn. I believe
They did. Yes.
Revoked his cancellation, which I like.
Chris Pratt, that's his name. Yes. Stacking Damage for $5 says, at the peak of #MeToo, I brought up the dangers of mob mentality to an SJW friend, and she was confused as to how the Italian mafia was relevant. Exactly. That's a good comparison. It's like, it would sure be I heard you made a sexist comment. It'd be a shame if someone blasted this on Twitter.
Be a shame if your boss found out about this.
Yeah.
He might fire you.
So 95 Keat commissioned David Aragon to make this picture. This is Adam putting the harm in harmonica.
My harmonica is majorly requested on the show. Many times in the chat, I see people making
Right.
commentary on my.
Hey,
Sometimes it's not great.
I'm a
but
fan of the harmonica. I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like I'm in favor of the harmonica, and the chat is not in favor of the harmonica.
I think they like give me a hard time.
Uh-huh.
I play the harmonica because I enjoy them giving me a hard time about it, and I don't
do like
actually
your-
play.
I do like your little like walk. It's like you're doing the Pied Piper thing with the harmonica. I like Adam's lack of harmonica skills.
Lack of. I looked up how to play. I was gonna figure out how to play 2001: A Space Odyssey because I know that movie triggers you. And I figured out the one note in 2001: Space Odyssey. There's these videos. You have to play it with the vacuum cleaner because you have to play all notes at one time. So you can't really do it like. Whoa.
Yes.
But you can play it with a vacuum cleaner, which is fascinating.
John Smith for 199 says, I finally get why everyone hates corporate. True. Fuck corporate America. They actually had an SNL sketch. Surprisingly, first of all, attacking cancel culture as being overzealous, which is interesting. And also mocking corporations using leftist causes to promote their products. So kind of interesting that they took that stance. F-Bomb for 499 says, unrelated, but is Nerdrotic Adam's dad?
Yeah, which is odd because I think
Is Nerdrotic your dad?
I think Nerdrotic and I might be the same age, so it'd be weird to see to think of Nerdrotic as my dad. Maybe my brother, but I do like Gary. Gary of Nerdrotic, I'm a huge fan of.
I don't think you guys look that similar. You're just like white guys with
No, I need the beard.
beards
I have
and,
to grow
and glasses.
I could never grow that beard. I'm so jealous of Gary's beard. Gary has an amazing beard. It's like a trademark.
Justin Bentley for $5 says, this lovely individual would make George Orwell descend into lunacy, double speak at its finest.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that he knew what he was saying at the end there. It's like, can't you make your argument just clear? No, that's not. He was hiding what he was actually saying in nonsense. That's my take.
People are, oh, you're holding your cat. I just noticed. It's like everyone in the chat saying cat, cat, cat.
Yeah, I jumped off for a second because he was begging to get in. He was desperate to get in. Poppy, let me in
He
the
just
room.
wants your love, Adam.
I know, it's annoying. It's crazy annoying.
Wow. Look at Adam. The pussy wants Adam's love, and he's like, oh, you're so annoying. Adam's like, I'm too cool for the pussy. This is, if you guys didn't know this is called negging, what Adam is doing right now.
Negging with the cat?
Yes, he's negging the cat. Zara Richards for $5 says, not surprised the apparent socialist wants to de-individualize the population. I know, right?
So sad.
I know. Christoph Keating for €5 says, the party members died too. Look what happened to Robespierre, executed by the mostly peaceful protesters for treason against the revolution. Yes.
Ouch.
They, after Robespierre's insane murder spree, they had to kill him to, be the fall guy, even though it's probably appropriate in his case.
Sometimes the consensus of the mob is correct.
There you go. I guess Tom is right. So Sacksmiths on Twitter made a meme based off of the memes Ofrat's made, saying, this is you yelling at me, saying, you know you can use transparency and not leave white lines around everything with the free select tool, right?
That's something I would totally say too.
Yep. That is something I think you did actually say. It's literally a line you said. You fucking piece of shit.
I like the white lines. I use them in the thumbnail.
John Smith for 199 says, what kind of cat is that?
He's a mutt. I don't know what kind of cat he is. I got my aunt's cat had kittens, and my wife wanted to bring him home, and I was like, no, we're not getting another cat. Forget it. And we went over to see the kitten, and he like crawled up in my arms, and obviously,
And Adam's heart melted.
my heart melted. Yeah,
It grew
did.
3 sizes that
It
day.
did. I know. And I brought him home, and he's followed me around like a dog ever since. He's the most dog-like cat that I've ever had. So he's always desperate for attention, desperate to be around me.
So basically, you're like the living embodiment of the meme on Twitter where it's like, my dad said we can't have a pet, and then the next picture is like the dad coddling the pet.
Exactly. That's what. Yeah.
There you go.
God, kittens are so adorable. I can't resist.
True, kittens are adorable. Denotatos for £5 says, why would socialists ever think a mob is bad? They think the majority of people, the poor, are perfect humans. Yeah, we've talked about that a lot, how the leftists have this fanciful, naive notion that people are all born innocent, amazing, moral people, and it's society that corrupts them.
Yeah, this is why he wanted to steer clear of any psychology, because psychology proves that completely incorrect.
That's true. It's true.
Actually, the book that I think it's Robert Tomasello. That's another book that I was going to bring up where they talk about socialization and stuff like that. That's the perfect example of that. He goes into crowd psychology in that book as well. This guy's way behind on his reading. I guess if you can only read something that's on a Marxist professor's reading list, then I guess your video is going to be very constrained. You wouldn't make this video if you knew anything about psychology.
Right. No, you wouldn't. Adam, do you think you have toxic plasmosis?
Hell yeah.
Toxoplasmosis?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course. Yes.
You got the brain worms from Wormy.
Yeah. A true parasite. Fuck you,
There you
get
go.
sad.
There you go. Desdar100 for $5 says, cancel culture is dumbing down a systemic issue and attaching a scapegoat to it. They love to do that so they can avoid addressing the true issue. Very true. 100% true.
Yeah, you think Tom's ready to address the true issue as I laid it out?
No. He's just going to say, oh, she's a
course
transphobe.
Of course
She's a
not.
transphobe.
Of course not. Come on, Tom, give it to us. Give us the most nuanced take that you could possibly give us. I want like, give me 10 helpings of nuance, please.
So
Like-
Astro Lime was inspired by Zofrat's fat sitch. He drew a fat sitch and says, consume pant to gain his A power.
Oh my God. I was like, what the hell is he eating? You're eating
I'm
my red
eating your
shorts.
red shorts to gain your power, apparently.
Eat my shorts.
There you go. Literally eating your shorts.
Wow, this is good. Why are you laughing? I love this.
It's good. It is good. It's hilarious. Marcel Rogers for $7 says, Vosh said in an abortion debate the other day, anytime your bodily anatomy is in question, the other person's life doesn't matter. Funny considering his stance debating Sargon.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's completely contradictory. Yeah.
That is pretty crazy.
You're not entitled to bodily
Anytime
autonomy.
your body anatomy is in question, the other person's life doesn't matter. So how does that function with his Kyle Rittenhouse take either? Was Kyle Rittenhouse bodily anatomy not in question? Autonomy not in question?
No, they were Sitch. They were trying to do a citizen's arrest, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm so sorry. I forgot.
They weren't trying to kill him and dismember him and eat his heart in the street.
Right.
They're trying to do that now, and he's trying to keep his address secret, but it's completely different now. Now he's a murderer.
Dragoviankin Knight 01. Dragovian Knight 01 for $5 says, Sitch always says S-Class is best class, but we all know that A-Team reigns supreme.
Does it? I don't know. I'm scared to refresh. I think when we hit 20K, the 20K stretch goal is A-Team reigns supreme.
There you go.
I don't know.
What's
did
the
we
stretch
hit
goal
it?
for S class is best class?
We already hit it. Right. Currently,
go.
we're living in the S class
I
is
see.
best
I
class
see.
paradigm.
There we go.
We're at $19,820. We're only, what is that? $180 away. We're 2 backers away from destroying.
2 3-cover backers away from 18 reigning supreme.
From destroying S class. I
Yes.
like to conceptualize it as, but
There you go.
it's not just about reigning supreme, guys. It's about destroying your enemies.
So this is a comic CT made. And it's supposedly this is referencing a conversation you had. You say, all right, before we get started on the comic, do you have any notes or questions? CT says, I think the flat earthers have some valid points. And Adam's like, CT's like, nothing really. Adam says, I know how this works. You just say really incendiary things for the reaction. I'm desensitized now. There's nothing you can say that will catch me off guard. There's a pause.
Mm-hmm.
And then CT says, you're one of my favorite people. And then we have the anime sound effect. And then Adam goes, damn it.
It's true. That does trigger me. Stop saying that, CT.
We're men, okay? We don't want this sentimentality. Ugh.
We got
Get
a
outta
little we got a little heat on Twitter over this comic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, someone was saying that the CT had done too much idealizing in the forms, in the male form and the female form, and it was like a male
Idealizing?
Yeah. This was like a male power fantasy or something like that.
What the fuck?
I
That's
know.
strange. It's weird. All right.
I
Whatever.
know.
People are weird. I don't know.
They came
I don't
after
say about
us.
them.
They tried to cancel us, Sitch, okay?
There you go. There you go.
You know what we did?
What'd you do?
We told them to fuck off.
That's right.
We said, thank God she cropped out my giant cock.
I agree with Danimal in the chat. He says, stop the steal. Demand a recount on the A-Team S-Class books. I agree. Stop the steal. Adam, stop the steal.
Stop the steal? Is it happening?
the
I don't
steal.
know.
I don't know.
I'm afraid to look.
Jason M for 5 Canadian says, I wouldn't put past this guy to defend Maoist Red Guard behavior in the Cultural Revolution if he hasn't already. Raise your fist or else. Yeah, I'm curious as to how he feels about the reign of terror during the French Revolution.
We would love to ask him questions like that. You figure if he had a 47-minute video full of nuance, he would give both perspectives.
Well, you know, it's weird because Robespierre, however the fuck you say his French name, that like the ultra leftist group of the French Revolution that basically ushered in the Reign of Terror, they were part of a group called the Jacobin Club.
What does that mean?
Well, but I'm saying if you're familiar, there's a publication that's popular right now among leftists called Jacobin.
Oh my God. No.
And I never knew what it was referencing, or I never like put 2 and 2 together in my mind until I watched this video and I was like, oh my God, that's right. That's what Jacobin means. I'm like, why are they openly calling themselves like this? This is how they conceptualize themselves. They're like, oh, we're overthrowing the monarchy. Oh, we're so just. Revolution.
So just, I know.
Ignoring what falls afterwards, of course, every time.
I don't know if he knows about the states' rights issue in the South or anything, about how they conceptualized it as Lincoln, the Hitler.
Right.
Like, oh, I guess
the authoritarian.
I guess Lincoln was before Hitler, so you can't.
Well, it's funny because that's what the Paris
Totally.
Commune he was praising was doing. They were saying we're separating from Greater France.
We're being
Just like the South.
oppressed. We're being oppressed by the North. The Northerners. They want to disrupt our culture. They're oppressing us. That's exactly what they said. CT is screaming in the chat. We have to make a correction. She says,
What?
That was Erdania. That was her friend that was trying to cancel us on Twitter. Just so you know, I know that was. I
She was just joking.
I assume that was your friend. Come on,
Right, I
CT.
see.
We're trying to get some victim points here.
Adam's trying to get some victim points. I see how it
We're
is.
trying to get some victim points here.
CT's keeping you straight. I appreciate CT.
Why you
Good
gotta
job.
jump in here?
Good call out.
I'm a white straight male. If people are out to get me, I need victim points. I gotta take them where I can get them.
A Varied Horse for $4.99 says, I finally decided on A team.
Nice.
A P team, that is. Aydin Paladin. She might be a good
What?
character to add to Supervillains Anonymous. Yeah, maybe. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that's good. I forgot. We're both Aydin Paladin and Adam. Both A names.
I know Literature Devil and I think Mahler signed up for the.
Oh, no. What are you doing?
That was a secret? How's that a secret?
Because we should let Mahler announce that.
Okay, whatever.
Don't close your ears, guys. You didn't hear that.
Okay.
How many people are listening now?
That's right.
You guys are all sworn to secrecy.
Sworn to secrecy.
Okay.
95 Keep for $5 says, I missed the first bit. Has he gone into mental gymnastics to disavow the Capitol storming in his pro mob video yet, or does that come later? Well, as you saw, it comes in his 5 seconds of, sometimes mobs are bad too, guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know, without any real explanation what the difference is. So.
Oh, gee, oh, whiz.
Oh, gee, oh, whiz.
Yeah, I know. No nuance whatsoever. Conveniently, I can't talk about this on YouTube because I might lose like the money I make on the video.
That's right.
So you see, obviously
he's very focused on capital. So, you know,
there's some kind of consensus here that the oligarchy censors have placed on us.
Keith Rhymes for $15. Thank you very much, Keith. Who says, crowds ain't wild or hell-bent, but restrained and intelligent. Heads clear as a Polaroid. Case in point, remember Floyd. Seeking justice for black folk. Did any black streets go up in smoke? Mobs ain't scary. Now you see, though Emmett Till might disagree.
Oh my God. Mic drop. Mic drop.
Boom. Keith with another amazing rhyme. Thank you.
Yeah, let's talk about Emmett Till, Tom.
Damn.
We'd like your input on Emmett Till.
Yep.
How
That
he
was the
feels
mob
about
acting rational, right? And calm and collected towards a specific goal. They wanted to lynch this one guy.
Yeah. They felt oppressed by him.
DEA pitch for $3.32 says the cultural trope of capital punishment. I know, right? That's just a trope. Getting beheaded by a guillotine. Guillotine.
He threw that a lot in there. The trope angle.
CT for $1 says, I just want to point out that Sitch was demanding fictional ghost and phasmophobia subscribe to his channel, but not his actual real YouTube audience. That's true. You're talking about how he never pushed to subscribe to the channel. But when we were playing Phasmophobia, I would go into the room and yell at all the ghosts to subscribe. So
Really? Holy cow.
Yep. But it would anger them and then they try to kill me. So
You're hitting up the Discord for subscriptions?
no, the ghosts in Phasmophobia.
Okay.
Adam's like, I don't understand what's happening.
I don't
That's okay.
understand. Yeah, exactly.
There's this thing called video games.
Okay. I got
There's
that.
a video game
Have
called
you heard of Pong?
Phasmophobia.
Have you heard of the game Pong?
And in the game Phasmophobia, you hunt ghosts and you have to yell at them to get them to react to you.
Is it like Pong?
It's like Pong if during Pong you walked through a house and you tried to find a ghost. Yes. Then it's
Okay.
almost exactly like Pong.
I got it. So you'd
Yeah.
kind of be like the little ball going to the different places.
Right. And so the little Pong ball, would go into the room and say, hey now, go subscribe to PSA Sitch. And that would get them very upset. Because they apparently were all A-team. And so they would start to try to kill people.
Really?
Yes.
Did they reign
story.
supreme?
They're ghosts and they killed us. So I guess technically, yeah, I guess they did reign supreme. There you go. Utter Nonsense for $2 says, why do all the bread tubers look so weak? Not just physically, but almost spiritually weak.
I don't know.
That's true. Where's all like the really buff YouTuber, like bread tubers?
They don't
Just
eat
like work
meat.
out every day, right?
They don't eat meat. They're all vegetarian vegans.
I don't know. CT drew this awesome picture
I know. I love this one.
where I'm like in the void and I'm like, what?
This
A
looks
very
like
good reaction shot.
what is the animated series that this character is somewhat similar to?
I mean, to me, it's referenced like because I would use the clip from Mob Psycho of Dimple
Yeah.
saying "what" a lot.
Yes.
So you got a little chibi sitch.
I like it.
John Smith for 199 says, "Look up the Bucharest pogrom and Jesus fucking Christ." So the Bucharest pogrom occurred in Bucharest, Romania, between January 21st and January 23rd of 1941. During, let's see, as the Iron Guard paramilitary organization was being cut off gradually by some other group I can't pronounce, its members, known as the Legionnaires, revolted. During the rebellion and pogrom, the Iron Guard killed 125 Jews and 30 soldiers.
Disgusting.
Died in confrontation with the rebels. Yeah, and they talk about on Wikipedia. They talk about how how the Jewish neighborhoods were burned down, Jewish homes were stormed, many Jews were killed or raped, and all their shit just destroyed. Many Jews were thrown from the top floors of the police headquarters. Others killed in slaughterhouses. Jesus.
This is awful. This is like mob stuff, though, right? This
Yeah,
is
it was
stuff
mob.
that
It says
Tom is overlooking.
It says soldiers or police officers loyal to whomever did not take part in this. The officers were forced to surrender their weapons and uniforms and were put under arrest.
Good.
And it's interesting. It's not interesting, but I'm pretty sure that on one side of my family, at least one of my great grandparents was Romanian and they were leaving Romania to get away from this kind of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, that stuff's awful.
I could almost not exist because an angry mob could have almost killed one of my ancestors.
Yeah, it's scary. This racism is fucking scary. It is. Racism is scary. It's very scary.
That's right, Tom. I'm going to throw my Jewish victimization stats on you, okay? I was literally almost the victim of not existing because of an angry mob. Get fucked.
Yeah.
Boom.
That was totally his fault. He should be canceled.
He should be canceled for that.
For just the inconsiderateness of the video.
Yes. So on lighter news, I played Uno with Harker and CT the other day. And so CT has made 3 meme pictures regarding my experience playing Uno, where I ended up losing most of the games.
You look pretty pissed off in this picture.
Yes. That's
This
the
is
draw
scary.
4 card. That's when you get to draw 4, that's what it looked like. In Pizzuno. It wasn't Uno, it was a knockoff called Pizzuno.
I don't know if I have these in order. What's this one here?
There's no order. They're just
Oh, okay.
There's just me being mad at my computer because the draw 4, me strangling the draw 4.
Yeah, this one's oh man, this is dark.
It's
like
good though.
beyond
I
the
like it.
black rainbow shit right
Yep.
here.
And then there's the meme, pointing angrily at the cat.
Yeah, I
while
like
pointing at
that
the draw
one.
4.
This one
Yeah.
I can figure out.
Yes.
It's a 3.
I said on Twitter, it said, Sitch. I was like, oh, we should play Uno. 5 minutes of playing Uno. What kind of fucking idiot said we should play Uno?
Poor
After I
thing.
get my ass kicked.
There's another one here. Someone drinking pop. Watch Repo, the genetic opera with us. Or draw 25 cards. God, I haven't played Uno in so long. I don't even remember how to play Uno.
Do you not remember how to play Uno?
You yell Uno, right? I remember that. Uno. Oh, you're down to your last card and you yell Uno, correct?
Yes.
Because it means last card.
Yeah, so there's another meme that's like do something or draw 25, and then the person does it. So that was watch Repo the Genetic Opera with us or draw 25 cards. It's a good meme. It's a good meme, CT. And I like she has a little pop can. A classic. It's the little details that make it, right?
That's you that has a little pop can.
Yeah, I know.
Meme.
It's funny. Brian K. Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. I'm sorry, Brian. Brian K. for $5 says, question for Aydin.
Yeah.
I knew there's one more. I couldn't find it. SJW's lack of self-awareness, like the Rawlsian veil of ignorance, but instead with Durkheim's functionalism, kind of like Freud and projection.
Who's Durkheim?
I don't know. We need Aydin here.
Durkheim. It's Durkheim. It's not Durkheim.
So I'm so sorry, Adam. Jesus
I know Durkheim. Durkheim is the father of sociology, the father of social psychology.
Another disgusting Frenchman, according to
I know Durkheim.
Tom.
Yeah. I didn't think he was going to go full alt-right at the end there, but he totally did.
Mm-hmm.
Tom's a member of the alt-right now.
Thank you, Brian. Maybe we'll tweet this at Aydin.
No, I'm going to answer it. What was it again?
SJW's lack of self-awareness, like the Rawlsian veil of ignorance, but instead with Durkheim's functionalism, kind of like Freud and projection.
Yeah, I don't know what Durkheim's functionalism is.
Yeah, see, I knew you would get. I'll answer it. Sid. Yeah, I fucking think so. I fucking think so.
Aydin's smarter than me, okay? Fuck you. Why you got to rub it in?
Yeah, I'm rubbing it in, buddy. Ben Toki for 5 Aussies says, how is our guy going to be this reductive and claim the proponents of the body of research that he skipped over is lacking in evidence?
Oh, I know.
I know. It's crazy. Crazy.
Well, that's what you get when you're a theater major.
Oh, shots fired. Shots fired.
You were thinking it. I just said it out loud.
Well, it's funny that he's criticizing John, for not being a strict academic, and he's a fucking theater major.
Ron or who? Ron or John?
It's John Ronson.
Yeah.
Right?
God, I hate that he has that name.
I know.
I like him, everything about him except for that name. John, Ron.
John. Aegon the Last for $5 says, Le Bon's work on crowd psychology influenced Teddy Roosevelt, Mussolini, Freud, Hitler, Lenin, and others. He doesn't know of what he speaks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fascinating. Fascinating.
Baron of Belinga for $5 says, it's always pleasant to hear someone be into something even when it's nerdy and lame. I wish I could appreciate studies this much.
Yeah.
True. I wish I could appreciate studies the way Aydin does.
I wish I could read. Be awesome.
Find yourself a man that looks at you the way Aydin Paladin looks at a study.
Is that in the chat? Oh my God.
No, but that's like the meme.
Yeah, I agree.
Dano Tatos for another £5 says, what's this guy's obsession with the French? He's the worst Englishman ever.
Yeah, I thought,
true.
Aren't they neighbors? Don't they?
Yeah, but they like hate each other.
Get along?
No, they've had like centuries of feuds with each other, Adam. Okay.
They've gone to war and stuff.
Yes.
Guess who helped us in the in the American Revolutionary War? The French. They were like, oh, kill free killing of Englishmen. We're in.
And then we turned around and said, oh, you guys are getting revolted against? Okay, have fun.
Sitch. We talked about leaving that part out.
Later, suckers. Fucking French.
Yeah. Call us when they're on the beaches of Normandy.
Yeah, right. John Smith for 199 says, look up the Bucharest pogrom and Jesus fucking Christ. Yes. Very disgusting. John Smith for another 199 says, fuck Tom Brady, he's a snake.
Tom Brady? Is that Super Bowl stuff?
Is this? Yeah, he's the football player. What did Tom Brady do? Tom Brady finally won a ring without a game-winning drive. What? Oh, is he in the Super Bowl right now? I don't know.
Our numbers were pretty good considering the Super Bowl was on.
I don't think we have a lot of overlap, I'll be honest.
Yeah. And then
It's
my
the Super
internet
Bowl
went
crowd.
out and destroyed everything, but
Yes, it's okay.
I
We
blame the
forgive you,
cable
Adam.
company.
We forgive you, except I don't really forgive you.
I
but
don't
we
forgive myself.
Yes. So Harker drew a picture again of the cat meme, and it's her and CT. CT's yelling at you, and she says, "I'm working on the Discord because someone wants new channels that he'll never use."
I was in the debate voice chat.
Yes.
For like 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I dropped in. I was leaving all kinds of trolly comments in the S-Class chat, in the S-Class text chat. Yeah, no one was there. No one was there. It was perfect. I got to use it for 20 minutes and still maintain my privacy. It was perfect.
Oh, Keith said that the David Aragon picture is supposed to be like the meme of like the kid playing the trumpet and the girl walking away with her hands over her ears. Yeah, I see it. I see it. You didn't post that other picture.
Love it.
In the Discord that I sent you.
You sent me a Discord picture?
Yeah, a screenshot.
Of the
Before
Discord?
any of this other pictures.
The one of S-Class, S-Class is the best class for now.
Yeah. Adam admits that S-Class is best class.
I said for
In the
now.
Discord. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Do you know that's a reference to our campaign? Like it could all
I
be
see.
over right now.
Sure. I think you just finally admit your place in the world and in the universe. I think that's
What? What do you think the for now? Hold on, now I definitely have to bring it up.
Yep.
I have to bring it up to show you. This is what I was arguing with Isaac about. Same set of facts, two completely different narratives here. Because there's a this says very clearly here.
Ovid for $5.
No, don't run away from this. S-Class is best class, ... What's it say under there?
It for now.
For now.
Yeah, because Adam's going to try to poison the well. He's going to try to beat S-Class. He knows he can't by any other means. I can read the dog whistles at him, okay?
I haven't refreshed this page. I don't know if we're
S-Class is best class. Look at that.
I don't know, technically.
Adam finally admits it.
No, it could be completely different. If we hit 20K, it's A-Team reign supreme. I set up the campaign.
I see. He makes all the rules to
set up the
benefit
campaign.
himself. I see. Okay, I got you. Yeah, that's fine. You admit that you're culpable in manipulating the situation. Sure.
For a whole week, S-Class has been the best class. I've had to live under that oppressive regime.
That's true. Ovid for $5 says, "This guy is just the tiny faced dude from the Little Bits Rick and Morty sketch. Seriously, what's with this guy's head?"
Oh.
And 95 Keat, speaking of 95 Keat, for $2 says, "This is that dude who never lost his baby fat." Wow, so much ad homs here. I almost feel a little bad, but not really. I mean, his arguments are so disingenuous. I don't feel that bad about it.
Are they
Gabble for
No, he's literally stupid. He doesn't know. These aren't disingenuous arguments. This is
just
stupidity.
stupid? You think he's just stupid? Okay.
This is stupidity. Tell me, prove me wrong.
I can't. It could be. It could be. He seems pretty dumb. I mean, look, when you're arguing that like mobs are generally good and smart, I don't know where to even begin.
Right.
I don't even know where to begin.
Right. When you can turn on CNN right now, and I guarantee you within 5 minutes they're going to say Capital Siege.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
The Capital Siege.
Mobs are good guys, but just ignore all the overwhelming evidence of mobs being mobs in this year and last year, whatever.
Yeah.
Just ignore it.
Siege.
Gabbles for 20 knock knocks says he looks like Gordon Ramsay if mauled by several hyena. Oh my god. Oofa.
All these came in when we went crazy.
I know.
You guys lit it up. I was embarrassed, but it was mob mentality. I couldn't do anything.
BR Key for $10 says, I can't be canceled for my opinions from 10 years ago because they're the same as my opinions today. Checkmate, progressives.
Yeah, no progress whatsoever.
Got him. Mr. J for $10 says, been thinking about this since the New York Times reporter got fired. Should we get rid of the N-word or allow anyone of any race to say it? Not sure which is better, but this double standard needs to end. Yeah, I agree with that. I think, I'm trying to remember, was it John McWhorter and Glenn Lowry were having this conversation about maybe if the N-word is like this magical word that's so incredibly incendiary, shouldn't it just be eliminated altogether instead of having this weird double standard where it's used in basically every contemporary popular rap song constantly, repeatedly over again and again and again?
The double standard is the whole purpose of the N-word, though. I mean, that's
I don't think that was the intention. The intention.
No, it is the intention. It's totally the intention.
No, the original intention, I think, of rappers and the black community using the N-word was like we're taking it back. We're going to take the power away from the word by using it ourselves. And it seemed like we could have been on that track. If it wasn't for woke shit, the N-word could be very powerless nowadays because it's so ingrained.
1994, Pulp Fiction. I'm telling you.
I know it's the opposite. What makes the scene in Pulp Fiction so funny is the offensiveness of the word.
What scene are you talking about?
The dead N-word storage scene. Okay.
The what
There's
scene?
only one scene where they say the N-word a million times in Pulp Fiction.
What? What scene is it?
Yes.
Don't say it.
I know. He's trying to get me in trouble. He's trying to get me in trouble. But no, but if the woke shit hadn't happened, because you have a whole generation of kids that have basically grown up on rap music and pop music, which is just littered with the N-word. It's like why it would
littered. Listen to you. Littered.
It would lose all its power.
Litter
if
though?
it wasn't for the woke shit though.
Can't you say like frosted? Frosted
swimming with, frothing with the N-word. Okay. However you want to describe it.
It's like the frosting on the cake.
Frosted.
It's not littered.
I see. 5-Speed 1992 for $5 says his tiny face reminds me of Wool Smoth. I don't know who that is. Tom Nichols.
I don't know about the tiny face. I think he just has like a big head.
Oh, Wool Smoth is the Will. I didn't know there's a name for it. The Will Smith meme where he's got like the weird tiny face. I didn't realize that was called Wool Smoth. There you go. It does look a lot like that. Yes.
Memes have names. They spread virally.
That's true. Tom Nichols, cancel culture doesn't reel and doesn't afraid of anything. That's true. Look, yeah, Tom Nichols, Mob's a good guy. He ain't afraid of nothing. He doesn't afraid of anything.
He doesn't afraid of anything.
Yeah. Mobs doesn't afraid of anything. Mr. J for another $10. Thank you, Mr. J says, how much free will would I get in exchange for my N-word pass? Don't worry, I haven't used it much. So it's in mint condition. He also says 18 for life. How dare him?
Oh my God!
How dare he?
Show some respect for the super chatters. Show some respect. We want energy. Here, I'll give you a couple bars.
How much? So here's the question: what's the exchange rate for free will?
18 for life. I want to hear it.
What is the exchange rate from free will to N-word passes, Adam? This is a very serious and important question. We need to get to the bottom of this, okay? I mean, an N-word pass is very valuable.
I'm torn on this question. This question could rip apart the fabric of the universe.
I don't agree. There's
Why?
There's a numerical answer. There's a straight rational answer to this.
Okay? There's not.
I would say.
Hold on. The denial of the N-word is free will denied. You got to admit it.
What do you mean the denial of the N-word?
The fact that you can't say the N-word is free will denied. You can't exercise your free will if you can't even say the word.
That doesn't matter. That's You're thinking this too deeply. That's not the question. The question is, how much is an N-word pass worth in free will units?
Oh, okay.
Okay. I would say
What's
an N-word
subjective?
pass is so valuable in modern society that it's worth an astounding 100 units of free will.
Well, I was going to say 3 million.
There's no 3 million free will units, Adam. You don't want that. That's the destruction of reality in society.
I gave a guy
3 million free will units, Adam. Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you know what that kind of free will unchecked would do to reality itself?
I offered a guy 3 million free will units just to back our campaign.
Oh my God. Look at Adam. Adam's out here. He's playing with
Did I destroy the free will market?
Adam is playing with the existential reality, the threads that hold reality together.
God, I hope he didn't back now. I hope he didn't back.
By just trying
Oh,
to give
shit.
3. Do you know what would happen if someone had 3 million free will units? Adam, haven't you seen Gurren Lagann? Okay, you can't just give people free will willy-nilly. That's what destroys the universe, Adam.
I thought I was just being cool. I thought I was just being hip.
For so long, we want to know what the great filter was, and now we know. It's people like Adam just giving free will out.
Dispensing the free will.
I know. Terrible. Terrible.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I feel
Well, look.
I feel like I've let you down.
If you guys wake up one morning to nothingness and non-existence, and you find that reality has been shattered piece by piece,
We'll know that guy
being
backed our
atomized,
campaign.
we'll know it's all Adam's fault. Ironically, it's Adam's fault that he atomized the universe.
We'll
So
know
there
he
you go.
backed our campaign, and we're.
Yep. There you go.
Oh my God.
The common cure for $10 says, if someone close to you went to a peaceful protest and you're upset about it, and they put peaceful protest in quotes, it's better to reprimand them in private than to ruin their life in public. That's your dad, you butt. Yeah, it is. Unless,
Yeah. Oh my God.
which is, look, I mean, normally, yes, I'd agree. I would imagine, I mean, I can make an assumption here, which could not be true. Maybe the kid is just politically possessed, which would be very dark if that's the case. I would hope that maybe that kid was like abused serially by their father or something, and that's really why they turned them in. You know, it was
You
for some
hope.
other purpose of that. I would well, because otherwise it's so fucking dark. Imagine if you're just like a normal father, normal son, and you like turn your father into the police for being, you know, at the Capitol riot. Like that's
I
really
bet
fucked up.
He's probably doesn't live with his dad, and his mom has turned him against his dad.
Oh, maybe it's a divorce situation. That's
Yeah,
that's
it
true,
could
too.
be.
That's definitely possible. Yeah, that's definitely.
We should
possible.
dig in. And we should go full journalist on this. Nah.
Right, maybe. And
Too
then
depressing.
and then to raise money off of it. Like that's why I'm saying I would almost hope that his father was like abusive to them, because the alternative to that is so much worse. Like if
It
you're the
is.
father
It's
and you're like, oh
awful.
my God, my son turned me into the police and is now raising money off of that. Like it's so disgusting, so foul.
Yeah, you're literally raising money off of turning your dad over to the Stasi.
It's fucking insane. I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, oh man.
Gabbles for 20 knock knocks says, good night, fellow bi future husband and sitch.
No way. You added the and sitch on. He
I
was
did
talking
not.
about you.
I did not. It says and sitch.
Bi fellow husband? What's that?
Like bisexual.
Oh.
Good night, bi, B-I, future husband.
Mhm.
He's talking about
Maybe he misspelled bi, and he's talking about purchasing a bisexual future husband, and he just wanted to write a note out. So
he just wanted to be reminded
so
when
he
he
could
listens back to
remember
the
it.
rest of the stream and we get
Yeah.
to this part of the stream.
Yeah.
I see.
They don't have those on Amazon?
That's right.
They have everything on Amazon. Come on,
There
they
you go.
have to have it.
We're like, yeah, that's right. Super chats operate like Siri when you're like, Siri, add to my list. There you go.
Bisexual future husband.
There you go. Artist Kale the God for $20. Thank you, artist. Says, The Chan of the fourth iteration, I guess, or 4chan, is a mob, and they have done good in charity and helped people out too. The fourth iteration of Chan has given love to a veteran, donated to charities, helped out folks, and they've got anonymity too. There you go. See, Tom should use that as the example.
4chan, he could never. That would be impossible to do.
You should use that as an example of why the anonymous mob. See, the anonymous mob can be good. Just look at 4chan.
They always go to 4chan to find the anonymous mob being little shit so they can post
That's
it
true.
on
That's
their
true.
channels about what terrible people are. Look, I found a terrible person on the internet. Welcome to the internet.
The expert layman for $5 says, with a ghoulish mask and a shaking of a ceremonial staff, the witch doctor casts bad mojo on you. Nearby allies must roll a save or recoil in fear from you. Yeah, they never roll a save. They always just recoil in fear. True. TDS Sitch. Wow. Haven't seen that one in a long time.
Yeah.
It's the little Sitch with the pink pussy hat.
Banned.
For $9.99 says, wasn't that Zofrat's account or something? I forget.
You have officially used a dead meme. We will have to exorcise you from the account.
For $9.99 says, Trump lost and I was glad, but now Colbert is terrible, and I mean really bad. I go to Twitter with nothing to say. I listened to the woke. I obeyed. Without Trump, why even try? Now I'm lost. Goodbye.
Oh, wow.
It's true. Wow. There are lots of like Trump reply guys who I feel like they've just lost all hope and lost all meaning in life now.
What's Sophane doing now?
Or, you know, it's funny. There was a tweet from, who's that? Oh my God, that girl that everyone thinks so funny that she like mouth lips pantomimes Trump.
Oh yeah.
And I remember watching. I remember watching this and being like, "What's the comedy here?" Like, I don't. She's just like moving her lips, mimicking Trump. Like,
she's making fun of Trump, Sitch. Oh, it's great.
I guess I just was not. I was watching this like, this isn't even remotely funny.
You're racist. I think she was black. You're a racist.
I don't think she was black. I think she was of color, and I think you're racist of assuming that that means that she's black.
Oh, you're right. She might just be a POC. Huh?
Oh, got him.
POC, to me, calling someone POC sounds more offensive.
It does sound more offensive.
It does.
Sure. I just realized
it's too close to MPC.
Is it a coincidence, or is it part of the simulation winking at us that AOC is one letter off of POC?
Oh my God. Those simulation people screwing with us again. Again.
No, but she tweeted out this tweet that was like, I don't know who the Secretary of Education is, and I don't have to because, you know, like, oh no, she said, I don't know who the Education of Secretary is, and I feel no desire to look it up. It's so great that Trump's gone. So basically she's saying, without Trump, I don't have to care about politics. I can just have faith in the institution and establishment.
Yeah, that's pretty much how people feel. Once our guy gets in there, I get to go to sleep.
Basically.
And the Democrats keep trying to say, no, fundraising, we need your money. The world is still coming to an end. Please send money.
Jasayarin Goral Mayan for £5 says, storming the Bastille equals good, but storming the Capitol equals bad. Maybe they are right about crowds being prone to going too far. Yep. Also, Yar for $5 for 5 Aussies. Aussies. Hey, says he excels at Phantom of the Opera. Referring to Tom's PhD in theater.
Oh my God. I can't believe we discovered that. I feel like we made news on the stream.
I don't think we made news. I just literally typed in his name and PhD and it came up. Derek Drummond for $10. Thank you, Derek. Jayasarin Goral Manyan for another £10. Thank you. Says he brings up a photo of Napoleon III when talking about the elites not wanting to consider the riots were their fault, but Napoleon III was a socialist and brought about many reforms.
I didn't know that. Really?
Napoleon
Napoleon was a socialist?
There you go.
I know they exiled.
Well, no,
him
he's
to
talking
some
about
island.
He's talking about Napoleon III.
Oh,
That's not Napoleon Bonaparte.
Bonaparte.
Napoleon
Bonaparte
III is a different Napoleon.
Bonaparte.
Bonaparte. So the contention that they're making is that he brought up a picture of Napoleon III as if he was an elite, not wanting to consider the riots their fault, but Napoleon III was a socialist, so it doesn't make sense to bring up the picture, was his point. So there's your little bit of Frenchness.
We have a picture here that CT obviously drew that contains copyright infringement.
You were being unpleasant, please stop, and she's shooting lasers.
Eye lasers, yeah.
I'm gonna say, is eye lasers your copyright infringement? Is that the
Yeah,
issue?
hell yeah. Stepping on my trademark. CT's gone too far now.
Go farther,
too
CT.
Far.
Go farther. Go further.
Far.
Okay.
My heart is broken. Ah. At 2 CT. At 2.
95 Keith just sent me a meme that he literally just made. I'm not sure I understand it.
Our screen's packed here.
I'm not sure I understand it. Maybe you understand it because it's relating to you coming into the Discord.
I'm sure that I'm pretty certain that I don't understand it.
Why'd you send it to you?
I'll look at
Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, shill time once again. This time I published a new video essay called Let's Rant about BCB comparing its scene to January. Come see all the memes. Check out Lieutenant Amazon's channel. See all the memes.
Lieutenant Amazon! Don't clip that out. I think I can do better.
Amazon, clip that out, and you should make that like before you play any video. That should be the soundbite that plays. That's pretty good. I like that. Lick Tasty for $7. Thank you very much, Lick Tasty.
Lick Tasty.
Yeah, quite the name. Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says that Helsing reference was top tier. That's why for me, S class is best class
for now.
Yeah.
For now.
There you go. There you go, Amazon. Thank you, Amazon.
For now.
I appreciate it. Fidukajigus for $5 says, now that the comic has launched, Street Fighter time, right, Adam?
Wow. Aren't we working on trading cards? Wasn't it trading cards we were working on?
He forgot. Adam's a busy boy. Okay.
Street Fighter. I do want to play Street Fighter. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
We should do a stream in the middle of the week and play some games.
We should.
When I should be working on the comic.
Right. We should.
So I got the thing up. Meanwhile, in the Discord, is that me waving my hand? Hi guys, want to play some tit socialist?
You're supposed to be saying Titanfall, I imagine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're coming in the Discord and say I want to play some Titanfall, and then you.
I thought they were making an AOC reference when they were like tit socialist.
No.
Oh.
I do like that your hand like squiggles around and it's a Mickey Mouse Club. Yeah, I do like, and it's also I think the wrong direction.
You can't do that with your arm?
direction. I can't do that with my arm.
Oh,
no.
okay. Lame.
That's the A-team trait.
Hi guys, want to play some tit socialists? Socialist. Socialist. Oh, social A-list.
So when you went into the Discord, did someone call you a socialist or something? Is that what they're referencing?
No.
Oh.
No. No one was in the Discord when I went in there.
Yeah,
I
Keith,
went
you're
in
gonna have
there.
to translate this because I don't get it.
CT,
Who's the turtle supposed to be?
CT mentioned something. Yeah, and who's the turtle stepping on? CT mentioned something about she was going to be in the Discord asking people about things that they might like us to add onto the campaign. And I thought, well, I'll go to the Discord and see what that's like. And there was no one there. I was like, okay, I see how this goes. I get it now. CT's talking her book. CT's talking up her Discord, but no one's there.
Heat says, I regret it already.
What the?
I want it to go away.
The
Keat
comic?
is supposed to be the turtle. Is Keat a Keat represents himself as a turtle?
Okay.
Did Keat call you a socialist?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe.
Oh, Keat, I never realized this. You know, like on the Discord, you have those tiny little avatars,
Mm-hmm.
and if it's not a very like simple picture, I never visually know what it is. And his little avatar is a little turtle with a helmet. It was just so small, I couldn't tell what it is. So there you go.
Well, now we have it big.
There you go. Keith's calling
Hey.
you a socialist. Adam is a socialist.
I mean, there's this cute socialist I know in Congress, but aside from that,
Simp, A team, simp team.
everybody was
Simp.
saying that. I
Mhm.
don't know what that means.
The Wooster for $5 says, after watching the drunk Kraut Vosh stream, you guys should have Kraut on. It would be a great source of entertainment value.
Yeah, we couldn't watch a Kraut. That stream is weird because I want to watch it. I definitely want to watch it, but
Well, no, he's saying that we should have Kraut on our stream,
yeah.
not watch the stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Didn't we invited Kraut? I thought he never responded.
No, you tried to get Kraut on when Sargon was on. It was just kind of like
He didn't seem interested. Yeah.
Well, it was completely off topic about what we were talking about.
Well, he was yelling at
would
Sargon in
derail.
the chat.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And he never responded. So. I don't
Oh,
know.
you sent him a thing? Oh, okay.
Well, no, I'm saying he never responded to that public invitation. He never reached out to me or you.
No,
Kraut,
he
if you want to come on the stream, come on. We'll
Yeah.
have you on.
So
Didn't
with
he
the-
block you on Twitter?
I don't know. I have no idea. No. I don't think so.
I thought he did.
Oh, okay,
I
that's
don't know.
fine. I don't know Kraut's deal, and I listened. So there's was a stream floating around where Kraut and Vosh talked, and Vosh seemed very reasonable, and Kraut seemed a little out of control, and it would definitely be a fun stream to comment on.
Mhm.
But in the stream, Vosh says something that he wasn't going to post the stream because it's a drama stream, and he just doesn't like. He was very magnanimous about not posting the stream, and I
Well-
thought we can't be the non.
No, it's just I didn't want to watch it because it's just Kraut is just drunk and incoherent and insane, basically.
Yeah.
And Vosh is just like, oh, okay, like I don't know what you want me to do with this conversation. So
The commentary though is fascinating about Shu. Like Kraut comes in and kind of plays content cop with Shu.
yes.
Which I thought, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Well, it seems like Kraut has never gotten over the fact that people I don't know if he had I didn't even know if he had any sort of friend relationship with Shu or Chris Reagan or any of these people, but it seems like he's saying that they were like his YouTube friends, and then when he got in trouble for the whole looking into Coach Red Pill's docs, that no one defended him,
Mhm.
and that he's embittered by this. Seems to be the case. So
I defended him. What the fuck?
did you? I don't remember this.
I did on Twitter. I said someone was sharing around a meme
Mhm.
that he, like putting all the pieces together of all the people involved in the Discord. And I was like, this is conspiracy nonsense. Like they forgot the crayon and the string in this meme.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they were saying anyone that was like
In the
invited
Discord,
on the Discord.
yeah.
yeah,
Academic Agent was in there. He's like, I was in there one time. I think Aydin Paladin was in that Discord.
There was a lot of people, yeah. But
Yeah.
I mean, if anyone's on Discord, that there's like tons of servers that you're part of that you've never looked at.
Yeah. Well, not tons, but there are a few that I have no idea. So,
right.
This is one of the reasons why we never wanted to have a Discord. Why, CT has always run the Discord and we're just not really a part of it.
Right. Plausible deniability.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of. I guess it's a lot of responsibility, supposedly.
Yep.
So, but anyway, whatever. The commentary on the argument that crowd is making, I found completely fascinating. Would love to do a stream on, talk about whatever. Can't do it because of, like, we can't be less magnanimous than Vosh. What the hell?
Of course we can.
That's
What are you talking
crazy.
about? Of course we
That's
can.
crazy. No way.
Well, here, think of it this way: it wasn't magnanimousness on Vosh's end. It's because crowd is now making videos for the left. So it would be like he doesn't want to attack his own team.
Okay, so you don't think it's magnanimous, it's just
No, I don't.
pragmatic.
Yes.
Okay, interesting. It
Uh,
is smart, I guess.
Bold Sword for $10 says eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Eggs.
Oh, I do too. I like eggs.
Mr. Demento for $5 says, I know how you guys can raise money. Have Aydin Paladin show. Oh, no, I'm not going to say that.
What? Oh, wait.
Show that ass. How dare you, Mr. Demento?
Oh, show that
How
ass.
dare you? How dare you, sir? We respect Wyman on the stream, okay?
I did make it so her avatar was sitting on your head for a while. I do feel slightly bad about that.
There you go. That's Adam's revenge because he's mad that she's S-Class.
What? Aiden's S-Class? No way.
He's blocked it out. You hear that, chat? He's blocked it out of his mind. He doesn't remember what happened last.
No,
when she was
no,
on the
no,
stream
no,
last time. Color commentary for $10 says, I haven't been able to do this much since finding the A and S community, but my company tucked tail and hired me back, so here you go. Oh, I'm
Thank
glad
you
your
so much.
company hired back. Yeah, awesome. Congratulations. That's wonderful.
Always good to have a job.
Jay Yasarian Gorau Mayan. It's quite the name, Jay. Jeez. It's like makes me think of like a Zelda character. For £5, but thank you for the money, says. Honestly, I think QAnon is just a load of people who watched too much CNN and liked what they were hearing. That's funny.
It's true, though.
Yes.
To some extent. Yeah.
To some extent, yes. Savage Sharpshooter 93 for $5 says, just need some free will and to remind everyone that S-Class is best class.
Just wakes you up. Wakes you up in the morning when you see that.
Big Mitchie for 5 Aussies says, you guys have made me think a lot harder about politics and morality and how I look at what's happening. Also, A-Team reigns supreme.
You're such a bastard. You're such a bastard. This is why people are A-Team. We enjoy being the underdogs here. The oppressive S-Class.
I leave it to you. You can. I never forced you to say S-Class is best class. You can put as much energy as you want into A-Team reigns supreme. Here you go.
It's more fun that you have to do it.
I see. You don't actually want to do it. You just want me to be
No, I'll
forced
do
to
it.
do it. You wanna
Well, you
exert
got to
your
admit it's
power
more
over
fun.
me. Actually, I see.
It's
how it
your
is.
job.
The oppressor. The oppressor right here. That's my job to read the
I
super
do the
chats however
thumbnails.
I
I do the thumbnails. I restart the modem.
We have an agreement, Sitch. I do the thumbnails and the modem, and you read. I can't read, Sitch. You know.
A-Team reigns supreme. Supreme dominance. That's how I want you to say it right there.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Our tagline is supreme dominance.
Whenever I hear A-Team reigns supreme, I just think of like the Taco Bell Crunchwrap Supreme.
Ooh, it must be getting late. We're getting hungry here.
Yep. Food references are coming out.
Here they come.
Yep.
I'm going to get me some Taco Bell after this
There you
stream.
go.
That sounds good. A-Team Burrito Supreme.
A-Team Crunchwrap Supreme. There you go, guys. We got it. Dax Lucero for $4.99 says, just watch that intro. Now I shall not buy your comic. Cringe. Wow. Dax.
What?
Hurtful. He also says that A-Team is gay team. Oof.
Were those super chats?
That was Dax's super chat. He doesn't like it.
Well, if you paid to do it, okay.
That's true. That's true.
Well, we're not
Lieutenant
giving you
Amazel-
free will with that.
No, this. Yeah, there's a little like small. The small print is that we have the ability to deny free will, based on your super chat.
Yeah, infinitely. You know that the little box that you tick when you give permission to do the super chat.
Yeah, exactly. You have to read the fine print. Lieutenant Amazel for $5 says, "Oh no! I just found out there was a get drawn in the comic tier, and I was too late. I can't. No, my pain is eternal."
Yeah, we might release some more drawn in the comic. We've been discussing it.
Yes.
But we don't necessarily know how to do it. I think the fair way to do it is to do it on the show.
Well, yeah, we might, because the drawn tier filled up very quickly.
Yeah, like 5
Which
minutes.
I don't think you anticipated.
I didn't, not at all. Otherwise,
So,
I
yeah,
would have
we
made it
might-
$1,000.
Yeah, we might open up more slots because if it fills up that quickly, obviously people will want it. So,
Yes.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5. Thank you very much, Hummer. Danimal the Bruce for $1.99 says, "Look up Tom Brady kissing his son on the lips." I don't know if I want to look that up.
Is it bad?
Feels gross.
I'm
I
scared
don't
to
like that.
do-
I don't like when parents kiss their children on the lips. That's fucking weird to me. I think
Does he
it's
like?
fucking weird. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't get it either. Super strange. Rick Jammer for 125 PHP says, "S class is best class because A team already graduated and doesn't need to be schooled." Oh, there you go.
Ooh,
There you go. It's like a
there you
reverse.
go. Look at that. You screamed. S class is the best class when it comes to backhanded compliments.
Oh, I knew it was. I was just playing into the joke of the super chat. I'm a team player.
No.
Some weird guy for $2 says, "Smoke a bowl and watch the music scene Blockhead."
Blockhead sounds good. I'll look it up.
Metalworks 41190 for $2 says, "Remember to change the channel name Sitch." So I thanked everyone last week. I got tons of messages reminding me to change the channel name. And I was about to, and then Adam's like, "Sitch, don't change the channel name." I was like, "Okay, Adam, I won't change it."
Yeah. Because we're launching our comic soon. Adam put a lot of work into those pages and launching the comic and putting the comic together. So yes. So we don't want you guys to lose us. What's that big heavy sigh? Now you're anxious? You could have changed the channel name months ago.
No, that's not why.
Oh.
There were some
Which-
more Aydin. There's some more Aydin Streamlabs I missed. I'm so sad.
Oh.
Pragmatariax for $10. Thank you, Pragmatariaxia. Says, "Adam, if you want to understand cryptocurrency, read Neil Stepson's 1999 story, Cryptonomicon. If I had read it in 1999, I would own more private jets than Glenn Beck." Also, there's some good anti-woke sections from 1999. Wow.
Wow. What was the name of the book again?
Neil Stephenson's Cryptonomicon.
I like that name.
It's a good name.
Cryptonomicon. Sounds
Contrast for 154 says, "Harry Potter is lame." True. I want all of your thoughts on the Discworld and Animorph series. Are you familiar with either of these things?
Hell yeah. No, of course not, obviously.
So, I know what they are. I've never read either of them, but I did read K.A. Applegate, author of Animorph's other famous series, Everworld. This was one of my favorite series growing up. Favorite young adult series. It's about 4 kids that get sucked up into an alternate dimension where all the gods of the previous religions are real and exist.
Sounds awesome.
And basically what happened was all the gods, the Greek gods, the Mayan gods, the Aztec gods, the Norse gods, they all existed and they got tired of humans not believing them. And so they created their own alternate dimension and they took like all their populations of people with them. And they all exist in this alternate dimension. And it's a really awesome book series called Everworld. But it commits one of the biggest cardinal sins any book series could ever happen, which is that it the series ends on like a crazy, not a cliffhanger, but like the most crazy shit ever is going down, and then the book series just ends. Like the author literally just fucking gave up writing the series. She's like, I want to write something else. I'm bored with this series. And I was like, fuck you, Kay Applegate. How dare you? I invested all this energy into liking these characters and this world you built, and you just fuck off? You don't even end it? Just fucking end it. Just write one more book and end the fucking series. Like,
give it to somebody else
legitimately.
to end. Like, give it to another writer. And
Right, or
end
just
it.
you can't just be like, oh, and then you just never find out what the fuck happens.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much. It's a really good. It was a great book series.
Reach out to her. You could finish it, Sitch. You could be.
Totally could.
You could close the
right.
circle.
Yeah,
you could be the chosen one.
There's an alien has somehow ended up in this world with all these gods, and it's an alien that has the ability to eat the other gods, and it's like fucking all their shit up. There's all sorts of crazy shit going on. Such a good book. Such a good book series. God.
What a
ruined my childhood. Sargon and Vosh gangbang for $2.
What?
Says many trans non-binary types seem like they're trying to gain contrived oppression, aka woke points. True.
What?
Very true.
You can't say that. You get canceled.
Death by Sloth for $5 says the left often believes that unions are a massive good. Thus, they have chosen to unionize identity groups. So anyone in those identity groups who goes against the union are treated as scabs that must be vilified. That's very true. It's very true. That's a good observation. Flamenco for $2 says, hey, Aydin, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, sell these two on Seth. I don't know what that is.
Seth is a YouTuber or something, maybe? Not totally certain.
I don't know. Maybe someone in the chat knows.
Seth Paladin.
Aydin says, I woke up at the harmonica a while back. Oh my God. Aydin came back in. Aydin, do you have thoughts on Animorphs or Discworld that you'd like to share? Why are you still awake, Aydin? Why are you still awake? Go to sleep. Go to sleep. But first, tell us what Seth is before you go to sleep. Yes. CT for $1 says, I'm sorry. I didn't know that triggered you. I take it back. You're not one of my favorite people. You're now my favorite person. You just got upgraded.
Oh, shit.
Nice.
Yes, Animorphs is based, Aydin says.
I see.
Based on what?
Sasquatch says Seth Tezak as a YouTuber. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I never read it, Animorphs. Everworld till the shitty ending. But see, because the ending of Everworld was so shitty, I refused to read Animorphs because I'm like, I'm not going to be tricked again, K.A. Applegate. You're not going to trick me again. Harker, hey Harker, for $5 says, it's not a lot, but it's the least I can give to the best boys since I had to work through the stream today. Looking forward to more Pizzuno in the future. Harker's rubbing it. Harker destroyed me and CT and Pizzuno. It's just rubbing it in. But thank you for the $5.
That's Uno? A variant of
Pizzuno.
Uno?
It's the knockoff Uno we were playing was Pizzuno. It's just Uno with pizzas. Pictures for some reason. CT for another $1 says, what did you do in my server to scare everyone away? LOL, it's mostly a time zone thing. Afternoons are the worst because everyone's at work. Late nights or early mornings are best. Pick a day. I'll work it out. I know people want to hang out with you.
I think it was like 6 in the morning.
Jesus Christ, why are you awake at 6 in the morning?
I can't remember when it was.
I believe it. Adam's like an old man. He goes to sleep at like 8 and wakes up at 6 in the morning or something crazy like that.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
That's respectable.
That is respectable. No one for $20. Thank you very much, no one. Says, I haven't given money yet, but I can't think of anything to say. So I'll just say that the guy you were talking to yesterday, Adam, was driving me fucking crazy.
Isaac?
Isaac. I need to go on stream again. That was so much fun.
Yeah, everyone thinks like getting a moderator is going to be helpful. It's not going to be helpful.
It's not going to be helpful.
I mean, you're witnessing moral psychology in action. That's the only reason to do it. That is the only reason to do it. I talked to him today, and he's still convinced he's 100% right about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes. It's sad.
Oh, well, Aydin's still here. You don't have to react to this. But just while you're here, someone has super chat directed towards you that I missed. Let me find it. Real quickish. Okay. Brian K for $5 says, question for Aydin. SJW's lack of self-awareness like the rousing veil of ignorance, but instead with Durkheim's functionalism, question mark, kind of like Freud and projection. So there it is.
So Durkheim's
we got him.
Functionalism has to be not that. It has to be not correct in the same way that projection, Freud's projection, is not that correct.
Projection is spot on. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but
projection is spot on. I think projection.
This whole video we just watched was projection.
How are you defining projection? Define projection for me, please.
That you're taking faults or issues that you have, that faults and issues that you have, that you project them onto other people.
Right.
Now, I think it could be, I think the thought process could be wrong, because if I recall correctly, Freud's like idea was that because you can't deal with your own faults, that you're like subconsciously projecting them onto other people and seeing them back at you.
That's not true. Yeah.
I don't think that's true. I think what's happening is that it's just because everyone assumes that their thought process is the way everyone else thinks.
Adam's law, right there.
That's not your law.
I'm claiming it right now. Adam's law.
You already had Adam's law.
This is Adam's law too. I have two laws. You have one. Adam's law. Adam's law too.
Anyway, especially
Adam's
if I'm
law
the one
too.
saying it. Especially if I'm the one saying it.
I've said it on this show more than you
Okay.
have. I know I have.
So
Everyone thinks
because-
that other people are like them, but in a different body. That people think the same.
Since people assume that everyone has the same thought process,
As
it's
them.
very
Yeah.
it's very easy for people to pick out the things that they think other people are doing that they in actuality are the ones doing.
Yes.
I think
I dubbed the Adam's Law 2 A-Team reigns supreme.
And I didn't finish no one's $20 super chat. It continues to say, also, S-Class is best class.
But A-Team reigns supreme.
Even though I
because
gave
Adam
Adam-
has two laws.
Even
and
though
Sitch
I
only
gave Adam
has one.
$20 yesterday. So they donated to your stream with Isaac yesterday for $20 too.
Oh, sweet. A-Team reigns supreme. I don't split super chats with Isaac either. He has to come out of the left-wing echo chamber before I do that.
Some weird guy for $2 says, Adam, hotbox in my name. I'll await you on EFAP.
Yeah, I will. Right after this stream. You can count on it.
Anyways,
already?
Anyways.
Is it anyways?
Thank you all for coming.
Really? We got
wait a minute.
We got to refresh the page. We don't know if
right, we
18
gotta
reigns
refresh the
supreme or
page.
not. I'm dying to know here. Let's see. 18 reigns supreme. Look at that. Look at that right here. We just achieved our $20,000 stretch goal. And sure enough, look at this right here. A-Team officially reigns supreme.
There you have it, guys.
We've passed out of the S-Class's best class phase. Old news. That's last week. Fuck that shit. We are in A-Team reigns supreme. Superior. The A-Team, obviously. Go A-Team.
Thank you all for coming.
Since you don't hold on, as subservient to A-Team currently,
Yes.
you don't have any words that you'd like to say?
I'm not subservient to 18.
What are you talking about? We agreed.
I'm my own man. We never agreed to shit. I don't know what you're talking about.
We agreed. No, actually, I set up the campaign all by myself. I didn't tell Sitch about any of this stuff, but I figured we would probably be in A team reign supreme much longer than we would be in S class's best class. So I maybe put a little thumb on the scale, just a little tiny bit. Go ahead. We're both starving. I'll let you go. Anyway, thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for joining us on this journey of insanity through Tom Nicholas's crazy talk. Thank you, Aydin, so much for coming on. Always wonderful to have you. And you add so much to our conversation because me and Adam are both stupid. We need your wisdom, intelligence to draw upon. And thank you all so much for donating to the stream. Thank you all so much for watching. And thank you all even so much more for giving us money for the comic and donating to the Indiegogo. Please, if you want to support us, if you want an amazing Stitch and Attic comic, click the link in the description and get your own, sign up to get your very own copy of Supervillains Anonymous. Take care.